Welcome to Lovebook, your home for the finest Chinese love stories. Chapter 64. Steelmaking? 100 refined steel? Wei Ru could only think of 100 refined steel. She thought Lin Chu was an outsider, unaware of the complexity of this steelmaking process, so she said with a sigh, in such a short time, "I'm afraid it won't be possible to forge it. Senior sister, let's just bring the ironer back first. If nothing unexpected happens, it can be forged." Lin Chu's serious expression made Wei Ru swallow the refusal that was already on the tip of her tongue. Indeed, as Lin Chu said, no matter which steelmaking method was used, transporting the ironer back first wouldn't be wrong. As the two were talking, there was a slight sound from outside the door. Lin Chu looked out doubtfully, seeing Han Junyi peeking half his head from behind the door. "Auntie, mother," the little boy grinned, looking harmless. "Why are you calling out so randomly?" "This is your Aunt Wei," Lin Chu said with a helpless smile. Wei Ru didn't mind much, waving Han Junyi over. "The kitchen just brought out walnut cakes. Come quickly and try some." As soon as Han Junyi heard Wei Ru tell him to eat again, his small face fell. But to avoid making Lin Chu and Wei Ru suspicious, he still scampered over with short steps, forced a smile, took a piece of walnut cake and ate it in small bites. "How are Junyi's studies lately?" Lin Chu quite liked this little Han bun, but she herself was unfamiliar with these ancient texts. Wei Ru was literate, and Han Junyi was willing to be close to her, so all along Wei Ru had been teaching Han Junyi to read. Hearing this question, Han Junyi lowered his eyelids, hiding all emotions in his eyes, looking as if he completely didn't care about the topic. Wei Ru glanced at Han Junyi and then said with a smile, "Before, he learned the three-character classic quite quickly, but now that he's learning the Analects of Confucius, he slowed down. This section involves profound scholarship, and I only learned a little from my master. It would be better to invite a private tutor for him." Han Junyi finished a piece of walnut cake, and upon hearing this, unhappily pulled Wei Ru's hand. "Mother, I don't want to read books." Wei Ru burst out laughing and pinched the little bun-like face that had thinned down quite a bit. "You naughty boy, if you don't read, you won't grasp principles. I'm not forcing you to become truly proficient, but the principles that need to be learned must still be learned, do you understand?" Han Junyi's eyes flickered, and he said stubbornly, "I want to learn martial arts with Uncle Song." He probably wanted to act spoiled, but refrained, knitting his brows, looking somewhat amusing. Wei Ru then smiled. "Learning martial arts is good too. But I cannot decide this matter. You must ask your Aunt Yan." So Han Junyi craned his neck to look at Lin Chu. Lin Chu had originally intended to say that he must continue his studies no matter what, but her eyes inadvertently met Wei Ru's, and she suddenly understood why Wei Ru wanted Han Junyi to ask for her permission. This was no longer simply a matter of whether to hire a private tutor for Han Junyi, but rather, how to raise this child. Han Junyi was the grandson of Duke Han, and Duke Han was part of the second prince's faction. Currently, Han Junyi had lost all his memories and was close to them. But what if Han Junyi later acknowledged his heritage and returned to the Han family? Not to mention other things, his father, Han Zichen, had indeed died at Yan Mingguo's hands. If they wholeheartedly nurtured Han Junyi, and he were to harbor hatred, then they would be no different from having raised a wolf with their own hands. But if they completely ignored this child— Lin Chu looked at Han Junyi's innocent face and felt somewhat unwilling. Having lived with Han Junyi for so long, she had almost forgotten the boy's former identity. It was impossible to say that she had no feelings for him. This naturally became a difficult problem. Lin Chu thought for a moment, squatted down and pinched Han Junyi's face. "What Auntie says doesn't hold much sway. You must ask your Uncle Yan." The person with the most authority to decide Han Junyi's future was still Yan Mingguo. Lin Chu still needed to discuss with Wei Ru the specific matters concerning the transportation of iron ore back. Han Junyi was bored alone in his room, played for a while and then ran outside. The moment he stepped out of the room, the innocent and naive expression on Han Junyi's face completely vanished. He knew what Lin Chu and Wei Ru were wary of. His eyes narrowed. If it were Yan Mingguo instead, he wouldn't allow a potential threat like himself to exist. The grudge of a father's murder. Han Junyi squatted under the corridor, looking at the small puddles accumulated on the steps after the rain, his expression extremely complex. An ant crawled around a puddle. Han Junyi saw this, picked up a twig, and chased the ant back into the puddle. The ant floated on the water trying to swim to the shallow part, struggling to crawl out. Han Jun again used the twig to block its way, chasing the ant back into the puddle. After repeating this several times, the ant eventually died in the puddle. You exert so much effort only to kill one ant. Why not use one of those ants to kill the entire colony? A cold voice resonated from above. Han Jun looked up, seeing Yan Mingwa still clad in black armor. His armor was still damp with rain, so he must have just returned from the military camp. Han Jun timidly glanced at him and stammered, "Uncle Yan." Yan Mingwa strode over, saw the wooden stick the boy had discarded nearby, picked it up, and used it to block the path of a line of ants on that side. The leading ant, seeing its path blocked, went around. As it went around, Yan Mingwa again placed the stick in front of it. That ant eventually crawled onto the stick. The ants following also crawled on. At this point, Yan Mingwa placed the other end of the stick into the pud. Look, the leading ant discovered there was no more path ahead, and could only turn back. But on the narrow stick, a line of ants was already crawling towards it, making its return path extremely difficult. Yan Mingwa then placed the entire stick into the large puddle. The whole colony of ants struggled on the water's surface, and eventually all died. Han Jun's pupils trembled slightly, perhaps because the weather was cold after the rain. He felt a wave of coldness spread through his entire body. In the evening, Lin Chu couldn't help but talk to Yan Mingwa about Han Jun's studies. At that time, Yan Mingwa was washing his hands in a copper basin. Hearing Lin Chu's words, he took a dry cotton towel hanging on the rack nearby to dry his hands, and then calmly said, "I will have someone hire a private tutor for him." Lin Chu was slightly stunned, seemingly not expecting Yan Mingwa to answer in such a way. Yan Mingwa walked over and sat down in front of the low table. Seeing Lin Chu's movement of picking up food stop, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Chu put away all thoughts in her heart, scooped a bowl of crucian carp soup with 8 treasures that Jing He had brought, and handed it to Yan Mingwa. That child doesn't seem to like studying much. Wei Ru knew that the couple rarely had time together, so she ate dinner separately with Han Jun, to let the couple eat in their room. Yan Mingwa took the bowl of crucian carp soup, and without using a spoon directly lifted the small bowl and drank it all. Hearing those words, he merely said indifferently, "I don't expect him to pass the imperial examination and become the top scholar. Hire a private tutor so that the child can learn what he needs to learn. As for how far he can learn, that is his destiny." These words startled Lin Chu. Seeing this, Yan Mingwa gently squeezed Lin Chu's cheek with his large hand. "What are you thinking? Always so distracted." Lin Chu waved her hand, batting Yan Mingwa's hand away, and glared at him reproachfully. Actually, she was quite surprised. Yan Mingwa's decision was the act of a gentleman. But it also left a potential danger for the future. The more she interacted with Yan Mingwa, the more she found him to be vastly different from the image of the great villain with a capricious and cunning temperament in the book. Or perhaps, compared to when she first met Yan Mingwa, he now had a bit more humanity, no longer as cold as a bloodthirsty Azura. Lam So was lost in thought when Yan Mingwa pushed his empty bowl over. His raised brow gaze clearly conveyed his meaning. "Another bowl, please." All right, this one in front of her wasn't an Azura, but rather a husky. Lam So silently scooped another bowl of soup for Yan Mingwa. Because Wei Nu was pregnant, the kitchen had prepared many chicken, duck, fish, and meat dishes. Upon receiving news that Yan Mingwa had returned, the dinner prepared by the kitchen was also exceptionally abundant. He 2 of them ate, and besides the crucian carp soup with 8 treasures, the dishes brought in also included steamed pigeon with 8 jewels, mustard greens with pork fat, a hot pot, scallops, roasted pork hock, and a cold dish of mixed vermicelli. Yan Mingwa, being a meat lover, immediately picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of roasted pork hock. Lam So intended to pick up food for him, but Yan Mingwa, with a cold expression, insisted she sit down and eat with him. Jing He saw this and intended to step forward to pick up food, but was also waved away by Yan Mingwa. Jing He knew that the master and mistress hadn't seen each other for a long time, so she pursed her lips and smiled, then retreated, thoughtfully closing the room door behind her. This made Lam So blush deeply, and she kicked Yan Mingwa's leg under the table. Yan Mingwa's hand, picking up food, paused, and he looked at Lam So with a meaningful gaze. Lam So pretended not to notice, lowering her head to eat. But she then felt Yen Min Kwa use both his legs to tightly clamp hers. Lam So couldn't pretend any longer, so she gave Yen Min Kwa an angry glare. Eat properly. Yen Min Kwa merely smiled. His movements while eating the pork hock remained slow and deliberate, appearing extremely elegant. Yet the speed at which the pork hock disappeared did not diminish. Lam So thought Yen Min Kwa would stop, but no matter what dish she picked up, Yen Min Kwa coincidentally picked up the exact same one. Lam So gave him a prolonged glare. She didn't usually have a big appetite, and having just drunk half a bowl of soup, she was already 7/10 full. Seeing this, she decisively put down her chopsticks and calmly looked at Yen Min Kwa. What exactly do you want to do? Yen Min Kwa merely chuckled. Why are you so sensitive to teasing? These words made Lam So embarrassed, and she sat down next to Yen Min Kwa. Yen Min Kwa's armor had been removed earlier. He was only wearing a simple cotton robe. Therefore, when Lam So pinched Yen Min Kwa's waist, she pinched a firm, solid piece of flesh, but it was so hard that her hand hurt a little. Yen Min Kwa turned his head to look at her pouting, dumpling-like face, and said amusingly, "Are you truly angry?" Lam So dryly uttered 2 words, "Eat your food." Yen Min Kwa coughed twice. "Madam, please eat as well." Lam So truly didn't feel hungry. Having been caught in the rain today, she now only wanted to get a really good night's sleep. She said, "Full husband, please take your time eating." Yen Min Kwa gave her 2 suspicious glances, and only after confirming she wasn't lying, did a glint appear in his eyes. Then husband is also finished eating. "Madam, come bathe with me." He lifted her into his arms, intending to go towards the back room. Startled, Lam So slapped his hand forcefully. "Yen Min Kwa, let me down at once." Seeing that Yen Min Kwa didn't move at all, she could only yell, "You can't take a bath right after eating." Yen Min Kwa indeed stopped walking because of this statement, looking at Lam So with a hint of doubt. "Why? Taking a bath right after eating will make you dizzy," Lam So said hurriedly. "If you don't believe me, ask the doctor." This small piece of knowledge was something Lam So had incidentally heard from a colleague previously. One should not take a bath or soak one's feet in hot water within half an hour after eating, because after a meal, most of the blood in the body flows to the digestive system. If one takes a hot bath immediately after, the blood that should flow to the digestive system will divert to the dilated blood vessels in the skin and other areas. In the long run, this will affect digestion and absorption, leading to malnutrition, and furthermore, it can also easily reduce the blood supply to the brain. Therefore, it's best to bathe at least half an hour after eating. If one bathes immediately after a meal, the blood vessels dilate. The blood supply to the brain will be even more insufficient, easily causing dizziness or even fainting. Yen Min Kwa saw her speak with such certainty and no longer had any doubts, only saying, "I didn't expect there to be such a taboo." He also didn't put Lam So down, but carried her to sit on the pear-wood chair nearby. Living with this person wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 days, but sitting on his lap like this was still the first time. Lam So's cheeks uncontrollably flushed red. Her eyes were flustered, not daring to look at Yen Min Kwa. But he was not satisfied, using his large hand to cup her chin, making her turn her face. What are you doing?" Lam So didn't know why she was stuttering. She inwardly scorned herself for being so easily flustered. Yen Min Kwa supported her back with one hand, and with the other, he loosened the lapel of his robe. His eyes narrowed with a hint of danger. "This shirt, I heard my wife made it herself for me?" Yen Min Kwa's outer robe was already loosened, revealing the pristine white undershirt inside. This guy, after receiving the gift, still wants to play up the sentimentality? Lam So only felt embarrassed, blushing as she softly replied, "Yes." Then she heard Yen Min Kwa click his tongue. "I told you it's a bit tight, too constricting." Lam So. She grabbed Yen Min Kwa's collar. "If it doesn't fit, husband, then don't wear it anymore." Yen Min Kwa held Lam So's hand, his long handsome eyes full of amusement. "A gift that's been given. How can it be taken back?" How could Lam So not see that this guy was teasing her? Angry in her heart, she said fiercely, "I'll take it back anyway. What can you do to me?" Yen Min Kwa's large hand, without her noticing, had moved to the back of Lam So's neck, pressing her head into his chest, laughing incessantly. "What can I do? I can only refuse to give it back." Lam So was so angry she only wanted to bite him a few times to vent her frustration. But then she heard Yen Min Kwa suddenly sigh, "So I miss you." A corner of Lam So's heart subtly stirred. Her hand, which had been gripping a small lock of Yen Minqua's hair, now gently caressed his head. Yen Minqua took 2 deep breaths into Lam So's hair, embracing her even tighter. Finally to be reunited with you, it's truly wonderful. Lam So didn't know what to say in this situation. She could only gently stroke Yen Minqua's hair. I've always been waiting for you and Tae back. What could possibly stop us from meeting? Remembering the horrific scene at the South City Gate just now, Yen Minqua was still afraid. His expression also darkened slightly. If there had been any mishap today, I'm afraid I would never have seen you again. Lam So naturally heard the anger and worry in his words. She could only bow her head and admit her mistake at that time. The war situation was urgent. I was also afraid that Jutan might not be held. Yen Minqua lifted her face slowly, saying, Lam So, remember this: if you ever encounter such a situation again, just worry about yourself and run. The lives and deaths of those people have nothing to do with you. Lam So wanted to object, but remembering the city gate that had inadvertently closed as she was running back, and the cold arrows shot towards them, her heart couldn't help but grow cold. Her mood also plummeted significantly. I understand. Yen Minqua lifted her chin with one hand, looking straight into her eyes. Seriously, people are all selfish. When I am on the battlefield, I think about how to protect this land. But before I go to the battlefield, I must ensure your safety. When you don't have enough capacity, don't try to shoulder responsibilities you cannot bear. Circle everyone in your life. Who is the most important person to you? And who is someone whose presence or absence doesn't matter? Don't lose the most important people to you for the sake of those who don't matter. Although there was no intention of reproach in Yen Minqua's words, Lam So still felt a sting in her nose. She said, I just want to stand by your side with legitimate status. Yen Minqua sighed softly. This time it was my oversight. I didn't expect the barbarians to attack Jutan. The number of people I left behind was insufficient. Your thoughts, I understand them all. But compared to the difficulties we might face in the future, I am even less willing to risk any chance of losing you. These words, which were not a declaration of love, filled Lama's heart with emotion. Her hands unconsciously tightened their grip on the lapel of Yen Minqua's robe. But she felt an embroidered mark rise up. It was the character So that she had embroidered on his robe. Lam So's Chinese characters were not very good, but fortunately the traditional character for So was not complicated. She embroidered it stitch by stitch, and though it couldn't be called beautiful, it was presentable. Yen Minqua also saw this character So. He suddenly leaned close to Lam So and said, My lady, from now on for every one of my robes you'll help me embroider a character So. Lam So only felt shy. She glared at him. Didn't you say this robe was too small, too tight? Yen Minqua rubbed his nose. This is the first time I've worn this robe. Wear it many times and it will stretch out. He wouldn't tell Lam So that when he received the robe, he couldn't bear to wear it, only keeping it next to his pillow, and every day after bathing and returning to his tent, he would hug this robe to sleep. Waiting until Kin Hoa estimated the time to come in and clear the dishes, Lam So hurriedly pushed the person who was clinging to her to go bathe. Lam So had already bathed and changed her clothes earlier. Now she took advantage of this time. Roughly estimating the amount of silver needed to mine iron ore in Don Han Stone Forest, and reviewed a part of the recent account books. She discovered that even though battles were happening everywhere, the few shops she had asked Tong Thok to open before the Lunar New Year were still profitable. By the time Yen Minqua came out wearing a dry set of sleeping clothes, Lam So had already listed a full page of financial details. She told Yen Minqua her plan. Yen Minqua pondered for a moment, then said, I will send a troop of soldiers. Mining is a big undertaking. The movement of troops requires a considerable amount of provisions. Previously, Jutan's provisions were all supplied from within the pass. But after the second prince ascended the throne, the northwest and southwest regions clearly did not submit to his administration. Now that the sixth prince had raised his own banner, the imperial court would certainly cut off provisions to the regions outside the pass. Lam So didn't know how many provisions Jutan had left, but she had already thought of this problem, so she took the opportunity to say sending troops there makes the target too big. I'm afraid it will be discovered by the second prince's people. Moreover, how many provisions does Jutan have left? It's only early spring, and now with no imperial court supply, I'm afraid Jutan's provisions won't last long either. If a large number of troops are sent to Quan Kim Dong, Provisions will also be a difficult problem. Yen Minhua originally didn't want to tell Lam So these things. After all, her knowing wouldn't help, on the contrary, it would only add to her worry. But now that Lam So had brought it up, he had no choice but to say this is already a dead-end situation. The entire northwest region relies on the imperial court for provisions. The sixth prince's military supplies currently mainly rely on his maternal grandfather's southwest army. But the southwest region is also not wealthy. Their military resources are only enough to sustain the southwest army. When there's no shortage of provisions, the northwest army is like wolves. If military resources are only enough to sustain one army, then it's naturally the northwest army that will be abandoned. Lam So felt this was absurd. She sighed. The south always has wealthy cities. If the northwest and southwest armies join forces, can't they even plunder enough provisions to supply both armies? Yen Minhua rubbed her head. Otherwise, why do you think the sixth prince has to forge weapons? Only then did Lam So understand. It was precisely because the second prince monopolized the supply of weapons that most of the weapons in the sixth prince's hands were cast iron. Cast iron is very fragile. With inferior weaponry on the battlefield, even a slight mishap can cost one's life. Because their weaponry was inferior, they couldn't defeat the troops under the second prince. If they couldn't defeat them, they couldn't plunder the wealthy cities. If they couldn't plunder, they couldn't stockpile enough provisions. Therefore, the sixth prince's army still faced a shortage of food even after spring began. No wonder Din Vien didn't want to return. If he returned, at best he would lose the credit for assisting the prince to ascend the throne. At worst, he would be besieged in Yao City. When provisions ran out, he might even be attacked by the barbarians. Realizing these things, Lam Chu broke out in a cold sweat. On the surface, Yen Minhua returned to supervise the manufacturing of weapons, but in reality, it was no different from choosing a path to his own death. Given the sixth prince's high regard for Yen Minhua, it was impossible for him to let Yen Minhua return. So there was only one possibility: he himself had Rex Tet to return. Looking at Yen Minhua again, Lam Chu couldn't help but be filled with emotion. You abandoned a broad path of fame and fortune to return to this northwest. What if, when that time comes, the weapons can't be forged, the city runs out of food, and the barbarians attack? Yen Minhua paused slightly, then said, if that day truly comes, as long as I'm still alive, I will help you escape. Hey, this guy is saying cheesy words again. But Lam Chu had to admit, she was truly touched by Yen Minhua's words. That night, due to Yen Minhua's indulgence, the night stretched on. The next morning, Lam Chu woke up early. Yen Minhua had probably been running back and forth for several days without rest, so he was sleeping quite deeply. Lam Chu gently traced his eyebrows and eyes with her finger, but he showed no signs of waking. She didn't know when, but in front of her he had completely let down his guard. Lam Chu gently got up, picked up the blueprints she had drawn for mining, and left the room. Steelmaking had become urgent. The blacksmith, ever since his shop was blown up by a bomb Lam Chu accidentally created, had voluntarily stayed on as a long-term worker in the manor. Just yesterday, Venu had put out word that iron might need to be forged, and he immediately built a forge overnight. His work efficiency quite astonished Lam Chu. When Qin Hoa led Lam Chu there, Lam Chu looked at the dilapidated house with a bit of surprise. Does our manor really have such a rundown house? Qin Hoa secretly told Lam Chu Deputy General Vien specifically instructed this. Remembering the scene she had accidentally witnessed yesterday, where Vien Tam and the blacksmith were at odds, Lam Chu suddenly understood, nodding. Oh. Lam Chu had always thought her conversation with Qin Hoa was very quiet. When the dilapidated door in front of them was opened from inside, seeing the blacksmith standing at the doorway, Lam Chu still felt a bit awkward and speechless. She imitated Yen Minhua, putting on an expressionless face. Master Blacksmith, you're up early. The blacksmith had probably never encountered such a greeting. He was stunned for a moment. Then, with an undisguisable weary expression, he said, not early at all. I only just caught a wink when dawn broke. This blacksmith was clearly not good with words. These words left Lam Chu unsure how to continue the conversation. Seeing the newly built forge in the room, which appeared to be dry, Lam Chu said, I heard you just built this forge yesterday? The blacksmith didn't know what Lam Chu's intentions were, and vaguely nodded. Can it be used now? Lam Chu asked a little expectantly. The blacksmith scratched his head. A newly built forge usually needs to dry for a day or two before it can be used. But I used fire to dry this one all night yesterday, and if I light a fire to dry it a bit more today, it'll be ready. Knowing the forge could be used, Lam So was secretly delighted. She said, "Ill trouble, why? Oh, you to help me smelt some iron." The blacksmith thought this was Wei Nu's instruction and immediately agreed. Watching the blacksmith light the charcoal fire, wait for it to burn strongly, and then add the iron ore, Lam So's hand, holding the drawing, couldn't help but break out in a sweat. The principle of the Chuan Kuang method of steelmaking is actually very simple. Select high-content iron ore. Smelt it to produce high-quality pig iron. Then pour the molten pig iron onto wrought iron. Through the melting process, the iron absorbs carbon to become steel. The difficult part is that achieving the temperature for the pig iron to melt is not easy at all. According to the Chuan Kuang method, pig iron is melted and poured onto hot wrought iron. This combination helps balance the carbon content, creating high-quality steel, often used for forging swords and other sharp weapons and tools. This technique was invented during the Northern and Southern dynasties, and was meticulously recorded by the famous scholar Shen Kuai-sun Kuo of the Northern Song dynasty in his work Dream Pool Essays Meng Shi Bi Tan. Lam So had asked the blacksmith to smelt pig iron first to test if this traditional furnace could reach the temperature to liquefy pig iron. If not, she would have to find a way to increase the furnace's temperature. As she was busy, a guard suddenly ran over. Whether from haste or the heat, his head was covered in sweat. "Madam, this is bad." Lam So found this guard unfamiliar. She said, "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" The guard gasped, "The young master has disappeared." Chapter 65. Chapter 65. What do you mean Junyi is missing? Lam So's heart clenched. The guard wiped the sweat from his forehead this morning. When Miss Wei woke up, she found the young master was nowhere to be seen. "If he was gone, why didn't you come report it?" Lam So interrupted the guard. "If something truly happened, could you bear the responsibility?" The guard's expression was troubled. It was Miss Wei's instruction. She said she was afraid the young master had merely run off to play for a moment and told us subordinates to search everywhere first. But we've been searching for over an hour, and the nearby alleys have also been checked. But there's no sign of the young master. Only then did this humble servant think to report to Madam. Lam So could no longer stand still. She gathered her skirts and walked out. That child has always been well behaved and never runs off on his own. How could he go missing? Send more people to search. Has the general already known about this? The guard bowed and respectfully replied, "Commander Song has already reported to the general." Hearing this, Lam So's gaze shifted slightly. Her initially hurried steps also slowed down somewhat. She carefully looked at the guard again. The guard seemed to sense Lam So's scrutinizing gaze and lowered his head further. Lam So noticed that his thumb and forefinger had very thick calluses, but his palm didn't have much. This was not the hand of a soldier who frequently used swords and sabers. What kind of weapon would create such thick calluses between the thumb and forefinger? Suddenly remembering the cloaked figure who had attacked the sixth prince, whom Song Tua had mentioned, and who had injured Yan Minghua, Lam So's heart pounded. She retracted her gaze and said to Jing He before coming here, "I told the general that the iron might be smelted before breakfast. Now I'm afraid I can't wait any longer. Please stay here and keep watch for me. I'll go back and look for Junyi. That child is probably just playing hide and seek again." Lam So's words sounded very strange. Jing He was a little confused and only said, "This servant will go back with Madam first, and will return later to see if the iron has been smelted." The blacksmith heard the two mistress and servant talking and couldn't help but feel a bit more annoyed. "Do you really think smelting iron is as easy as cooking rice?" Lam So suddenly retorted sharply, "If you truly had skill, you wouldn't be making a living outside this pass. You would have long since gone to Nanduo. You're just pretending and deceiving us who are laymen." The blacksmith didn't expect Lam So to suddenly speak such harsh words. His expression turned ugly. He threw the large charcoal tongs to the ground. "Indeed, this old man only knows how to pretend. I can't do this job." The guard tilted his head and glanced at the furnace, where the iron ore had just been added but wasn't yet red hot. He looked at the dilapidated house, the corner of his mouth seeming to curl into a scornful smile. Because he tilted his head, he revealed a patch of skin at the back of his neck, dry like old tree bark. What, you've taken the money but can't produce the goods, so you're just going to pack up and leave? The contempt in Lam So's words was clearly undisguised. If you want to leave, then go tell my husband. Kin Hoa, watch him, don't let this fellow escape. Having said that, Lam So turned and walked out. The guard, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved up, followed behind. Kin Hoa seemed to have realized something, her gaze changed, and she quickly caught up to Lam So, resolutely saying, Madam, the master has instructed that this servant must not leave your side for half a step. The blacksmith had not interacted much with Lam So, only finding this commandant's wife truly very strange today. Recalling Lam So's contemptuous words, he still couldn't swallow his anger. Watching the iron ore slowly redden in the furnace, he picked up a piece with tongs and began to forge. He had to forge a complete product, to make that commandant's wife lose face. Kin Hoa usually didn't carry a sword when at home, but her physique was not inferior to that of an adult man, and coupled with her dark complexion, she still gave others a sense of pressure. Lam So sighed inwardly, trying to signal to her with her eyes. Kin Hoa understood Lam So's gaze, but only bowed and clasped her hand. DS, then followed closely beside Lam So. Lam So knew she couldn't persuade Kin Hoa to stay. She looked at Kin Hoa with a complicated expression, and the other person gave her a reassuring look. Every nerve in Kin Chua's body involuntarily tensed. She tried to restrain herself from revealing any killing intent. Her gaze occasionally darted towards the guard beside them, full of vigilance. Lam So's palms were also slick with cold sweat. The room assigned to the blacksmith, to be precise, was one of several houses Yen Min Kwa had bought near the residence. To connect these properties, a side door had been opened in the wall. This area was often used to house Yen Min Kwa's private guards. Lam So spent most of her time in the main compound, rarely visiting these properties. Lam So led Kin Hoa along the path they had taken to arrive. Seeing this, the guard suddenly spoke up, Madam, I know a shortcut back to the courtyard. Please follow me, Madam. Kin Hoa immediately shouted, when did the residents get an extra shortcut? Hearing this, the guard glanced at Kin Hoa. Perhaps he knew her identity, so he merely said indifferently it was Leader Tong who previously had people make an opening in this wall to connect all the courtyards. Going from here to the west courtyard and then to the main compound will shorten the distance. Kin Hoa was about to say something else, but Lam So secretly signaled to her with her eyes. Kin Hoa seemed to understand and said nothing more. Only the "And did Lam So speak up, I see. Then you lead the way." The guard smiled, leading Lam So and Kin Hoa onward. When Yen Min Kwa woke up, it was already late morning. After he washed his face, he took a walk around the courtyard but didn't see Lam So anywhere. Just then, he saw Tong Thok entering from outside the courtyard and asked, Have you seen Madam? Many brothers were injured yesterday. Tong Thok was still busy today arranging for them, so busy his feet barely touched the ground. Kin Hoa was in charge of matters in the inner quarters, so he hadn't paid much attention, and shook his head, saying, This morning, your subordinate has not seen Madam. He was about to suggest asking Kin Hoa, but looking around he didn't see Kin Hoa either, and found it strange himself. Where is Kin Hoa gone? Seeing Yen Min Kwa's expression turn unpleasant, Tong Thok quickly said, Madam is probably with Miss V. Yen Min Kwa's right eyelid twitched. A baseless irritation rose in his heart. He said nothing more to Tong Thok, and turned to walk towards Vinu's room. Opening the door, he saw Vinu slumped beside the bed, her face pale. Under the bed was a chamber pot. Clearly she had just been suffering from morning sickness. Han Quan Deep stood by the bed, her small chubby hand gently patting Vinu's back to help her breathe. Are you sick, sister? Yen Min Kwa frowned. He had no concept of women being pregnant, and didn't even know about morning sickness. Vinu gave him a significant glare. He took the cup of tea Han Quan Deep offered, rinsed her mouth, and then said, Just wait until your wife gets pregnant later. Then you'll know. Yen Min Kwa heard the sarcasm in Vinu's words. If she could speak with this tone, then it was probably nothing serious. He said, If you need anything, just tell the kitchen. Recalling his purpose for coming here, Yen Min Kwa asked again, Did Soni come here this morning? Lately I've been quite sleepy, waking up late in the mornings. Your wife isn't here. After Vinu finished speaking, she realized something was amiss. Her expression changed. Is something wrong? Yen Min Kwa's expression appeared calm, but the irritation gathered on his brow betrayed him. He only said one sentence, "It's nothing, I just didn't see Sony when I woke up this morning, so I'm going to look elsewhere." Vinu teased, "Your wife is all grown up. Could she possibly get lost? Perhaps she just went out for a bit? She'll be back soon." Yen Min Kwa nodded dismissively and strode out of the room. Han Quan Deep watched his departing back and subtly frowned. There were only so many places in the residence, and every conceivable spot had been searched. Yen Min Kwa's irritation grew by the minute. Tong Thok whistled a signal only they understood, but heard no reply from Kin Hoa. He worried, "Your subordinate has asked the guards at the gate. They said they didn't see the madam and Kin Hoa leave." Sensing Yen Min Kwa's increasingly gloomy aura, Tong Thok broke out in a cold sweat, though the sky was clear. He suddenly felt this was a conspiracy. The enemy in the shadows must have observed that yesterday they had almost mobilized all the private guards in the residence to protect the dam. Because of the battle at the South City Gate, most of them were injured. Yen Min Kwa had brought back an army. The army outside had surrounded several adjacent houses like an iron barrel. He had thought the residence was safe, but there weren't enough people, so he had left several hidden guard posts within the residence unattended. Yen Min Kwa had clearly realized this too. He commanded in a low voice, "Tell the people outside to blockade the entire compound. Assemble everyone in the residence. Even if we have to dig up these 3 adjacent compounds 3 feet deep, you must find her for me." The pomegranate tree in the flower courtyard was in full bloom, but a strong wind last night had blown many petals down. They stuck to the wet bluestone pavement, and people coming and going in the courtyard trampled the petals into mud, a sight both beautiful and desolate. Before this, when the battle at Jutan erupted, many people had fled south for refuge, leaving behind many empty houses. Yen Min Kwa had previously purchased 3 houses adjacent to the residence to station 500 shadow guards. One house was used to accommodate the external servants in the residence. The other 2 were used to station the shadow guards. The courtyards were very spacious. On normal days, the shadow guards would also practice martial arts there. The blacksmith's current forge was a converted woodshed in the last courtyard. Seeing a group of soldiers rush into his shop, the blacksmith picked up a cloth to wipe the sweat from his face. Having been vexed by Lam So earlier, his tone was full of irritation. "I don't like to be disturbed when I'm forging iron." The shop was dilapidated, and its furnishings sparse. Besides a forge, a workbench, and a water vat beside it, there was nothing else. Tong Thok merely glanced around, about to withdraw, when he saw Yen Min Kwa enter, his face as cold as ice. His aura was too powerful. The blacksmith instinctively stopped swinging his large iron hammer to forge the raw iron. He squinted at the man walking against the light. This was the first time the blacksmith had met Yen Min Kwa. Winter had long passed, but this man seemed to carry the very essence of ice. His oppressive aura made people disregard his appearance entirely, only feeling as if they were being stared down by a wild wolf from the northern lands. "Has my wife been here?" Although it was a question, it was spoken with an affirmative tone. The words were clearly polite, yet they created a sense of interrogation. The blacksmith mused that in his many years traveling north and south, he had witnessed no small number of prominent figures. But a person with an aura like the man before him, he feared there were few in the world. He saw a pair of magnolia earrings in Yen Min Kwa's hand, the earrings still caked with mud. He guessed Yen Min Kwa had probably picked up these earrings outside the door. In this residence, there was only one person who could be called Madam. Recalling Lam So's strange demeanor when she left, the blacksmith frowned, still a little displeased. "Your wife did indeed come here this morning, telling me to forge this batch of iron ore. But then someone came to call her away. It seemed they said the young master in the residence had gone missing." Hearing this, Song Thak felt an ominous premonition. Had someone used a ploy to lure Lin Chu away? Yen Min Kwa's face was cold as water. He squeezed the magnolia earring tightly in his palm. His voice, like an icy blade, tore through the silence of the room. "Did you see which direction they went? If they had gone the way they came, then during the recent search Lin Chu would surely have been found. At that time I was busy at the forge, I didn't pay attention." The blacksmith spoke honestly. He had been so provoked then that he was in no mood to notice which way Lin Chu went. Yen Min Kwa merely glanced at him, then turned and left, leaving behind a command: "Send someone to keep an eye on him." Song Thak had followed Yen Mingqua for so many years that he naturally knew what he meant. He acknowledged with a sound, then ordered a few men to stay and watch the blacksmith. The blacksmith's expression was displeased, but upon carefully recalling Lin Chu's suddenly sharp attitude, and the fact that people from the manor were searching for her, the blacksmith vaguely guessed what had happened in the manor. In the end he said nothing more. Stepping out of the forge, Song Thak caught up with Yen Mingqua's steps. The vast manor, apart from the hurried footsteps, there was no other sound, suddenly became suffocatingly oppressive. Song Thak intended to say a few words to comfort Yen Mingqua, but upon seeing his expression, and then looking at the last half of the manor that had yet to be searched, he suddenly found himself speechless. "Madam, I hope nothing untoward has happened." As the group was walking, Yen Mingqua suddenly stopped. He picked up the other magnolia earring that had fallen by the roadside. He looked towards the bend ahead, his eyes narrowing. The guards searched everywhere. One guard noticed a strong drag mark in the grass nearby. That mark disappeared at a wall covered in vines. The guard approached, using his dagger to push aside the vines. When he saw the person hidden behind the vines, the guard's pupils contracted, and he shouted loudly, "Master!" Chapter 66. Yen Mingqua was assessing the distinct marks on the wall ahead, and a severed branch as thick as a wrist lying on the ground. The cut was smooth, not like those made by a sword or blade. He couldn't help but fall into contemplation. This kind of method. It shouldn't be that person. Hearing the loud shout from the guard beside him, he pulled himself out of his thoughts and strode forward. Seeing that the person fallen behind the vine-covered wall was Jinghe, and that she was covered in blood, Yen Mingqua's expression couldn't help but turn grim. "Song Thak," he called softly, his voice seemingly suppressing something. Although he was extremely calm, he always gave others the illusion that he was only an inch away from a furious rage. Song Thak, seeing Jinghe in such a state, also felt a pang in his heart, and immediately stepped forward to check. He placed his hand on Jinghe's neck, then said joyfully, "Master, she's still breathing." He then forcefully pressed several major acupoints on Jinghe's body. Jinghe, who was unconscious, slowly regained consciousness, and weakly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Yen Mingqua, her eyes seemed to light up, and she struggled to say quickly, "Save. Save, madam." Jinghe had many cuts of varying degrees on her body, none of which appeared to be caused by swords or blades. Yen Mingqua's lips pressed tightly into a cold straight line. He had a vague guess in his heart. He asked in a deep voice, "Where did they take madam?" Kin Hoa shook her head in shame. Although she had found an opportunity to sneak attack, she was still no match for that guard. The guard had used a weapon like a zither string, as flexible as a snake, and as sharp as a knife. If that guard hadn't assumed Lin Chu knew no martial arts and wasn't wary of her, allowing Lin Chu to find an opening and hit his he with a brick, it's likely her limbs would have been severed by the guard's string. Yen Mingqua's face was as cold as frost. He sent people to take Jinghe back to find a physician for treatment, while he himself led Song Thak and the others to continue the search. Turning past the west wall, Song Thak was chilled to see the bodies scattered across the ground. The intruder must be a master. Otherwise, how could they have killed all the guards by the west wall without making a sound? Song Thak cautiously looked at Yen Mingqua, but saw Yen Mingqua's gaze fall upon a banyan tree outside the manor. This banyan tree was ancient, with a massive trunk, but beneath it was an incredibly clear-cut mark. Yen Mingqua stepped forward and pushed against the banyan tree trunk above the cut mark. A loud thud was heard, and the several zhangtall banyan trees snapped cleanly at the cut and collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone present showed signs of shock. Yen Mingqua coldly uttered 4 words, "Prefect Wang Jihui." Things seemed to have become much more complicated. The last time the 6th prince was attacked, he had ordered an investigation. The black-robed man who used the zither string was known as Ghost Hall in the martial arts world, a group of assassins recruited by the 2nd prince. Prefect Wang Jihui is Mo Xingfeng's man, and Mo Xingfeng is currently working for the 3rd prince. These two appearing together outside the pass was a bit puzzling. Ahead were 3 forks in the road. Song Thak was about to ask Yen Mingqua if they needed to split up to pursue, when he saw Yen Mingqua suddenly advance a few steps and pick up a piece of white zither string lying on the ground. This object looked like a zither string. Song Thak immediately remembered the strange black-robed man he had fought last time. Goosebumps uncontrollably rose on his skin, and he said, "Master, allow your subordinate to fetch your bow." Yen Minqua's gaze was icy cold. He placed his index finger to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. A moment later the ground trembled. Looking up, they saw a large black horse galloping from the distant street, followed by hundreds of cavalrymen. Each cavalryman had two gleaming curved sabers, like scythes, hanging from their saddles, radiating killing intent. Song Thak's pupils contracted. This was the wolf cavalry. "You stay and guard the manor," Yen Minqua said, then agilely mounted the large black horse, cracked his whip, and galloped away like the wind. A dense forest. The black-robed man, Ghost Hall, carried the unconscious Lin Chu like a sack of sand. The human skin mask on his face had fallen off halfway. Half of his face was that of a young man, while the other half was aged like pine bark. He grimly looked at the three people opposite him. When he saw the elegant young master in green robes with completely healthy legs, his pupils trembled. "Your legs." The young master in green only chuckled faintly. "If I couldn't even calculate my own fortune and misfortune, wouldn't my title as the greatest diviner under heaven be utterly laughable?" Ghost Hall looked at Jihui, the burly man holding a pair of axes beside him. His gaze then fell upon the beautiful middle-aged woman holding a large pair of scissors. He was clearly very wary of this woman. The Black Widow has hidden herself in the martial arts world for many years, and now she too has come to stir this muddy water? The woman called Black Widow merely sneered. In the martial arts world she also had quite a reputation. Her manner of dress was naturally not like that of a respectable woman. Her eyes and lips were full of charm. Every smile, every gesture was infinitely seductive. She raised the large scissors in her hand. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Everyone says Ghost Hall's death string is unbreakable. But against my sparrow scissors, who will win and who will lose is yet to be determined. Ghost Hall had previously fought with the Black Widow. A section of his death string had been cut. At this moment he naturally dared not risk his life again. The opponent also had Prefect Wang Jihui. Ghost Hall knew his chances of victory were slim, so he immediately wrapped the string around Lin Chu's neck. "Don't you want this woman? Put down your weapons and I will spare her life. Otherwise, my death string is incredibly sharp. With just a slight slip, this bowtie's head will be severed," Ghost Hall threatened. Black Widow seemed to hear a loud joke. She let out a charming chuckle. "All my life, I've hated women more beautiful than me. Perfectly timed, I'll drink some bowtie's blood. It can even maintain my youth." Kui Duong's heart constricted. The life-snatching cord on Lam So's neck gently grazed her, immediately drawing blood. The Black Widow licked her full red lips, an intoxicated expression on her face. "This little bowtie's blood smells truly fragrant." Lam So had been knocked unconscious before. The pain in her neck now brought her back to consciousness. Her mind was still muddled. She dared not make a sound, adjusting her breathing to mimic her previous state, pretending to be unconscious while assessing her surroundings. Her memory before losing consciousness was still of being in the manor. The assassin disguised as a guard wanted to attack her. Seeing that Kin Hoa was no match and was in danger, she seized the opportunity to hit the head of the assassin disguised as a guard with a brick. Afterwards, the assassin furiously wanted to kill her. In the middle of the road, a black-faced man wielding a pair of axes appeared. She was then tossed back and forth by the assassin as he evaded the burly man's attacks, became dizzy, and passed out. In the gloomy, dense forest, Lam So heard the woman's lazy voice and got goosebumps. What kind of strange people had she encountered today? "You declared you wanted my legs. If I don't take your life, it would truly be a bit unbecoming." This voice was warm and clear, like that of a scholar before a sage. But the content of his words sent shivers down Lam's spine. She felt this voice was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where she had heard it. She could only secretly open a slit in her eyes, looking towards the opposite side. Although Lam So had only met Mo Hanfong once, his warm aura was truly too easy to recognize. Lam So easily recognized him as the female lead's father, Mo Hanfong. Why did Mo Hanfong come to this border pass? Lam So immediately wondered if the news of Nu's pregnancy had reached his ears. Her mind was racing with thoughts, but in reality, it was only a fleeting moment. Kui Duong still wanted to take a risk. He stared at Emo Han Fong and said, "This is your junior brother's woman you've been chasing me for so long. Isn't it to save her?" Emo Han Fong merely chuckled softly, then coughed. "It seems you've misunderstood me." He ordered Fu Vong Cat Hoi, who stood beside him, make your move. Cat Hoi nodded to him, swinging an axe forward. Kui Duong barely dodged it. The large axe split into a mighty tree behind him. Afterwards, it returned to Cat Hoi's hand. The mighty tree crashed to the ground, startling all the birds in the forest. Kui Duong gritted his teeth, brandishing the cord in his hand. The Black Widow agilely somersaulted in the air. The sparrow scissors in her hand cut off his life-snatching cord with a clack. Her full red lips curved upward, struggling in vain. Kui Duong realized they only wanted his life. He knew Emo Han Fong was a man who repaid kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. If he prolonged it any further, he feared he truly wouldn't have another chance to survive. He immediately threw Lam So away and leapt deep into the forest. Cat Hoi threw the large axe towards him. Kui Duong couldn't dodge in time, letting out a tragic scream as the axe slammed him mid-air. His entire body writhed in agony like a worm. Lam So was thrown by Kui Duong and fell very hard. She lay on the ground, gritting her teeth, not daring to take a deep breath. Her heart pounded in her chest. She tried to maintain a steady breath. Fortunately, the footsteps had passed by her. Cold sweat broke out on Lam So's back. Only then did she relax slightly. Cat Hoi walked over, intending to finish Kui Duong off completely. He raised his axe high. Unexpectedly, the heavily wounded Kui Duong suddenly swung his cord directly at his neck. Cat Hoi's pupils sharply constricted. He leaned back, holding the axe with one hand to guard his chest. The Black Widow noticed something amiss, threw the sparrow scissors directly over Catchit. The cord wrapped around the axe and then tightened around Cat Hoi's neck. In that moment of extreme peril, Cat Hoi caught the sparrow scissors, cut the life-snatching cord, and then swung his axe at Kui Duong. Kui Duong was completely dead. Cat Hoi's neck only bore a small scratch from the rope. He returned the sparrow-shaped sigh. "Soars to the Black Widow, many thanks." The Black Widow took back the scissors, saying nothing. She leaned against a large tree trunk, one foot planted firmly. Her gaze occasionally flickered towards Emo Han Fong. In her eyes were surprise, scrutiny, and a few other things. The sound of horse hooves came from afar, accompanied by a sharp horn blast. Emo Han Fong's lips curved into a thin line here. The Black Widow's gaze fell upon Lam So lying on the ground, a hint of greed in her eyes. "Young master, may this woman be handed over to me for disposal?" Emo Han Fong merely glanced at her indifferently. "If you want to be hunted down and killed by Yen Min Kwa's wolf cavalry guard, then go ahead and try." Lam So's heart, as she lay on the ground, pounded fiercely. "Yen Min Kwa is here." The Black Widow, hearing the name Wolf Cavalry Guard, knew she couldn't touch this woman, and unwillingly licked her lips. What a pity! For her, the more beautiful a woman, the more fragrant and nourishing her blood. "If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave at all." Emo Han Fong left that remark, then walked ahead. Lam So heard this, knowing that they would likely have to leave before Yen Min Kwa arrived. She had to leave some clue for Yen Min Kwa. She subtly moved her finger on the ground. Suddenly, loud footsteps approached her. Lam So quickly lay still, adjusting her breathing to feign unconsciousness. Cat Hoi walked over, hoisted Lam So onto his shoulder, and followed Emo Han P. Hung's steps. The Black Widow looked at Emo Han Fong's elegant back, then at her own seductive figure. In her eyes was a wild desire to conquer. She uttered a tsk. "It's the first time I've seen such a cold man." Then she swayed her hips seductively and followed. Emerging from the forest, a carriage quickly arrived to pick them up. Lam So expected to be thrown inside the carriage. To her surprise, she was placed next to the driver in the front. The man with a face dark as an iron tower sat beside her. She could only try to curl up as the cold wind was still biting. The Black Widow looked at the ready horse, raised an eyebrow, and looked towards the carriage. "I want to ride in the carriage." Cat Hoi said with an impassive face. "There is only one carriage." The Black Widow then smiled. "Wouldn't it be better for me to be in the carriage, protecting the young master's safety?" Cat Hoi maintained his wooden face. "The young master has a cleanliness obsession." Black Widow. Lam So. Ah, so this was why she was tossed outside the carriage to endure the cold wind. Cat Hui cracked the horsewhip and asked Emo Han Fong, young master, are we returning to the villa? Perhaps having just caught a chill, Emo Han Fong coughed for a long while before speaking to Yen Manor. Cat Hui heard this. His gaze was somewhat complicated. He said nothing more, merely swung his horsewhip to drive the carriage. The Black Widow rode beside him, glancing into the carriage and echoed, young master has a truly brilliant scheme. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That fellow surnamed Yen is searching for his wife all over the city. Little does he know we're going straight to his manor. But what exactly is in the Yen manor that makes the ghost hall come personally? Emo Han Fong naturally wouldn't answer her. Cat Hui said, our army previously fought against the Imperial Court's White Horse Pass. Duke Han was sent to supervise the battle. That old fox always goes with the flow. He was afraid that if the third prince were to win, when he wanted to surrender, the second prince would use his wives, concubines, and children in the manor to threaten him. So, he secretly brought all his descendants to White Horse Pass. Little did he know that in that brutal battle, apart from the old fox Duke Han himself, all his descendants died at White Horse Pass. How could that old fox allow his line to end? He heard that one grandchild was in Yen Minqua's hands, so he specifically sent people to snatch that grandchild back. The Black Widow chuckled twice. Why would the ghost hall, after snatching the child, also snatch the man's wife? Could it be that they saw the man's wife was beautiful and had other intentions? Cat Hui said the ghost hall's actions, I'm afraid, are a feint to the east, attack to the west. The Yen manor is now surrounded like an iron barrel. If they directly snatched Duke Han's grandson, I'm afraid they would be torn to shreds by the Wolf Rider guards before even leave Anji the manor. Now Yen Minqua has led the Wolf Rider guards to search for his wife. The second prince's men can seize this opportunity to take Duke Han's grandson away. The Black Widow raised a hand to stroke a strand of hair by her ear, fawning, this time, when we go to the Yen manor and conveniently bring back Duke Han's grandson, perhaps the third prince will gain another helper. Your wisdom, young master, is something we can hardly compare to. Inside the carriage, Emo Han Fong's lips merely curved into a cold smile. Unbeknownst to what he was thinking, his perpetually bottomless eyes gradually melted away their tenderness. I am merely here to meet an old acquaintance. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Lam So closed her eyes, pretending to be dead, but her heart was pounding. Old acquaintance? Besides Venu, who else could Emo Han Fong's old acquaintance be? If he really met Venu, her belly was already big now. This pregnancy could not be hidden no matter what. With Emo Han Fong's stubborn persistence regarding Venu, he would certainly take her away. Would Venu truly have to suffer the same fate as in the original work? Lam So's heart was a tangled mess. The carriage traveled for not long before turning into the alley where the Yen Manor was located. As the entire Yen Manor was currently under strict curfew, they dared not approach carelessly, and also feared Lam So being recognized by the soldiers inside the manor. The carriage stopped in a narrow alley. From here they could observe the activity in front of the Yen Manor's gates, yet it was extremely discreet, not easily discovered by others. In front of the manor gates, heavy troops stood guard, creating an atmosphere of strictness and readiness for battle. Inside, faint noises and cries of killing could be heard. Recalling the conversation between Cat Hui and that beautiful woman in the carriage, Lam So's heart tightened again. Could it be that the second prince's men had already made their move? Yen Minqua had led men to search for her, and with Venu's hot temper, she naturally couldn't stand by idly and watch Han Quan Deep be taken by the second prince's men. She didn't know why Emo Han Fong had brought her along. Clearly, she had previously been taken hostage by the Ghost Hall, and Emo Han Fong had no intention of rescuing her. Perhaps at that time it was to make the Ghost Hall believe that she truly held no exploitable value for him. But currently Lam So also didn't think she could have any exploitable value for him. Could he intend to use the fact that he had saved her to gain favor with Yen Minqua? With Emo Han Fong's manner of conduct, this was impossible. However, she could try to see if she could make Emo Han Fong bestow a favor upon Yen Minqua. She was truly worried about Venu and Han Quan Deep. She immediately opened her eyes, pretending as if she had just woken up, looked around vaguely, then stared warily at Cat Hui. Who are you? From inside the carriage came A clear voice, Madam Yen has woken up just in time. The carriage curtain was drawn aside, and Emo Hanfong's gentle face with a faint smile appeared before her eyes. Lin Chu's expression stiffened slightly. She didn't know if Mu Hanfong had realized she had been faking unconsciousness the whole way, but having reached this point, she could only play tough and continue acting. Lin Chu feigned surprise, so it was Senior Brother Mu who saved me. I must tell my husband that we need to properly thank Senior Brother Mu. The smile on Mu Hanfong's face was like a perfect mask. He said blandly, we are family after all. Speaking of rewards seems overly formal. When this old woman was almost killed in the forest, you certainly didn't say that. Lin Chu cursed inwardly, her face still wearing a faint smile. Senior Brother Mu is right. She looked towards Yen Manor, seeing all the soldiers pointing their long spears towards the gate, her expression showing worry. There must be assassins inside the manor. We cannot receive Senior Brother Mu at the moment. I hope Senior Brother will forgive me. I must return to the manor to see what's happening. Having laid the groundwork for half a day, Lin Chu finally delivered this last sentence. Without waiting for Mu Hanfong's reply, she jumped down from the carriage. Before her feet could even touch the ground, a gleaming large axe was held horizontally against her neck. Lin Chu's expression froze. Senior Brother Mu, what is the meaning of this? Guh. Hui, do not be rude to my junior sister-in-law. Mu Hanfong gently raised his hand, gesturing for Gu Hui to withdraw the large axe. He then looked at Lin Chu, saying unhurriedly, junior sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. There are assassins in the manor. To prevent you from encountering any misfortune, it will be safer for you to stay here. This was a disguised form of house arrest, to make her witness the chaos in the manor with her own eyes, yet be unable to do anything. Looking at the flawless, impeccable smile on Mu Hanfong's face, Lin Chu wished she could slap him twice. But she was merely a prisoner now, unable to act tough, so she could only stand stiffly in place. Previously, Mu Hanfong had called her Madam Yen, but now he was calling her junior sister-in-law. Perhaps he saw her calling him Senior Brother Mu as an attempt to be friendly, so he played along like a cat toying with a mouse. Lin Chu was so angry she gnashed her teeth. Just then, with a crash, the large gate of Yen Manor was kicked violently open from within. Although the gate of this compound didn't look very large, it was solid wood after all. It seemed that those who wanted to snatch Han Junyi were no ordinary people. Lin Chu's heart burned with anxiety, but she could only stand there, consumed by worry. She saw a huge man, muscles bulging like rocks, appearing at the doorway, clutching Han Junyi under his armpit. His physique could rival Tu Wang Hus. Behind him were a few masked figures, dressed in black. The manor guards were about to shoot arrows and throw spears, but the huge man's hand, like a fan, tightened its grip on Han Junyi's neck. Song Tua led his men from inside the manor to surround them. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, the young master is in his hands, don't shoot arrows. Mu Hanfong watched the scene with interest, letting out a soft, somewhat mocking laugh. Lin Chu knew what he was mocking. The goal of these people was to take Han Junyi back. They certainly wouldn't dare to truly harm the boy. Song Tua didn't know their purpose in abducting Han Junyi, which made him cautious. This, in turn, allowed them to exploit the loophole, using Han Junyi to threaten Song Tua and the others. Rows of archers in front of the manor gate drew their bows, but dared not shoot. The huge man roared threateningly, get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. Otherwise I'll kill this brat. Song Tua, helpless, made a gesture, and the manor guards retreated a few steps. The huge man looked at the black-clad figures behind him, realizing a few more had not yet arrived. He immediately shouted loudly into the manor, stop fighting. Hurry up and go. A black-clad figure, clutching his wounded stomach, staggered over, cursing that pregnant woman is too difficult to deal with. She's already bleeding, but she's still chasing and fighting us. Han Junyi heard this sentence, and his pupils trembled. He silently took a long nail from inside his sleeve. On the first day of his revival, he had secretly found a long nail and sharpened it when no one was looking. Now this nail was incredibly sharp. Short weapons like daggers were too conspicuous and easily discovered by others. He chose an inconspicuous long nail as a self-defense weapon. He would not use it unless absolutely necessary. The big man's attention was entirely focused on the mansion guards and Song Tua at the front gate. He didn't think Han Junyi being a child would be anything to guard against. "Let me go," Han Junyi cried out, his hands seemingly flailing wildly, but consistently trying to get closer to the big man's neck. His legs also kicked wildly, as if struggling out of extreme fear. However, his face was utterly cold, even with a hint of bloodlust. If anything happened to Mu Huaqiong, even if he flayed these people, it would be difficult to appease his hatred. Now, the big man roared, but unexpectedly, the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and then a gush of sweet, coppery blood surged up. The big man's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. His knees went weak and he collapsed to the ground. "Big brother?" A man in black noticed something amiss and lowered his head to look. He saw Han Junyi swat away the big man's hand that was gripping his neck, and emotionlessly jumped down from the man's body. In his blood-stained hand, he held a sharp object of unknown nature. Everyone was stunned by this sudden sight. Song Tuo also failed to react. "In time. You injured my mother, you deserve to die," Han Junyi said coldly. Gu Hui, seeing this scene, had a hint of surprise on his face. Mu Hangfeng then quirked his thin lips, as if he had discovered something interesting, quite interesting. "Lady Wei has miscarried. Quickly call a physician." A piercing shriek broke this brief silence. Hearing the words miscarriage, Han Junyi froze, merely staring blankly, raising his head to look towards the mansion gate. Streaks of blood crawled up the whites of his eyes at a visibly fast speed. His throat felt as if something was stuck in it. He wanted to make a sound but only felt a sharp pain. "Mu Huaqiong." He seemed about to cry, but the tears in the corners of his eyes stubbornly refused to fall. The assassin behind him wanted to grab him and flee, gripping his arm tightly. Han Junyi, with bloodshot eyes, turned his head back, twisted his arm, and his 5 fingers tightly gripped the assassin's arm, applying force with his fingertips. The assassin's arm seemed to be twisted like a rope, from the wrist to the armpit. It seemed as if the bones and flesh in his arm had been separated. The clothes on his arm couldn't withstand being twisted so many times and were shredded into fragments. The assassin's entire face contorted in pain. Only after a long moment did a miserable shriek escape him. As for Han Junyi, because he lacked the strength yet still attempted this move, his arm also became dislocated due to the reactive force. Separate ing tendons and dislocating bones hand. Song Tuo was inwardly horrified. Han Junyi paid no heed to these things. He couldn't even feel the pain in his dislocated arm. He flung away the assassin blocking his path and, using all his strength, ran towards the back courtyard. No longer needing to hold back, Song Tuo immediately ordered fire arrows. Countless sharp arrows shot the remaining assassins into porcupines. Song Thak also hurriedly ran back to the back courtyard. The alley where Mu Hangfeng had stopped his carriage was not far from the mansion gate, but this distance made it impossible to clearly hear what the people at the mansion gate had said. Lin Chu was also surprised to see that Han Junyi had dealt with an assassin. However, seeing both the boy and Song Thak hurriedly run into the mansion, the only thing Lin Chu could think of was that something had happened to Wei Ru. She felt as if someone had struck her head, her mind reeling. She no longer paid attention to anything else, gathering her legs and running towards the mansion gate. Gu Hu's expression changed, thinking she wanted to escape. He used the edge of his large axe to strike Lin Chu's abdomen. Lin Chu immediately fell backward. Gu Hu's strike was not heavy, but Lin Chu was a woman after all and did not know martial arts, so she only felt a dull ache spreading from her abdomen. She gritted her teeth and stood up, looking at Mu Hangfeng with hatred in her eyes. "Mu, you will regret this." Having said the she continued to run towards the mansion gate. The Black Widow let out a cold laugh, then leaped up and kicked Lin Chu in the back. The force of this kick was much stronger than Gu Hu's earlier strike. Lin Chu only felt a gush of sweet, metallic-tasting blood immediately surge up her throat. She collapsed to the ground, unable to regain her senses for a long time. It seemed as if all her internal organs were rattled. Physiological tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. The Black Widow stood to one side with her arms crossed. Her crimson lips curled as she arrogantly said, "Madam Yan, why are you so oblivious to the times? Wouldn't it be better to be obedient like before?" Although she had clearly been kicked in the back, Lin Chu only felt a sharp pain throbbing throughout her entire chest. She clutched her chest. Looking at the Black Widow with murderous intent in her eyes, I will remember this grudge. The Black Widow merely curled her lips in a sarcastic smile. Madam Yen, don't be angry. We only want you to be a little more obedient. Screech! A cry of an eagle rang out in the air. Lin Chu clenched her teeth tightly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard the sound of a dog barking. Woof woof! A large gray-black dog ran in from outside the alley, bearing its sharp white fangs with fierce eyes. From afar it leaped towards the Black Widow, its mouth wide open, saliva splashing, looking extremely terrifying. Where did this dog come from? The Black Widow was so scared her face turned pale, and she continuously backed away. She raised the scissors worn at her waist, intending to strike. From out of nowhere a giant object fell. The Black Widow only felt as if one of her shoulders was about to be crippled. A sharp object pierced through her shoulder. A piece of flesh on her leg was almost torn off by the fierce dog. She let out a tragic scream, turning her head to look at the giant object now on her shoulder. She only saw a pair of talons like iron hooks and stiff white feathers. Young master, save me. The Black Widow looked at Mu Hangfeng. Lin Chu lay on the ground, clearly hearing the thundering sound of hooves. Chapter 68. From afar dust swirled and a sharp horn sounded. Mu Hangfeng narrowed his eyes, looking at the iron cavalry that was rapidly approaching. A look of surprise appearing in his eyes. The wolf cavalry of Mo Bei? It seems they cannot be underestimated. The Black Widow's cry was too wretched. Gu Hui used his axe to help drive away the eagle with its talons deeply embedded in her shoulder. The eagle flew into the air, scratching off a piece of flesh from the Black Widow's shoulder. No longer restrained by the eagle, the Black Widow was finally free to drive away Little Gray. Little Gray dodged her scissors, still barking ferociously at her. A Yen Minhua forcefully pulled the reins of his warhorse at the mouth of the alley. Seeing Lam So lying on the ground, his pupils constricted. He dismounted from his horse and strode into the alley. Today he was not wearing armor, only a black ink-colored cloak, but as he approached step by step, the oppressive aura around him still made Cat Hoi involuntarily tighten his grip on his twin axes. Seeing that Mo Hanfeng's legs were still intact, Yen Minhua merely frowned slightly. Junior disciple brother. Mo Hanfeng took the initiative to greet him. He knew what Yen Minhua was surprised about, and said nonchalantly, knowing my legs aren't broken. Junior disciple brother seems disappointed. Yen Minhua's jaw tightened, and he said coldly, you are a sorcerer, you should understand better than I what price must be paid for defying the will of heaven after having seen destiny. Mo Hanfeng smiled, it seems junior disciple brother is worried about me. Yen Minhua paid him no further attention. Knelt down and while examining Lam So's injury, asked, where are you hurt? Does it hurt? Lam So's face was still pale. Upon seeing Yen Minhua, she felt both joy and an inexpressible sense of grievance. She said, you try letting someone kick your back once. It had been a long time since she came to this world, and although she had fallen into danger several times, this was the first time she had truly suffered harm. Last time at the N estate, although a few old women had bruised her hands, they were just ordinary servants, and the injuries were only superficial. The kick she received today was truly a bit hard to endure. Today Lam So was wearing a light blue silk dress. The Black Widow's kick had left a mark on her clothes. Yen Minhua was too worried initially to notice. Now that he saw it clearly, his expression turned terrifyingly grim. He raised his head and looked at the Black Widow. The Black Widow was startled by his wolf-like gaze and took a step back. Which leg kicked her? Break it yourself or let me do it. Yen Minhua's voice was calm like the lull before a storm. The Black Widow's shoulder and leg were both injured. Hearing Yen Minhua's cold words, her face grew even paler. She looked to Cat Hoi and Mo Hanfeng for help. As they were allies after all, Cat Hoi glanced at Mo Hanfeng, then said to Yen Minhua, General Yen, one should be lenient when possible. Your eagle has already severely injured her. Why bother being so petty with a woman? Yen Minhua merely looked at him coldly. What if I do? Cat Hoi was left speechless. Lam So was feeling better now. The way she had just spoken to Yen Minhua was like an aggrieved child finding someone to resolve their grievance. Earlier, when the Black Widow had kicked her hard in the back, she had truly been furious, gritting her teeth. But now the Black Widow had also been considerably injured by Little Black and the eagle. She had calmed down, and her anger had dissipated. Moreover, Wei Nu's condition was still unknown. She only wanted to quickly return to see how Wei Nu was, and didn't want to waste words on these matters. She immediately pat Yan Minqua's shoulder. I feel uncomfortable. I want to go back to the estate. Lam So was concerned about Mo Han Fong, and did not dare to directly mention Wei Nu's miscarriage. Her doing so was also implicitly telling Yan Minqua that she no longer wished to pursue the matter. Yan Minqua immediately picked her up, turned around and tossed a remark back at Mo Han Fong. This subordinate of yours, I want her. Of course he was referring to the Black Widow. The Black Widow revealed a look of panic. Mo Han Fong only then spoke up the fact that this subordinate injured junior sister-in-law is indeed her fault. However, that junior sister-in-law is able to stand here safely today is also thanks to this subordinate. If it weren't for her, junior sister-in-law might have already died at the hands of Ghost Hall. Therefore, junior disciple brother, can you possibly be lenient? He said the two words lift high, strike gently very softly, with a hint of absent-mindedness. Yan Minqua had already found Gui Duong's corpse in the forest, so he had guessed some of it. He tilted his head slightly. This favor, I will repay you later. There's an opportunity to repay that favor right now, Mu Han Fong said. Yan Minqua merely glanced at him. Mu Han Fong knew this was a signal for him to continue. A smile still bloomed on his face, but the corners of his lips were no longer as gentle as before. The Northwest is not wealthy. The sixth prince, using the pretext of forging iron make weapons, called you back beyond the frontier pass, already intending to starve the Northwest army. If you follow the sixth prince, his direct lineage army is his maternal grandfather's Southwest army. Under his command there are also generals like Din Vien. What benefits could you possibly gain? On the other hand, the third prince has countless fertile fields and lands, and only lacks great generals under his command. You must know what this trip of mine is for. If you agree, I will also tie up the person and hand them over to you. Hearing this, the Black Widow looked at Mu Han Fong in disbelief, her face turning somewhat ashen. The corners of Yan Minqua's lips curved into a sarcastic smile as he said, I'm not interested. Mu Han Fong's light gaze deepened somewhat, like deep well water torn into ripples by the sunlight. Clear but cold to the bone. Wouldn't it be better if we pacified this realm together and created an era of prosperity? Though the second prince is truly a petty man, the third prince is merely a hypocritical gentleman. They do not deserve to possess this vast realm, Yan Minqua replied. The March sunlight offered little warmth. He stood backlit, his gaze pensive. The scene of his entire Yan family being taken to the execution ground, their bodies lying scattered in Jiang City, was still vivid in his mind. To make him work for such people he simply couldn't. The victor becomes king, the vanquished a bandit. Whether one deserves it or not depends on who the ultimate winner of this realm will be, Mu Han Fong said slowly, his slightly upturned phoenix eyes gradually narrowing, like a green fox closing its eyes. As for the sixth prince, I can tell you plainly, he does not have the destiny of an emperor. Lin Chu only wanted to quickly return to see how Wei Ru was doing. Being held here by Mu Han Fong, she was so annoyed she wanted to curse. She could still listen to the previous words, but the phrase the sixth prince does not have the destiny of an emperor made her wonder if Mu Han Fong was just a smooth-talking charlatan. He doesn't have the destiny of an emperor, yet he still became emperor in the original work? Yan Minqua noticed Lin Chu's impatience and comfortingly gave her arm a light squeeze. I don't care who becomes emperor of this realm. Having said that, he carried Lin Chu and strode towards the mansion gate. Little Hui RNR following by his side. The condor perched on the wall, its golden eyes looking down at the crowd below with contempt, almost wanting to write the two words arrogance on its head. As he passed the wolf cavalry guards, Yan Minqua gave a signal with his eyes. Immediately, 7 wolf cavalry guards dismounted and entered the alley, apparently preparing to deal with the Black Widow. Yan Minqua reached the gate and saw a plump woman rushing out from inside. Seeing him and Lin Chu, the plump woman was so overjoyed she almost burst into tears. Her voice choked, Master, Madam, you're finally back. Miss Wei. I'm afraid she won't make it. This plump woman was Cook Xiao's wife. The couple always managed the kitchen affairs in the mansion. Lin Chu felt as if this statement was a bomb exploding in her head, making her mind buzz. How could Wei Ru be so severely injured? She immediately broke free from Yen Minqua's embrace and ran towards the inner courtyard. Yen Minqua was also stunned by the statement how his senior sister. Assassins broke into the mansion and kidnapped the young master. Miss Wei, wanting to save the young master, fought with the assassins and was injured, falling down the stairs. She's been unconscious ever since. Blood beneath her body has been continuously flowing. The mattress is almost stained red. The doctor hasn't arrived yet, Madame Zhao said, weeping. Yen Minqua heard that there were assassins in the mansion again, and his expression became extremely grim. Feint to the east, attack to the west. It seems Duke Han, having lost his descendants, wanted to reclaim this sole bloodline of the Han family. He shouted loudly, Yuan San, ride the fastest horse possible to West City and fetch me a physician. One of the wolf cavalry lashed his horse fiercely. The warhorse galloped like it was flying, disappearing at the end of the alley in a flash. As soon as Mu Hangfeng emerged from the narrow alley, he heard Mrs. Zhao's words. On his pale, almost transparent face, an innocent, disbelieving expression appeared. Miss Wei? Which Miss Wei? Why? And Minqua retaliated with a strong punch to Mu Hangfeng's face. You tell me? Yen Minqua's punch came unexpectedly. Its speed so fast that Gu Hui didn't have time to stop it. Mu Hangfeng staggered. Gu Hui quickly stepped forward to support him, one hand touching the large axe behind his back, looking warily at Yen Minqua. The corner of Mu Hangfeng's lip was split. He seemed to feel no pain, only murmured, Aru. Aru is pregnant. His expression was frantic and strange. He moved past Yen Minqua, intending to enter. Yen Minqua grabbed his collar tightly, his eyes bloodshot, grinding his teeth. Didn't you hear? My senior sister had a miscarriage. Even her life is barely hanging on. Mu Hangfeng looked at Yen Minqua, the frantic look in his eyes gradually disappearing. The fear and despair he had deliberately ignored became apparent. His entire body looked as if he had lost his soul. Yen Minqua felt a surge of rage almost shattering his chest. His voice was cruel, like a knife stabbing straight into someone's heart. You schemed in every way possible, waiting at this gate for me to return, just to use my wife's rescue as the price for my surrender to you. Did you know that at that time you and she were separated by only a wall? If you had abandoned your schemes, gone in to look at her, you might have saved her. But you didn't. You didn't do it. Yen Minqua was like an enraged leopard. He took a deep breath. Don't put on that pained expression. You don't deserve it. Having said that, Yen Minqua turned to enter the mansion. From behind him, Mu Hangfeng's hoarse voice rose. Let me see her. Under this heaven, besides senior mistress, no physician is better than me. Lin Chu stumbled into Wei Ru's room and saw Wei Ru on the bed, her face as white as paper. Han Junyi was slumped before the bed, his eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried. The strong smell of blood in the room assaulted Lin Chu's senses. For the first time she felt death was so terrifying. Even clinging to the doorframe, her legs were still so weak she could barely stand. Tears streamed down. Lin Chu quickly wiped away her tears, telling herself now was not the time to cry. She walked to the bedside, took Wei Ru's hand, and just as she called out senior sister, tears welled up again. Wei Ru was such a good person, heaven shouldn't treat her like this. But at this moment, Lin Chu felt only helplessness. She didn't understand medicine and couldn't do anything to help Wei Ru. The hand in her palm suddenly stirred faintly. Lin Chu wiped her tears. Seeing Wei Ru open her eyes, she was overjoyed. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Wei Ru look behind her, slowly saying, I'm going to die. Mu Hangfeng stood at the doorway. A cool breeze blew in from the wide-open door, fluttering the blue robe on his body, just like years ago when they first met on the mountain. I won't let you die. His usually gentle and elegant voice was now hoarse and trembling. Wei Ru only smiled, a single transparent tear flowing down. Senior brother, I really don't like you anymore. Chapter 69. Mu Hangfeng's face, already pale from illness, seemed to grow even whiter in this moment. But he only said, following me on the mountain for so many years, your medical skills are still only half-baked. Don't speak anymore, save your strength. He took a step forward, his slender bamboo-jointed fingers placed on Wei Ru's wrist. Wei Ru's face was ashen. My body, I know. The child is still there. And Mo Han Fong felt the faint heartbeat, a look of joy appearing on his face. A light seemed to suddenly appear in Vinu's originally lifeless eyes, but it quickly faded. Han Quan Deep, hearing this, also stared blankly at Vinu's belly. Lam So was overjoyed beyond measure. Hearing Mrs. True's words earlier and seeing Vinu bleeding severely, she had truly thought the child was gone. Mo Han Fong looked at Yen Min Kwa. Use your internal energy to stabilize her heart's pulse. I will perform acupuncture. Cat Hoi placed the medicine chest, brought from the carriage, onto the red-painted wooden table nearby. Mo Han Fong opened the medicine chest, took out the acupuncture needle case, then instructed someone to prepare brush and ink. He wrote a prescription with elegant, flowing calligraphy. Have the kitchen brew this medicine. Lam So took the prescription. Although she disliked Mo Han Fong, this concerned Vinu's life, so Lam So immediately grabbed the prescription, ready to rush out. But then she heard Vinu say wait. Lam So looked towards the bed, only to see Vinu's pale face, but with a rare stubbornness and determination. She looked at Mo Han Fong. I don't need you to save me. Anu, stop joking. Mo Han Fong was a little angry. Yen Min Kwa also frowned, looking at Vinu. Vinu's gaze became detached, as if she had seen through this mortal world. I'm not joking. I don't want to owe you. Mo Han Fong's gaze tightened on Vinu's. Not wanting to owe him, did that mean she wanted to have nothing more to do with him from now on? He forced a smile anew, even if it's for the child's sake. Can I perform acupuncture first? Once you're well, I will accept whatever you say. Throughout his life, upright and proud, he had never spoken a soft word to anyone. Only before her did he cast aside all pride. The child, Vinu touched her lower abdomen, slowly closing her eyes. Let's just say I owe this child a life. I will walk the path to the Yellow Springs with it. Senior sister, don't think such dark thoughts. Lam So was truly afraid Vinu wanted to seek death. She stammered, you don't need him to save you. Can we find another doctor? No matter what, living is the most important thing. Vinu weakly shook her head. This child has a tragic fate. Reincarnated into my womb, having gone through so many hardships, its foundation has been damaged. Even if it can be born, it will later suffer torment from illness, living its entire life dependent on medicine. It's better for it to depart with me than to come into this world to suffer. I have nothing left to cling to in this world. I said I can save it. Mo Han Fong looked at Vinu, enunciating each word. I will not let anything happen to this child. Not now, not ever. Vinu seemed about to say something, but the pain in her lower abdomen suddenly became intense. She gripped the bedsheet tightly, blue veins popping out on the back of her hands, her features twisted in pain. Anew. Mo Han Fong was deeply shaken. He stumbled, holding the needle case, and lunged towards the bed. As he tremblingly took out the acupuncture needles, he yelled at Yen Min Kwa, what are you staring blankly for? Quickly transmit your internal energy to her. Vinu was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat. Her hair, soaked with sweat, clung messily to her face. She still spoke brokenly. Mo Han Fong, I don't know. Don't owe you. Mo Han Fong only felt that every second was torture for him. With bloodshot eyes he said, Vinu, if saying these words that break my heart brings you comfort, then keep on speaking. A few acupuncture needles were inserted into several major acupuncture points on Vinu's body. The intense pain in her abdomen subsided a little, but she still had great difficulty breathing. Lam So helped Wei-Nu up. Yen Min Kwa sat behind her, transferring internal energy. Very quickly he frowned. She wants to die. The internal energy I'm transferring, she's not accepting it. Her true chi is completely dissipating. Lam So, worried and not knowing what to do, choked out, senior sister. Do you really want to abandon us? Mo Han Fong's hand, holding the acupuncture needle, trembled incessantly. In his eyes, which had always been indifferent, something called defeat and despair finally appeared. Vinu, you don't owe me, I owe you. I owe you. Let me save you. From now on we won't owe each other anything, nor will we be entangled in anything further. For the last 8 words his voice was hoarse. Vinu let out 2 difficult laughs. You're saving me only because you want the child in my womb, aren't you? Mo Han Fong felt all the blood rush to his head. The rage in his chest made him wish he could smash every destructible object. He gritted his teeth and said, if I could, I'd truly want to throw it into a pile of bloody foam for you to see if I'm doing this for it. Vinu slowly said, then swear. Absolutely do not acknowledge the child in my womb as yours, and never meet it afterwards. Lam So was stunned. She absolutely never expected Vinu to do this, just to make Mo Hanfong swear such an oath. They say a mother becomes strong for her child. Vinu knew that Mo Hanfong had learned of her pregnancy, and he would certainly not give up. By using this opportunity to make Mo Hanfong swear an oath, even if the child were born later, Mo Hanfong would no longer have a reason to seek it out. Mo Hanfong stared at Vinu, shaking with anger, then coughed heartbrokenly. After coughing extensively, he only felt a sweet, metallic taste of blood surge up his throat. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Master!" Cat Hoi called out anxiously, intending to step forward but was stopped by Mo Hanfong's gaze. Mo Hanfong used his sleeve to wipe the blood from his lips, looked at Vinu, and revealed a bitter, self-mocking smile. "You've grown up, and you're getting smarter and smarter. If this is what you want, then I shall grant your wish." Mo Hanfong raised 3 fingers, his gaze still tightly fixed on Vinu's pale and weak face, and said hoarsely, "I, Mo Hanfong, swear an oath in this life. I will not acknowledge Vinu's daughter as bloodkin of the Mo family." As soon as the words fell, the room plunged into an eerie silence. He looked at Vinu, and the smile in the corners of his eyes became gentle once more, as it had been originally. "All right, let's treat the injury first. Don't be afraid, my acupuncture doesn't hurt." Vinu turned her face away, a stream of clear tears still flowing from the corners of her eyes. When she was little, she had been very afraid of acupuncture. Several times when she was gravely ill and needed acupuncture, he would always use such a gentle voice to coax her. Old memories had become pain. Thinking back on them now only added to her heartache. Lam So felt her nose sting, picked up the prescription and ran out of the room. At the door she met Tong Thok. She thrust the prescription into Tong Thok's hand. "Go to the pharmacy and get all these ingredients." Tong Thok riding a horse to the pharmacy would certainly be faster than her running. Tong Thok had previously sent someone to invite a physician, but they hadn't arrived yet. He knew this matter couldn't be delayed, so he replied with a "very well," took the prescription and went out. At the door he met Vien Tam, who was leading the physician back. Vien Tam was panting, clearly having galloped back at full speed. He and Tong Thok had a good relationship, so he immediately asked how his second young lady. Since the day he followed Yen Min Kwa up the mountain, he had called Vinu second young lady. To this day, he still used that form of address for Vinu. Young Master Mo is inside taking her pulse, and he's already prescribed medicine for the kitchen to decoct first. "I'm about to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine." Tong Thok cupped his hands. A guard nearby led a horse over. He took the reins, swung himself onto the horse, and galloped towards the pharmacy. The physician, who Vien Tam had put on horseback and raced back, was dizzy. Carrying his medicine box, he mumbled, "Your manor has already invited a physician, so why did you torment my old self like this?" Yuan San did not reply. His whole body exhausted, leaning against the wall. Sweat dripped in beads from his forehead. Clearly, he was very tired, but his gaze held a stillness that surprised people. Mu Hanfong was already there. The physician saw it. Yuan San said nothing and did not enter the mansion, thinking that there was already a physician inside, so he was no longer needed. Annoyed, he flicked his sleeve, intending to turn back. Yuan San grabbed the back of the physician's collar with one hand, ignored his squeals, only said, "Pardon my offense," then hoisted the man and carried him straight into the mansion. Lin Chu wiped her tears dry, about to enter the room to see if she could help, when she saw Yuan San carrying a physician by his collar. "Sister-in-law, I heard this is the physician who always treats Second Mississippi. Just keep him here, he'll surely be useful." Yuan San released the physician in front of Lin Chu. Lin Chu naturally recognized this physician. She knew that with this physician here, Wei Ru would certainly have an extra layer of protection. It was just that Yuan San's method of inviting people was as crude as ever. "Brother Yuan, you've worked hard. Tea and water have been prepared in the side hall over there, please go rest for a bit." Lin Chu said to Yuan San first, then felt a little apologetic towards the physician. "Physician Su, please don't be offended. There is truly an urgent matter in the mansion, which is why my husband's brother had to be so reckless in inviting you here." "Madam Yen, not at all." In front of this captain's wife, The physician naturally dared not show any hint of anger. This was not the first time he had come to treat Wei Ru. He asked out of habit, did that lady experience a sudden onset of fetal distress? Yan Minghua and the others were using their internal energy to help Wei Ru heal. Lin Chu found it inconvenient to bring the physician in at this moment to disturb them, nor could she let the physician lose face. Remembering that Jing He had been seriously injured earlier while protecting her. At such a chaotic time in the mansion, her injuries surely had not yet been tended to. She immediately led the physician to Jing He's room. Jing He's limbs all had deep gashes. Because there was no time to invite a physician, she had only sprinkled hemostatic powder and bandaged them simply. The physician took Jing He's pulse, then prescribed medicine and instructed her on certain taboos during her recovery. Lin Chu remembered everything, thanked the physician, then ordered someone to lead the physician to the side hall for tea and pastries. Only upon seeing Lin Chu safe and sound did Jing He feel relieved. But her expression couldn't help but show self-reproach. It's all because this servant didn't protect Madame well, which allowed Madame to fall into danger. These words made Lin Chu feel both apologetic and heartbroken. She said, if it weren't for you, I might have lost my life by now. Don't say such things anymore. You must recover well from your injuries. They are all superficial wounds. They'll heal in a few days, Jing He said. Remembering the scene of assassins rushing in and the chaotic battle outside, she had been severely injured and unable to move. Wanting to go out and help but being powerless to do so, her expression grew even more ashamed. How is Miss Weiss' injury? The physician is treating her. Senior sister is greatly blessed. She will surely be fine. Although she said this, Lin Chu's heart remained extremely uneasy. Chapter 70. Lin Chu again gave Jing He a few instructions regarding her recovery, then worriedly left the room. Just as Song Tua returned with the medicine, Lin Chu hastily told him to take it to the kitchen to decoct. She walked to Wei Ru's room. Upon reaching the door, she saw Yuan San leading 2 guards standing sentinel there. Han Junyi stood waiting at the door, his eyes fixed on the interior. Seeing her, Yuan San clasped his hands and said, "Sister-in-law, you are." Lin Chu was a little puzzled. Yuan San explained, the master and the others are using their internal energy to heal. If there is any carelessness, their true qi will become chaotic, leading to qi deviation, which is extremely dangerous and can even harm others. I've brought people to guard here to prevent anyone from mistakenly rushing in and disturbing the master. Hearing Yuan San's words, Lin Chu didn't dare risk going inside, saying, "Then I'll wait out here. If anything is needed inside, I can also lend a hand in time." Minutes and seconds ticked by, but there was still no news from inside. Lin Chu clasped her hands together, pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the courtyard. Lin Chu looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a blacksmith being escorted away by several mansion guards, muttering curses. She walked to the courtyard gate and shouted, "What's going on?" A mansion guard immediately clasped his hands respectfully to Lin Chu, saying, "Greetings, madam." This blacksmith was sneaking around near the main residence and even tried to slip inside. "I didn't," the blacksmith protested, his face turning crimson with anger as his arms were firmly held by 2 mansion guards. "I heard Miss Wei was injured and wanted to go check on her." His forge courtyard was the furthest from the main residence, separated by another courtyard. Previously, the assassins had directly attacked the main residence. Before the mansion guards took action, he had no idea what had happened in the mansion. Only when he inquired and learned that Wei Ru was seriously injured while fighting the assassins did he feel uneasy enough to come and check. Lin Chu frowned slightly and snapped, "What happens to my senior sister has nothing to do with you." After all, Wei Ru was pregnant out of wedlock. Although most in the mansion were Yan Mingguo's personal shadow guards, with strict discipline and no idle talk, it couldn't be guaranteed that they wouldn't have their own opinions about Wei Ru behind her back. This blacksmith, while previously showing some attentiveness towards Wei Ru, it was all for work-related matters. On the surface, it was considered reasonable and proper. Wei Ru was a woman of the material world, not one to mind precautions between men and women. Coupled with her recent complete focus on forging iron, she naturally hadn't considered that aspect. Lin Chu knew she might be overly sensitive, but for this blacksmith to brazenly seek her out like this was, in any case, detrimental to Wei Ru's reputation. She wouldn't object if Wei Ru, after completely breaking things off with Mu Hanfeng, found someone who treated her well. But if that person was so crude as to not even consider protecting Wei Ru's honor, Lin Chu would absolutely not support it. The blacksmith, who had just been angered by Lin Chu's unpleasant words, now heard her speak with a bit more sharpness. His expression didn't improve as he grumbled, "We are people of the martial world, not like you noble folks who only care about money. You calculate benefits multiple times just to associate with someone. Miss Wei is a heroine among women, and the Wei clan's weapons are renowned throughout the land. This old man respects her." Although she had long known this blacksmith's eccentric personality, Lin Chu was still left speechless by his words. However, his words provided a legitimate reason to visit Wei Ru, at least ensuring others wouldn't misunderstand anything. "How dare you be disrespectful to Madam?" a mansion guard shouted, kicking the blacksmith's knee. But the blacksmith's body didn't tremble. Instead, he struggled with force, breaking free from the two mansion guards who were gripping his arms. Muttering, "See, Ursus," he turned and walked away, saying, "You noble folks are always high and mighty, thinking everyone should kneel like dogs and wag their tails at you. This old man won't. If Miss Wei wasn't in this mansion, this old man wouldn't come here to suffer this annoyance." Lin Chu was truly angry. The reason she had suddenly spoken sharply to the blacksmith earlier was because she had noticed the unusual behavior of a guard. She feared that guard was sent by the second prince, merely to scout out if the rumors about their iron forging were true. Given the second prince's tyrannical nature, what if he, out of unease, decided to kill all the blacksmiths at the border? She intentionally called this blacksmith a fame-seeker, out of concern that the guard would target him. A blacksmith of mediocre skill would naturally not attract attention, thereby avoiding a deadly calamity. Lin Chu had no intention of explaining much to a blacksmith. There are many talented people in this world, and if one's talent isn't indispensable, and they're also arrogant like a fool, she'd have to be crazy to use such a person. Song Tua saw that there seemed to be an argument on Lin Chu's side, and walked over to ask Lin Chu if she needed any help. Lin Chu tiredly rubbed her temples, saying, "Go to the account books and draw out 200 taels of silver for that blacksmith. Consider it compensation for his lodging and wages during this period, and tell him to leave the mansion." 200 taels of silver was oh small sum, and used as compensation for a blacksmith it was certainly more than ample. Song Tua said nothing more, only replying with a yes. The blacksmith had already walked a few steps when he heard Lin Chu truly wanted to dismiss him, and he stopped short. He clenched his hands into fists, as if having made a difficult decision, then turned back. Although his face looked delicate because he forged iron all year round, his body was overly muscular, giving him a very imposing presence. Fearing the blacksmith harbored ill intentions towards Lin Chu, Song Tua's hand gripping the saber at his waist also tightened a few degrees. "I don't need the silver. I will still continue forging iron." The blacksmith finally strained his neck and shouted this, leaving Lin Chu dumbfounded. As if fearing Lin Chu would accuse him of being unskilled or unwilling to work, he added, "This morning, Madam told me to melt that batch of iron ore, and it has already melted." In this half-day, with her kidnapping and something happening to Wei Ru, Lin Chu had almost forgotten about her plan to test the feasibility of the steel-making method. Now that the blacksmith suddenly mentioned it, Lin Chu remembered. Whether the steel could be successfully produced concerned the survival of the entire Northwest Army. The blacksmith's words clearly implied a concession. Lin Chu thought for a moment and realized that this blacksmith was probably being so stubborn because she had spoken too harshly this morning. Currently, in these troubled times, talented people were needed. Since he had already made a concession, Lin Chu should not be obstinate. She said, "This morning I was rude. I hope Master will not take it to heart." The blacksmith was clearly someone who responded to gentleness rather than harshness. Moreover, he originally did not want to leave Yen Manor. He scratched the back of his neck and said, "Madam Yen is too kind. This matter was considered settled. You can go back and continue smelting that batch of cast iron until it becomes molten iron," Lin Chu instructed. Molten iron? The blacksmith was bewildered. He had forged iron for many years. Usually, once the iron ore melted, he would start forging. Melting it into molten iron was something he had never tried. "Yes, melt it into molten iron," Lin Chu reiterated with an assertive tone. The blacksmith guessed that this might be what Wei Ru had instructed previously. Although he was full of doubts, he only responded with a yes, secretly thinking that perhaps this was another method of forging iron. After sending the blacksmith away, Lin Chu went back to check the door of Wei Ru's room. Still there was no news. The handkerchief in her hand was crumpled. Suddenly the room door was opened from inside. A crowd immediately gathered around. It was Mu Xingfeng who opened the door. His complexion was even paler than before. The fatigue on his brows was evident as he said, "Bring the medicine. Bring the decocted medicine, Fro. The kitchen." Song Tua shouted loudly. Old Mrs. Zhao, who was watching the pot of medicine in the kitchen, heard the call from outside and hastily poured a bowl of pitch-black medicine into a bowl, placed it on a tray, and brought it out. Lin Chu took this opportunity to ask Mu Xingfeng, "How is senior sister?" She peeked through the crack in the door and only saw Yan Minghua still channeling internal energy to Wei Ru. Mu Xingfeng's face was ashen. Her last breath is entirely dependent on Yan Xing's internal energy. Tell the kitchen to decoct another bowl of medicine with triple the dosage. Just this one sentence made Lin Chu's heart sink to the bottom. Yuan San, standing beside her, also had his eyes darken. Mu Xingfeng took the bowl of medicine, glanced at Yuan San and Ge Hui, and said, "You two also go in and take turns channeling internal energy to Yan Xing. He alone might not be able to sustain it for long." Seeing the door before her close once more, Lin Chu's heart clenched. She saw Han Junyi still standing at the door, his youthful face revealing a sadness inappropriate for his age. Her heart softened and she squatted down to comfort him. "Don't worry, your Aunt Wei will be fine." Han Junyi looked at Lin Chu, his stubborn lips tightly pursed, and said nothing. Why is everything in this life different from the previous one? Is it because he didn't have to endure the hardships of his previous life that heaven wants to take away the most important thing in his life? If so, he would rather climb a mountain of daggers and descend into a pan of oil, as long as Mu Waquan is born safely. Lin Chu didn't know what the child was thinking, nor could she find any words of comfort. She could only sigh. Namo Great Compassionate Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Please protect Miss Wei so she may be safe. Namo Great Compassionate Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Mrs. Zhao clasped her hands, mumbling. As if sensing something, Han Junyi pulled on Lin Chu's sleeve. "Aunt, I want to go copy Buddhist scriptures to pray for my mother's well-being." Lin Chu patted the boy's head. "Be good, go." Han Junyi, with a heavy expression, strode with his short legs towards the study. Since Lin Chu couldn't help much for now, she led Mrs. Zhao into the kitchen to brew a bowl of medicine with triple the dosage. 2 more bowls of potent medicine were brought in. Not until night fell and the lamps were lit did the room's door open once more. This time the first person to emerge was Yan Minghua. Perhaps because he had expended too much internal energy, his complexion was also slightly pale. As he came out, his steps faltered. Lin Chu was startled and quickly reached out to support his arm. "Are you all right?" Yan Minghua looked at her almost tearful face. His heart softened, and he said, "It's nothing, a little rest will do." Lin Chu tilted her head and looked into the room. "Where is senior sister?" For now, both the adult and the child are no longer in mortal danger. Yan Minghua sighed. That's good. Lin Chu let out a sigh of relief. Then her eyes widened. "What do you mean for now?" She was gravely wounded by assassins, then suffered a miscarriage, her constitution is weakened, and the fetus is also quite unstable. Yan Minghua didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Chu could already guess. She was displeased but could only sigh anyway, as long as the adult is saved. Yan Minghua and the others hadn't eaten anything all day. Lin Chu quickly told the kitchen to prepare food. Apart from Jing He, there were no other maids in the manor. Wei Ru had sweated profusely earlier. Lin Chu was afraid she would be uncomfortable, so she specifically prepared warm water in the room to help her wipe herself. The room was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. Lin Chu was afraid Wei Ru would catch a cold, and didn't dare casually open a window for ventilation. She could only pull a screen from the corner of the room to block in front of the bed, and only then open the door to dissipate some of the medicinal smell. Wei Ru was still unconscious. Han Junyi was still keeping vigil by the bed, his melancholy face staring at her belly. Yan Minghua let out a laugh. "A man like him is too cunning. Nothing can elude his calculations. If one were to offend him, that offense would have occurred 800 years ago already." Every man for his own master, he understands this better than I do. As the two spoke, they arrived before the forge. The moment they stepped in, a wave of heat washed over their faces. The fire in the furnace blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire workshop in a brilliant red. The blacksmith was pulling the bellows. He wore only a short coarse tunic, one shoulder bare, yet was still hot enough to be dripping with sweat. "General, madam." Seeing Yen Minhua and Lam So arrive, the blacksmith cupped his hands in greeting. "Dispense with formalities," Yen Minhua said. His gaze swept across the workshop, finally settling on the furnace of boiling molten iron. "Can this be used to forge 100 refined steel?" During his years in the mountains, he had often seen Wei Nu forge iron. Although he couldn't claim to be an expert in the craft, he generally understood the processes. Iron forging usually involves softening iron ore, but melting it directly into molten iron like this, he was seeing for the first time. "I did as madam instructed," the blacksmith said. Yen Minhua's gaze, full of doubt, turned to Lam So. Lam So looked around the workshop and said, "Find a greenstone mortar for pounding rice, and then find a few wooden sticks." The guards outside immediately went to find them, and a moment later brought these two items. Lam So looked at the molten iron in the furnace, then at the greenstone mortar, and suddenly slapped her forehead. "How could I forget this?" Yen Minhua saw her extremely distressed expression, his eyebrows furrowing as well. "What's wrong?" "Something unexpected happened this morning. I didn't get a chance to tell the master blacksmith to make a drainage spout for the furnace. Otherwise, with molten iron this hot, how can it be poured into the greenstone mortar?" Lam So was overcome with regret. At the time, she thought this furnace might not yet have produced molten iron, so she wasn't in a hurry to mention this. The melting point of iron is over 1,000 degrees. What tool could she use to scoop out the molten iron? Is it just a matter of getting the molten iron into the greenstone mortar? Yen Minhua asked. Lam So nodded despondently. Yen Minhua gently squeezed her hand, saying softly, "Let me." "What are you going to do?" "General, this molten iron is much hotter than boiling water, don't..." Lam So wanted to say more, but meeting Yen Minhua's gaze, she fell silent. Only then did Yen Minhua speak. "All of you step back." Lam So and the blacksmith both retreated more than 2 meters. They saw Yen Minhua slightly lower his arms, and a current of qi seemed to emanate from his palms. Gradually, a vortex of qi rose around him. His black cloak billowed without wind. Strands of hair falling across his forehead fluttered wildly, giving him a somewhat sinister charm. The flames in the furnace were forced to both sides by this tempest, and the light flickered accordingly. The tempest made it impossible for Lam So to open her eyes. She raised her sleeve to cover her face. Inadvertently catching sight of Yen Minhua's figure, she suddenly felt as though this man resembled a god of creation. Yen Minhua's wide sleeves billowed like sails, inflated by his true qi. He used his internal energy to support the molten iron in the furnace, guiding it into the greenstone mortar beside it. The molten iron hissed as it came into contact with the sides of the greenstone mortar. The greenstone mortar had a limited capacity. Some molten iron remained in the furnace and could not be removed. The qi stream around Yen Minhua gradually dissipated, and the tempest in the workshop also ceased. The blacksmith was utterly dumbfounded. "General, you are so young, yet your internal energy is already this profound." Lam So stuffed a wooden stick into his hand. "Stop being surprised. Hurry and stir the molten iron." She strode forward, also handed Yen Minhua a wooden stick, then went ahead and plunged her stick into the molten iron. She stirred with force. If there are no surprises, the molten iron in this crucible can be refined into pig iron. Through the stirring process, the molten iron will increase its surface area in contact with the air. Carbon in the molten iron will be oxidized by oxygen in the air. When the amount of carbon in the molten iron decreases to a certain level, it will form a viscous metallic substance. Repeated stirring will turn it into a mixture of pig iron and slag. Yen Minhua directly took the wooden stick from Lam So's hand, stirring the molten iron in her place. "What is pig iron?" "It's also a type of iron but relatively soft, and cannot be used to forge weapons." Yen Minhua didn't let her do these strenuous tasks, and Lam So happily stood aside, directing, "If it can't be used to forge weapons, what's the point of refining it just to waste effort?" The blacksmith had spent no small amount of effort to smelt this pot of molten iron. As soon as he heard it couldn't be used to forge weapons, He felt a bit annoyed. Wasn't this just a waste of iron ore? After saying this, the blacksmith felt the surrounding pressure drop slightly. He inadvertently glanced across, seeing Yen Minhua gazing at him thoughtfully. The blacksmith, affected by that gaze, slowed his stirring of the molten iron by half a beat, and obediently shut his mouth. Only then did Lam So speak. Although pig iron cannot be used to forge weapons, with it, our process of steelmaking will be 1,000 times easier than repeatedly striking it with a hammer, blow by blow. After the molten iron in the bluestone crucible cooled, Lam So told the blacksmith to take out a small piece of pig iron and flatten it into a thin sheet. Then, using iron tongs, he gripped the iron piece and dipped it once into the remaining raw molten iron in the furnace. By letting the pig iron directly soak in the raw molten iron, the pig iron's contact with the raw iron will be more even. Both will create a very good carbon permeation process, and at the same time a strong oxidation process, causing the iron and slag to separate, producing a type of steel with less Ag and a homogeneous composition. The blacksmith used the iron tongs to retrieve the iron piece, struck it a few times, then quenched it in water. When he took it out, he saw the iron piece had become incredibly shiny. The blacksmith's hands trembled, almost unable to hold the tongs steady, so much so that both the tongs and the iron piece fell onto the anvil at the same time. He was so excited he was speechless. This is 100 refined steel? We can forge 100 refined steel without thousands and tens of thousands of hammer blows? Yen Minhua gripped the iron piece with 2 fingers. Inner force erupted from his fingertips. With only a pop sound, the iron piece broke in two. The smiles on Lam So's and the blacksmith's faces both froze. Lam So picked up the iron piece that Yen Minhua had snapped with his fingers, her face unable to hide her failure. Although she had previously watched wuxia films and found it very cool when the male lead broke swords with his fingers, now that what was broken was the fruit of her labor, it was no longer beautiful. Had the steelmaking failed? Lam So was about to try breaking the iron piece herself when Yen Minhua snatched it away. Be careful not to get hurt, Yen Minhua admonished gently. Lam So irritably grabbed a handful of her hair. She didn't understand which step had gone wrong. Was it because the step of turning molten iron into pig iron wasn't carried out in the square earthen pit? I'm sorry, husband, I thought this method could already produce steel. Lam So stammered. She had been blindly overconfident, thinking that since she had succeeded in refining salt last time, she would also succeed in refining steel this time. Looking at the shiny iron piece broken in two in Yen Minhua's hand, she only felt failure. Yen Minhua frowned slightly, his large hand stroking Lam So's head. Sorry for what? Who said you didn't produce steel? The hardness of this iron piece can already rival swords and blades that have been forged 72 times. Hearing this, Lam So was a little bewildered. Seeing her clear disbelief, Yen Minhua directly gripped the steel piece with iron tongs, placed it on the forging anvil, and then said to a guard beside him, "Give me the saber." The guard quickly unfastened the saber from his waist and handed it to him. Yen Minhua with one hand used the tongs to hold the steel piece in place, and with the other, he gripped the saber and chopped down with all his might. A clang rang out, and the guard's saber broke in two. Everyone was stunned. The room fell silent for a second. Lam So burst out crying, shattering the silence. Yen Minhua started, tossing the tongs and saber aside. He walked over, took Lamma's hand, and examined her from head to toe. "What's wrong? Did a fragment hit you?" Lam So punched him in the face. "This old woman was almost scared to death by you. One second she thought her steel refining had failed, the next she was told it had succeeded. It was exactly like when she was in university. She'd heard she failed a subject and felt her whole life turn bleak, but when she checked her grades she suddenly discovered she hadn't failed, and was overcome with wild joy, yet felt like crying her heart out." Yen Minhua was caught off guard by the punch, and with so many people present, he had originally intended to scold her. But seeing her sobbing with tears and snot all over her face, he couldn't utter a single harsh word. He merely, while still exuding a cold aura, coaxed her. "I only wanted to test the hardness of this steel piece." The blacksmiths and guards at the door dared not linger to watch and quickly retreated far away. Lam So realized her embarrassment. She sobbed twice, then quieted down. She buried her face in Yen Minhua's chest, rubbing against him, using his clothes to wipe away her tears. Yin Min Kwa was both amused and exasperated. What are you doing, acting like a dirty cat? Lam So glared at him angrily. Didn't I wash your clothes? There were many chores in the manor, and Kin Hoa was the only maidservant. At times, Kin Hoa was too busy to spare a hand, and Lam So, not being a pampered person, personally washed both her and Yin Min Kwa's clothes. Yin Min Kwa touched his nose and said nothing more, secretly planning to acquire a few more maidservants for the manor. He couldn't let his wooden tune suffer. Lam So held the steel piece, her smile almost reaching her ears. She said to Yin Min Kwa, "Huss. Ban, let's quickly bring back the iron ore. With this steel refining speed, forging a batch of fine steel weapons within the set deadline will be no problem at all." Yin Min Kwa nodded. "The soul-severing forest is very far. I've sent scouts to inquire if there are any iron ore mines near Dutan. Duan Q brought back news saying there is one, but unless absolutely necessary, blacksmiths won't extract rock from that mountain." This made Lam So curious. Why? They say the rocks on that mountain are very ominous. Several blacksmiths who used rocks from there to forge iron had their furnaces suddenly explode, killing the blacksmiths themselves. Legend has it that the rocks on the mountain carry some kind of curse, Yin Min Kwa said in a deep voice. Lam So whispered, "Husband, do you want to know what weapon I used to blow up the dam for Tong Thok?" Chapter 72. Yin Min Kwa raised an eyebrow. "Is it related to that?" Lam So said, "Once the iron ore you mentioned is brought back, you'll know." Yin Min Kwa gave a soft chuckle. "Are you still hiding things from me?" Lam So gave a fawning smile. "How could I be hiding anything? I was just afraid that if it didn't succeed, I would only make you disappointed after getting your hopes up." The topic returned to steel making. Yin Min Kwa looked at the raw iron ingot in the stone mortar. "This method wasn't taught to you by Vinu, was it?" He had seen Vinu forge iron and temper weapons, all through countless hammer blows. If it were truly so easy to produce 100 refined steel like this, Vinu wouldn't have suffered so much. Lam So understood what Yin Min Kwa truly wanted to ask. If Vinu didn't teach it, then someone else certainly did. So who taught her? But Lam So didn't know how to answer Yin Min Kwa's question. She also knew that perhaps Yin Min Kwa had wanted to ask this even earlier, when she made salt. To have held back until now, it truly hadn't been easy. The furnace fire made the house very hot. Lam So tugged at her skirt, lowered her head, and said, "My senior sister didn't teach me. Let's go outside to talk." The blacksmiths and guards had all left. There was no one outside. Lam So sat down on the doorstep, patted the bluestone step next to her, gesturing to Yin Min Kwa sit. Nature was reawakening, the chirping of insects incessant throughout the night. The deep blue night sky was dotted with stars, a rare moment of tranquility and peace. Yin Min Kwa followed suit and sat down beside her. Lam So leaned her head on his shoulder, her voice faint. "I knew you would definitely be curious." Lam So. Yin Min Kwa suddenly cut her off. Lam So heard something unusual in Yin Min's voice and looked up. She saw that his expression was extremely stern and cold. "I am curious where you learned these skills, but it's not absolutely necessary for me to know. You don't have to tell me." He gently squeezed Lam So's soft cheek, then looked up at the vast starry sky, his voice deepening. "I just want to know more about your past. Whether it's making salt or forging steel, these are by no means easy tasks. I've investigated your background. You're an ordinary maid. But these things are absolutely not something an ordinary maid could accomplish. Sometimes I suddenly feel that you are very far from me. A feeling, as if you might disappear before my eyes in the next instant. Are you human or a spirit after all?" Perhaps the night wind was a bit cold, carrying away Yin Min Kwa's voice. Lam So heard the hidden uncertainty and fear in his words reaching her ears. She looked at him, smiling radiantly like a flower. "Yin Han, if I truly were a spirit, what would you do?" Yin Min Kwa looked at her for a long time, then said decisively, "Then I would simply have to pamper this spirit of mine for the rest of my life." Lam So's lips curled up continuously, and her eyes narrowed into slits. She hugged his arm and rubbed her head against it, then feigned a sigh. "That's a pity then, I'm human." Yin Min Kwa lowered his head to look at her, his gaze so gentle it could melt glaciers on a snowy plain. "Then you're a bit out of luck. Come grow old with me. To choose a city in which to grow old, and to have a person with whom to turn gray." The moment their eyes met, words became unnecessary. His eyes were filled with her image, and within her sight, there was only him. It turned out that deep love was no longer the feeling of flushed cheeks and a pounding heart when looking at each other, but rather the willingness to walk together without hesitation, even knowing that the latter half of life would be full of trials. Fading moon, bright stars. A kiss, deep love. The flickering lamplight under the deepening night etched out the silhouettes of the two leaning against each other. Lam So's voice dissolved into the night wind. Where I live, there's no such thing as male superiority and female inferiority, nor is there absolute monarchy. There, everyone has a place to live, enough food to eat, and clothes to wear. Every child can go to school. Peach blossom spring? It's not that good. Where there are many people, there's always competition, comparison. When trying to rise, some will go up, but others will remain at the very bottom. That's why there's struggle. Lam So's voice was weak. Recalling everything about that world she'd come from, she suddenly felt a little like she was dreaming in the middle of the night. Sounds like the officialdom. Yen Min Kwa offered an impartial assessment. First I didn't see it, but now that you say so, it does seem a little similar. Children in my world, most of them strive to study. Just like you gentlemen rely on the imperial examinations to test into higher universities. It's just that our schools don't just teach Confucianism, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, mathematics, astronomy, geography, methods of cultivation, and animal husbandry. There are specialized schools for all of them. After studying, one can rely on their own skills to make a living. Salt production and iron smelting, I learned those there too. Lam So propped her elbows on her knees, covering her face, as if lost in memories. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, geography, those make sense. But for farming and animal husbandry to also require teachers, that seems a bit unreasonable. Yen Min Kwa furrowed his brow. Lam So glared at him. Haven't you ever heard an old saying? Among the 36 trades, every trade has its Trang top scholar. Farming and animal husbandry, though seemingly simple, contain a great deal of knowledge within them. What kind of soil is suitable for growing what kind of crop, how to properly care for harvest, how to prevent pests and diseases. I gather you seem to have studied all of them? Yen Min Kwa asked doubtfully. Lam So was amused by him. You flatter me, you flatter me. I only know a little bit. That the imperial examinations could develop into so many fields. The ruler of your land must surely be an enlightened monarch. I truly wish to witness it once. Yen Min Kwa said. Consider it the inevitable result of historical accumulation and social development. This place and that place might be two parallel spaces. Our world now, after a few thousand more years, could also reach such a level of civilization. After Lam So finished speaking, she realized she might have said a few words Yen Min Kwa wouldn't understand. As expected, Yen Min Kwa voiced his confusion. Parallel spaces? Lam So scratched the back of her neck. This. How should I put it? Two worlds as if separated by heaven and earth. They will never intersect. Nor will they know there's another world beyond their own. People of both worlds live out their lives according to their inherent trajectories. Yen Min Kwa's hand instinctively clenched. An unprecedented panic appeared in his stone-firm heart, proliferating wildly like weeds. A hidden glint of darkness flickered in his eyes. Then how did you get here? Suddenly asked this question, Lam So paused slightly, then said with a touch of wistfulness, I was already here when I opened my eyes. Perhaps two parallel spaces accidentally intersected. Yen Min Kwa, while in the army, had also heard some old soldiers tell ghost stories. Tales of borrowing a corpse to revive a soul. Now, perhaps this absurd story was truly happening right beside him. He was truly terrified, but not afraid of Lam So, rather afraid of her disappearing. The hand wrapped around Lam So's waist couldn't help but tighten further. In his eyes, a spreading darkness seemed to appear, and his voice held a tremor he himself didn't realize. Then do you want to go back? Go back? Lam So was bewildered by the question. She was originally a contented and conventional person, having never thought about this issue. After thinking for a moment, she gently shook her head. I have no family left there. Nothing worth missing. It's just that. She had transmigrated into a book without cause. Would there be a day she woke up and returned to her original world? Lam So didn't dare to think about this possibility, nor did she want to. Her heart had already taken root here. Lam So didn't know that her words had slowly made the darkness in Yen Min Kwa's eyes recede. No emotion could be discerned on his face. He just said in a deep voice, there will be a day when I turn this place into something like the country you once lived in. Lam So first froze, then squinted her eyes in a smile. All right. Yen Minhua didn't know the extent of scientific and technological development in the modern world. He only guessed from what she had just said that it was a prosperous era. She knew why he said that. He feared she would despise the war and poverty here. This man in his heart held the world, and he also held her. Lam So suddenly felt that heaven was exceedingly kind to her. That night, she leaned against Yen Minhua's shoulder and fell asleep. Yen Minhua carried her step by step back to the main courtyard. The next morning, Lam So woke up and learned from Tong Thok that Yen Minhua had gone out early that morning. She felt a little perplexed. But thinking that it was a time of many unpredictable events anyway, she didn't ask further. She merely instructed the kitchen to keep the food warm, and personally carried a bowl of nourishing soup to Vinu's room. Vinu had slept through an entire day and night. This morning she also woke up early. After she finished the nourishing soup, Lam So told her about the iron smelting. Vinu's despondent expression brightened considerably, and she wanted to immediately go and see how that steel was forged. However, Mo Han Fong had instructed her not to get out of bed for a short period, fearing the fetus might be unstable. Lam So had to say many words to convince this young lady, who was always quick to act. Han Quan Deep, having nothing else to do, stood guard by Vinu's bed. Lam So wanted to say that this child was sensible and knew how to care for others. But she had a feeling Han Quan Deep was only keeping an eye on Vinu's belly. But there was a real shortage of people at the moment, and Vinu naturally couldn't be looked after by those young servants. Lam So also wanted to visit the blacksmiths later, so she told Han Quan Deep to look after Vinu, instructing the boy that if Vinu needed anything, he should find Batru in the kitchen. I know you and your husband are busy right now. I'm no longer in any danger. If anything happens, I'll ask Batru for help. You go about your work without worry. If there's anything concerning the forging of iron and weapons, just ask me. Vinu's complexion was still pale, but her spirits looked much improved. Lam So left the room, instructing Batru to bring the prenatal medicine from the kitchen to Vinu half an hour later. And only then did she head to the forge. Although yesterday's experiment was successful, Yen Minhua also said it only achieved the hardness of steel refined S. 22 times. Lam So guessed that perhaps the mixing ratio between wrought iron and molten pig iron was problematic. Pig iron has a high carbon content which gives it great hardness, but precisely because of this high carbon content, it is also relatively brittle. Insufficient hardness was likely due to insufficient immersion in the molten pig iron. They could tell the blacksmiths to immerse it a bit more. When Lam So hurried to the forge, she saw a fervent atmosphere of iron forging inside. There weren't enough forging hearths, so 2 more had been temporarily set up. Several brawny blacksmiths were swinging large iron hammers to forge weapons. She watched for a long while before she spotted the young blacksmith standing inside. As soon as the blacksmith saw her arrive, he stopped his work. He wiped his hands on his waist-level clothes, then walked out of the workshop and respectfully bowed to Lam So. Greetings, madam. After the steel smelting incident last night, the blacksmith also saw Lam So in a new light. Dispense with the formalities. Lam So's gaze lingered on the other blacksmiths inside. These people are. General Tong brought them this morning, the blacksmith said. Lam So understood in her heart. Forging weapons for an army was no easy task. Yen Minhua would probably have to find many more blacksmiths to bring into the estate. But once a large quantity of iron ore was brought back, they would likely have to open up another area for iron forging and pawn making, as this was certainly not a small undertaking. Lam So had originally intended to ask the blacksmiths to remelt yesterday's pig iron for testing, controlling the ratio of wrought iron to molten pig iron to increase the steel's hardness. But unexpectedly, the blacksmiths were too excited and had already processed all of the wrought iron into steel last night. Yesterday's smelting furnace had used up nearly all the available iron ore. Therefore, they could only wait for the people Yen Minhua had dispatched to mine for iron ore to bring it back. Lam So was not knowledgeable about forging weapons, so she had no choice but to return to the main courtyard. Learning that Yen Minhua had returned to the estate and had reportedly bought 4 maids, Lam So was quite surprised. She had forgotten to mention this matter yesterday, but Yen Minhua was very meticulous. But when she saw the appearance of those maids, Lin Chu's face became a little awkward. Husband, did you really buy maids? Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Yan Mingwa saw that Lin Chu's expression was unusual, then glanced at the 4 maids he had bought, believing they couldn't be more suitable. He asked if what I bought aren't maids, then what are they? Because of their conversation, the maids also secretly looked at their 2 masters. Lin Chu wanted to cry, but no tears would come out. Having been with Yan Mingwa for so long, how could she not have realized that he had absolutely no aesthetic taste whatsoever? My DS and Lin Chu's impression usually wore twin buns, had delicate and cute faces, and there was no shortage of those with outstanding beauty. But these maids Yan Mingwa bought back. They were truly hard to describe. One maid had a face full of freckles, one maid had a black mole the size of a fingernail on her face, with a few smaller moles scattered around it. One maid had a scar on her face, covering nearly half of it, from a burn or some kind of injury. It wasn't that Lin Chu cared about the maids' appearances, it was just that this was truly far different from what she had imagined. If she let these maids help look after Han Jun, she feared the child would be scared to tears. Compared to the other 3, the plump maid standing at the end looked even more pleasant. The plump maid probably also noticed Lin Chu assessing her, and immediately gave Lin Chu a fawning smile. Because she was too plump, her facial features were all squeezed together, her eyes narrowed into a slit, looking quite adorable. Lin Chu took a sip of tea, then leaned her head and whispered to Yan Mingwa, husband, Jinghe's injury will heal in a while, and in the kitchen there are the 2 chefs, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao. We only need to buy 1 maid to attend to senior sister's daily life, and that would be enough. Yan Mingwa slightly frowned, a little confused. They've already been brought back, just keep all of them. There will be a time when they are all needed. He had gone out early in the morning to BU. Why maids? Originally, he had only thought that as long as they weren't spies for others, buying a few clever and diligent people for the manor would be fine. Tang Zhou rode with him in the carriage and upon hearing about this, couldn't help but chatter, asking if Lin Chu had that idea. Yesterday they had been forging steel until midnight, Lin Chu was sound asleep, and Yan Mingwa hadn't had a chance to talk about this with Lin Chu yet. When Tang Zhou found out, he immediately slapped his thigh and said that this matter wasn't easy to handle. He talked at length about maids climbing up to become concubines, then fighting with the main wife. He also said that although such a thing wouldn't happen in their manor, since he had bought maids on his own accord, if he were to buy maids with beautiful appearances, it would be hard to guarantee that Lin Chu wouldn't overthink it. Yan Mingwa immediately became vigilant. He had to prevent any possibility that could separate him and Lin Chu. When choosing maids, anyone who looked pleasant was sent back by Yan Mingwa. Under the startled and complex gaze of the human trafficker, he brought back to the manor several ugly maids whom no one wanted. Her suggestion having been rejected by Yan Mingwa, Lin Chu frowned, making one last plea, husband, these are troubled times, and the expenses in the manor are already high, we don't need so many servants. The plump maid heard Lin Chu say this, her face immediately crumpled, like an adorable version of a sad, about to cry expression. Madam, please keep this servant. This servant eats less than a cat, but works more than an ox. Madam has the heart of a bodhisattva. This servant only begs you to grant a bite of rice. Even if I have to work like an ox or a horse, this servant will not complain. Madam, this servant is best at enduring hardships. This servant can do any dirty or heavy work. After the 3 maids finished speaking, jostling each other, the chubby maid hesitantly glanced at Lin Chu and stammered out a sentence, Madam, please don't look at this servant. This servant is chubby, but actually this servant doesn't eat much. Lin Chu had originally only wanted to keep the chubby maid. But hearing what the other 3 maids said, and thinking of the chaotic times, she couldn't bring herself to send them back. At most, she would just let them be maids for rough tasks. Lin Chu asked the chubby maid, do you stutter? The chubby maid quickly shook her head, no madam. Only then did Lin Chu realize that the chubby maid was too nervous. Lin Chu tapped her fingers on the armrest of the chair, thinking for a moment. To avoid future trouble, it was best to instruct them beforehand. I will keep all of you. You must adhere to your duties and do your work well. Do you understand? This servant understands, madam. The maids replied in unison. Lin Chu nodded with satisfaction, then asked, do you have names yet? Zhaoda, Laifu, Teihua. Area. Lin Chu, now that you've arrived at the manor, you should be given new names. She glanced at Yan Mingguo's husband. Do you have any good names in mind? Yan Mingguo was determined not to meddle in the management of maids. He pretended to cough twice. These matters, you can just handle them. I still have military duties. I'll go to the study first. Having said that, he stood up and walked out. Lin Chu was bewildered. This man, he wasn't busy just now, but as soon as I asked him to help with names, he suddenly had military duties. But she didn't dwell on it. She looked at the maids, thought for a moment, then said, your names in order will be Lichuan, Jingzhe, Guyu, and Tangyuan. Lin Chu had originally intended to choose a few nice names from the 24 solar terms for the 4 maids. But looking at the chubby maid's lovely round face, she felt that the name Tangyuan, a sweet glutinous rice ball, suited her perfectly. Thank you, madam, for bestowing the names. The maids, likely having been trained by human traffickers beforehand, knew all the necessary etiquette. Lin Chu couldn't put them to work immediately. Although this manor appeared to lack strict rules, that was because there weren't many people in the manor previously. Yan Mingguo's personal guards knew when to advance and when to retreat, and wouldn't approach forbidden areas like the study. But these maids were an unknown quantity. Lin Chu said, I've already had someone clean your living quarters. Go there and arrange your belongings. Later, I will have someone teach you the rules of the manor. The maids thanked her and withdrew. Lin Chu then sent for Madame Zhao from the kitchen. Previously, she managed the accounts quite well, but because most people in the manor were personal guards and there were few actual servants, Lin Chu hadn't established the positions of steward or head maid. Currently, Jing He was still recovering from her injuries, and Lin Chu couldn't find a suitable person to lead these maids. Lin Chu thought, it would be better to promote Madame Zhao to head maid of the kitchen. A moment later, Madame Zhao arrived. Lin Chu typically treated them very kindly, so Madame Zhao was not overly deferential in front of Lin Chu, merely smiling as she asked, does Miss Wei need a different nourishing soup this afternoon? Lam So smiled and said, I am very satisfied with Chef Zhao's cooking skills. Just tell him to prepare a different nourishing soup for senior sister every 2 days. I came to see you because I have something else to discuss. Lam So's words left Mrs. Zhao perplexed. She thought for a moment, then asked, is Madam hoping this old servant will guide the new maids and teach them the household rules? Lam So nodded, that's exactly right. It's just that I've never managed a household before. So we'll need a lot of help from Aunt Zhao. Madam, not at all. For you to use this old servant, that is my good fortune. Mrs. Zhao smiled so widely her mouth couldn't close. A faint smile also appeared on Lam So's face. Then I will promote you to kitchen supervisor. You can guide those 4 maids. There's one named Tang Veen. I want to wait until she's familiar with the household's work. Then promote her to a second-rank maid to care for senior sister. As for the others, arrange for them to work in the outer quarters. Mrs. Zhao had previously seen the unsightly appearance of those maids. Although she didn't know why Yan Minhua had purchased 4 such maids, she still smiled brightly and said, Madam, please rest assured and entrust these people to this old servant. Having finished arranging the new maids, Lam So breathed a sigh of relief. It would still take a few more days for the iron ore to be mined and brought back. These days, Yan Minhua personally leveled a plot of land at the encampment, preparing it for iron forging. Within the city, notices had also been posted, inviting blacksmiths to forge iron with generous remuneration. Although blacksmiths arrived at the manor continuously, compared to the number of weapons that needed forging, it was still merely a drop in the ocean. Yan Minhua didn't show it, but Lam So could still sense his vexation. However, in this field she genuinely couldn't help. She only casually mentioned this matter to Vinu during her leisure time. Senior sister, tell me, if we found people to learn blacksmithing now, how long would it take for them to forge a decent blade? Lam So suddenly thought of the idea of accelerated learning. Vinu shook her head. This blacksmithing trade, though it looks easy, even after 3 to 5 years in the profession, one only learns a little. Lam So immediately abandoned this idea. Slumping dejectedly onto the table, the raw materials are available, but blacksmiths have become a thorny problem. Vinu said, however, the most difficult part of forging weapons is still the final stage. Before that, it's just about tempering the steel for uniformity. If we let laymen forge the initial shape of the weapons, and then have professional master blacksmiths finish them, it's not impossible. It's just that most blacksmiths prefer to forge weapons from start to finish themselves. The elders all say that each weapon created by a blacksmith is imbued with a soul. Lam So thought for a moment. I'll go talk to my husband about it. Vinu nodded in agreement. Lam So left the room. Just as she encountered Tang Veen carrying Vinu's medicine from the kitchen. Seeing Lam So, Tang Veen grinned broadly, her eyes narrowing into slits. Greetings, madam. Is that the prenatal medicine for senior sister? Hurry and bring it in. Lam So looked at her, smile, feeling a few shades happier herself. Tang Veen was no longer as timid as when she first entered the manor. Though she looked round and chubby like a steamed bun, she was actually very nimble, and her character was honest, without a trace of cunning. Vinu was also very satisfied with this maid. The remaining maids were assigned to the outer quarters, doing tasks like sweeping courtyards and gardens. Currently, they all appeared very content with their lot. Turning down the corridor led to Yen Min Kwa's study. Lam So saw Tong Thok making 2 children practice horse stance under the sun, which surprised her quite a bit. The small, naturally delicate child was Han Quan Deep. The taller child, Lam So didn't recognize at a glance, but upon seeing the distinctive bald head with only a small tuft of hair left at the front, she realized it was Qin Niang's son. She had been busy these days and hadn't visited Qin Niang's home much. For some reason, Qin Niangzi also hadn't come to visit her. Is Qi Bao here to play at the manor? Are you being punished along with Junyi? Lam So walked over. Seeing the 2 little rascals covered in sweat but with serious, stubborn expressions, she found it both amusing and a little sad. Qin Niang's son's given name was Qi Bao. It was said that he had a serious illness when he was young, and folk rumors claimed that firstborn children were difficult to raise and easily snatched away by ghosts and deities. Qin Niangzi had given him this name, implying that he still had 6 older siblings before him. We're not being punished, we're practicing martial arts. That Bao insisted, craning his neck. This child probably resembled his father, growing like wildfire, already half a head taller than Han Quan Deep. Practicing martial arts? Lam So looked skeptical. Only then did Tong Thok explain Vong Ho came to discuss Itari matters with the master, and this young one followed along. The 2 of them whispered something to each other, and both said they wanted to learn martial arts. The master told me to watch them stand in a horse stance for the duration of 1 incense stick. Lam So glanced at the incense stick stuck under the tree, which had burned down more than halfway, then looked at the 2 children, drenched in sweat. She subtly furrowed her brow. But since it was Yen Min Kwa's order, he must have his reasons. Lam So did not say much more. She walked to the study door and knocked. A moment later she heard a deep voice come in. Sister-in-law. Vong Ho cupped his hands in greeting. Brother Vong, there's no need to be so formal. Lam So smiled. I've been busy these past few days and haven't visited your home. How has Lady Tan been recently? As soon as the words left her mouth, Lam So realized Lady Tan was married, and calling her that wasn't appropriate. She quickly said, my mouth, I haven't adjusted yet. I should call her younger sister-in-law. Vong Ho chuckled sheepishly regarding forms of address. We are common folk who don't stand on ceremony. Avan said that in a few days, her pregnancy would be considered stable, and then she would come to the manor to chat with sister-in-law. Lam So's eyes widened in surprise. Younger sister-in-law is pregnant? Yes, nearly 3 months. Vong Ho smiled sheepishly. Ancient people all believed that after 3 months a pregnancy was stable. That truly is wonderful news. Lam So was overjoyed. I'll go to the manor to visit younger sister-in-law later. Even Yen Min Kwa's face showed a hint of a smile. Good for you, you rascal. Lam So looked at Yen Min Kwa, recalling the scene she had just witnessed, and said, when I came in I saw Quan Deep and that Bao both practicing horse dance under the sun. The children are still small. Isn't 1 incense stick a bit too long? The horse dance is a fundamental skill in learning martial arts. Yen Min Kwa lifted his head from the military map. The tutor will arrive at the manor tomorrow. At that time let the 2 children learn to read and write together. Vong Ho waved his hands repeatedly. Big brother, that's too much trouble. That kid is like me, he's not one for books. Letting him learn martial arts is fine though. Yen Min Kwa had clearly made up his mind. Teaching 1 child is teaching. Teaching 2 children is also teaching. Just let them learn together, they'll also have a companion. Lam So was about to say that this was a good idea, When Yen Minhua turned to look at her, you will also go learn to read and write. Lam So. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Perhaps Lam So's gaze was too vehemently disapproving. Yen Minhua glanced at her. Don't want to go? Lam So forced a smile. Surely you think I have no need to go. Out of deference to Vong Ho's presence, Yen Minhua didn't say anything excessive. He merely cast a glance and said, write the character one for me to see. Lin Chu immediately became sullen. Seeing this, Wang Hu quickly cupped his hands and said, Big brother, if the defensive arrangements at the South City Gate are already decided, then I will take my leave first. You may go, Yen Minhua said. After Wang Hu left the study, Lin Chu glared at Yen Minhua. Can't you save me some face in front of outsiders? Yen Minhua raised an eyebrow. And that wasn't enough to save you face? Lin Chu walked around the desk, approached Yen Minhua, and solicitously poured a cup of tea, offering it to him. Well, my dear general, I think I'm already this old, and having to study with 2 children, it really doesn't look good at all. Yen Minhua took the cup of tea she offered, took a sip, then casually said, there's nothing wrong with it at all. Studying with 2 children, I believe my wife can always learn better than they do. He was indirectly threatening her. Lin Chu was so furious her teeth itched. She just wanted to rush forward and bite him. One couldn't bully people like that. If writing with a brush was so easy to learn, she would have become skilled long ago. In any case, the fact that Lin Chu had to learn to read and write was unchangeable. Yen Minhua, being smart, didn't pursue the topic further, asking, you came here, is it to plead for those 2 children outside? Even with just a slight change in his expression, Lin Chu still caught it. Fearing Yen Minhua might misunderstand that the 2 children had asked her to intercede, Lin Chu quickly said, no. I just came from my senior marshal sister's place. I saw Jun Yi with his arm still in a splint, still doing horse dance, and it's sunny today. Thinking they are still children after all, I merely spoke a bit much. Yen Minhua took her hand, gently rubbing her knuckles. Hearing this, he glanced at Lin Chu. I'm not saying you speak too much. Endure hardship upon hardship, and one becomes a person above others. Wang Hu is busy with military affairs and doesn't have time to discipline this child. Send him home for Song Tua to teach him martial arts. Being a bit strict with the 2 children now will ensure they have a good foundation. Knowing the great villain had good intentions despite harsh methods, Lin Chu had nothing more to say. She saw Yen Minhua mark several small red dots on the map. She guessed those were probably military defense points. Recalling Yen Mingguo's earlier reminder, she remembered her true purpose for coming here. My dear general, my senior marshal sister and I have discussed something. Currently, there aren't enough blacksmiths in the military camp. We could have ordinary soldiers help forge the steel into the basic shapes of weapons, and then let the master smiths finish the work. That way the speed will be a bit faster. Yen Mingguo's movement of rubbing Lin Chu's knuckles paused, and he asked, is it feasible? I already asked senior marshal sister. She said it's possible. After all, it's only forging ordinary weapons with moderate hardness, Lin Chu said. Yen Minghua pondered for a moment and then said, then when the next batch of steel is smelted, I will have the blacksmiths implement this method. But senior marshal's sister also said that most blacksmiths probably wouldn't want to forge things halfway. They'd rather wield the hammer themselves from start to finish, Lin Chu added. That's just a small matter. Yen Minghua released Lin Chu's hand, pushed the inkstone to the side of the desk, and looked up at Lin Chu. His eyes full of amusement. Would Madame trouble herself to grind ink for me? That amused gaze made Lin Chu's heart skip a beat. He was clearly a general who charged into battle, yet when he shed his battle robes, his appearance was as handsome as a young master from an aristocratic family, refined by scholarly pursuits. His hands, with their slender long fingers, were exceedingly beautiful whether holding a bow, a sword or a brush. What is Madame looking at me for? He asked deliberately, his smile carrying a hint of mischief. Caught red-handed, Lin Chu's face showed a bit of awkwardness. Thinking that she and he were already an old married couple, she couldn't play the game of blushing shyly and denying she was looking. So Lin Chu cleared her throat twice and said, of course, it's because my dear general is handsome. This time it was Yen Minghua who was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Chu to answer like that. He decided to tease her to the very end. He rested one hand on his chin, his elbow propped on the desk, his long narrow eyes deep and dreamy. My wife, tell me, how handsome am I? Lin Chu pressed the inkstone with one hand, fiercely ground the ink stick into it with the other, and coldly said, just a little bit handsomer than little Hui. Yinmin Kwa. Tonight he wants to eat dog meat. In a quiet villa. With a crash, the teacup was forcefully smashed to the ground, breaking into pieces. The man in blue with a pale, almost translucent complexion, coughed and angrily roared. You said, our people, Yen Min Kwa didn't buy even one? The shadow guard, kneeling on the ground, dripping with sweat. Yes. Mo Han Fong said insidiously. How did I instruct you? The shadow guard trembled as he defended himself. The maidservants in the hands of the human trafficker. Your subordinate had already arranged everything properly. Only 4 maidservants with unusual appearances. No one bought them. Your subordinate didn't manage them. Who would have expected Yen Han to deliberately buy those 4? Impudent. Mo Han Fong was so furious that he knocked another teacup off the table. He raised a hand to his lips, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. Yen Han, I underestimated him. Has his hand already reached my territory? Investigate. Where did this news leak from? His gaze was gloomy and venomous, like a poisonous snake hidden in the shadows, hissing. All the subordinates in the room were silent as a sheet of paper. It was still some time before lunch. Lam So thought she still to go to Prince Ho's manor to visit Lady Tan. The ancients believe visits should be made in the morning. She had someone prepare several rolls of high-quality silk to bring along. Qin Hoa originally wanted to go with her, but Lam So thought it was just a few steps away and Qinichua's wound hadn't fully healed, so she declined, only telling a young attendant to carry the silk and accompany her out of the manor. Arriving at Prince Ho's manor, Lam So knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, someone came to open the door. The person who opened the door was Lady Tan. Seeing Lam So, Lady Tan was overjoyed, continuously saying, it turns out my sister-in-law has come to the manor. Please come in, please come in. I only just heard today that you're pregnant, so I came to visit you, Lam So said with a smile. The young attendant carried the rolls of silk inside. Lady Tan saw them and frowned, saying, sister-in-law, your presence is enough. Why bring such heavy gifts? Lam So patted Lady Tan's hand and said, these are all things others gifted me before. My manor only has a few mouths to feed. It would be a waste to keep them there. I saw that these fabrics are very soft. You're pregnant now. You can sew some clothes for the baby to wear. This. How could I accept? Lady Tan refused. We are sisters, why be so formal? If you keep saying such things, you'll be treating me like an outsider. Lam So pretended to be angry. Only then did Lady Tan accept. The young attendant placed the silk in the main hall, and Lam So immediately sent him back. Is Prince Ho not home? Lam So had been in the room for so long and hadn't seen Prince Ho, so she casually asked. He had just left Yen Min Kwa's place, and Lam So thought he would be home. These past few days military matters have been busy. My husband goes out early and returns late every day. Lady Tan told Lam So to sit down, then brewed her a cup of tea. Her figure was originally slender, so even though she was 3 months pregnant, her belly only protruded slightly. If one didn't look closely, it wouldn't be noticeable. You two. Prince Ho isn't home and you didn't even tell me you were pregnant. Our 2 homes are so close, it would be convenient for us to take care of each other, Lam So chided. Lady Tan smiled and said, the elders all say that a child under 3 months gestation isn't stable, yet one cannot go out, nor can one speak of it, otherwise it will scare the child away. That's why I've always stayed indoors. She looked outside. Sister-in-law, please wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Lam So frowned. You are pregnant now. Yet you're still managing everything in the house by yourself? Tan Nuong Tu said, when Brother Ho is not home, it's just me and that Bao. The child is very understanding. The pregnancy is still in its early months, so there's nothing I can't do. You yourself said the months are still early. Wait 1 or 2 more months, and your belly will swell up like a balloon. Avan Nauti. Hat Vong Ho's official career is going smoothly and you're not short on money. Why not hire a wet nurse to help out? Lam So said, frowning. Tan Nuong Tu merely smiled faintly. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness. But Brother Ho and I have both lived through difficult times. His mother is fleeing from the south and will be arriving soon. Once his mother comes, my belly will be big by then. Won't I have someone to look after me then? Vong Ho was not a native of Kwang Tan. He came from the south to join the army. Certain deeply ingrained beliefs made it difficult for Lam So to change the young woman's mind. She merely sighed. Vong Ho must have accumulated great fortune in his previous life to marry such a virtuous wife as you. Tan Nuong Tu blushed. It's my good fortune to remarry and still find such a good man as him. After all, it was someone else's life. Lam So also found it awkward to press the issue of hiring a wet nurse further. She simply said, anyway, it's your life as a couple, and how you live comfortably is what truly matters. Much wealth is merely an external thing. You are pregnant now, so you must take good care of yourself in all matters. If anything happens, just tell that Bao to come to the manor and call for help. Tan Nuong Tu felt grateful from the bottom of her heart. Well then, I'll be going now. Lam So stood up. In my house, I also have an elder sister who is pregnant, and her pregnancy is further along than yours. One of these days when I invite the physician to the manor to check on her pulse, I will tell the physician to come check on you as well. Then I thank you in advance, sister-in-law. Please stay and have a simple meal before you leave. I can make a few small dishes that won't take much time. Tan Nuong Tu also stood up. No need. I just came to visit you. When things get busy at the military camp, they leave early and return late, and I don't see anyone all day. I'm taking advantage of the fact that my husband is still at the manor today to go back and have a meal with him. Lam So didn't originally want to say such sentimental words, but if she didn't, she feared Tan Nuong Tu wouldn't let her leave. Indeed, when Tan Nuong Tu heard this reason, her face immediately lit up with joy. All right. Then sister-in-law, go home and have your meal. People say that pregnancy energy can be passed on. I hope sister-in-law will also soon have a child with General Yen. Lam So rarely blushed from such remarks. She chatted a few more words with Tan Nuong Tu before returning to her manor. After lunch, Yen Minhua had to go to the military camp, saying that the first batch of ore had already been mined and brought back. Lam So's eyes immediately lit up. She told Yen Minhua to take her along, and also to bring the elite troop who had previously scraped sulfur powder and saltpeter powder from the iron ore to make gunpowder. She had already taught these people back then. They knew how to scrape the powder from the iron ore. When they go there, they could teach others in the military camp. The more people scraping those powders, the much faster the speed of separating sulfur powder and saltpeter powder from the iron ore would be. But upon arriving at the military camp and seeing that batch of iron ore, Lam So realized something was wrong. It was neither hematite nor magnetite ore but pyrite ore. Pyrite ore fundamentally cannot be used to smelt iron. She had previously guessed that the place where this batch of ore originated must have been an active volcano that had erupted, which was why sulfur and saltpeter were present on the surface of that mountain. Thus, some blacksmiths who gathered iron ore from there to smelt iron inadvertently created gunpowder, causing the furnace to explode and injuring people. Yen Minhua knew that batch of ore had problems. He pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Are you certain it cannot be used to smelt iron?" Lam So shook her head. In that case, the only way is to send people to Donhan Forest to mine for iron ore. Yen Minhua took out a map to compare the distances, his brow slightly furrowed. "Husband, I want to personally go to the place where this batch of ore was mined to take a look." Lam So suddenly spoke up. The iron ore there was unusable, but the saltpeter and sulfur were definitely usable. To manufacture explosives in large quantities, these two things are indispensable. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Right now, outside the pass, all factions are lurking. Even within the safety of her home, she could be exploited. How can I be at ease letting her go out? Yen Minhua, clad in armor, propped his hands on the table, gazing at the sand map. Hearing Lin Chu speak, he frowned and raised his head. There were no others in the tent, so Lin Chu spoke without much reservation. "But I must go on this trip. Or, my lord, can you now find someone who recognizes sulfur and saltpeter?" Yen Minhua looked puzzled. "Those two things are only used by alchemists. What do you need them for?" Lin Chu replied frankly, "To manufacture weapons." Yen Minhua, "Are you planning to refine a batch of poisonous elixirs to go poison the enemy troops?" Lin Chu stared at him expressionlessly. Yen Minhua coughed twice, a little embarrassed. "Saltpeter and sulfur, when used together, have no other purpose besides alchemy." Lin Chu said, "Once I've researched them, you'll know just how powerful they can be." Yen Minhua tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before saying, "If you insist on going, I will go with you." Hearing him say that, Lin Chu noticed the faint dark circles under his eyes and felt a pang of sadness. For days he hadn't rested, busy with smelting iron and forging weapons. She immediately refused. Though the barbarians have been repelled, they still occupy territory 30 miles from Yao City. They might counterattack at any moment, so it's better for you to stay and defend the city. I only need to bring a few highly skilled guards that will be enough. Yan Mingwa frowned more deeply, about to say something, when suddenly from outside the tent came a loud shout from a scout report. Lin Chu looked out of the tent. She saw a young soldier wearing the Dezhao military uniform hastily lift the tent flap and rush in, kneeling on one knee before Yan Mingwa, cupping his hands and reporting, "General, the right vanguard has been captured alive by the barbarians." The right vanguard? Yan Mingwa leaned back against the chair, his expression clearly showing extreme displeasure. Yao City hasn't even engaged in battle with the Saman army yet. How was he captured? The scout hesitated for a moment, then said, "On their way back from extracting iron ore, our men encountered a small barbarian squad." They engaged in battle? Yan Mingwa's voice contained anger. "Has Tang Zhou returned yet?" "Deputy General Tang has already escorted the iron ore back," the scout replied. Yan Mingwa said, "Call him here for me." After the scout left, Lin Chu saw Yan Mingwa rubbing the space between his eyebrows, his expression a little irritated. She walked over and helped him massage his temples. "A little more pressure," Yan Mingwa said, closing his eyes. "Who is that right vanguard?" Lin Chu saw Yan Mingwa seem troubled and wanted to talk to him to help him relax. "A useless fellow," Yan Mingwa sharply retorted. Lin Chu was full of questions. Just then Tang Zhou lifted the tent flap and walked in. "Big brother, I heard you were looking for me?" Seeing Lin Chu, Tang Zhou immediately cupped his hands in greeting to her sister-in-law is here too. In front of these brothers from Yao City, Yan Mingwa never seemed like a commander. He pointed to a nearby chair and said to Tang Zhou, "Sit." Tang Zhou sat down, and only then did Yan Mingwa speak. "What happened with the right vanguard?" At the mention of this, Tang Zhou was also seething with anger, scolding that Zhou Yulian fellow. He was eager for fame when the barbarians discovered him. "I told him not to be greedy for battle, but to tear a hole and break through." He heard that the leader was some prince of the barbarian royal court and insisted on chasing the barbarians to fight, saying that capturing the prince would force them to retreat. "Fortunately, we had many people, so the barbarians couldn't fight us off and fled, but he led his men in pursuit, refusing to stop no matter how I called out to him. Who knew it was a barbarian trap? They captured him alive." Yan Mingwa bristled with anger upon hearing this and cursed that good-for-nothing who excels only at destruction. Report. Outside the camp, the voice of a scout rang out again. A scout ran in, holding a letter aloft in his hand, a letter from Great Khan Saman. "Capturing a useless vanguard. Does Hu Yanshao still want to demand an exorbitant price from me?" Yan Mingwa looked at Lin Chu. "Open the letter." Lin Chu walked over, took the letter from the scout's hand, opened it and took out the paper inside. Yan Mingwa rubbed the paste between his eyebrows and said, "Read it." Lin Chu glanced at the Saman characters, which looked like ghostly scribbles. She silently looked at Yan Mingwa, then placed the letter in front of him. Yan Mingwa stared blankly at Lin Chu for a moment, then realized that Lin Chu couldn't read Saman script. He cleared his throat twice, quickly scanned the letter himself, then let out a sneer. "Hu Yanshao really dares to open his mouth." This remark piqued Tang Zhou's interest. He asked, "What did Hu Yanshao say in the letter?" 30 carts of iron ore that were brought back, in exchange for Zhou Yulian's life, Yan Mingwa said. "Is Zhou Yulian's life worth that much?" Tang Zhou immediately flared up. "He brought it upon himself." "General, Deputy General Zhao requests an audience." Yan Mingwa had not yet had a chance to reply when a report came from outside the tent. Tang Zhou's face was furious. 8 tenths. "He's here to plead for Zhou Yulian." With Zhou Yulian's cowardly demeanor, if he weren't Deputy General Zhao's son-in-law, it would be a miracle if he could sit in the right vanguard position. These are all old generals of Yao City, usually pretending to be ignorant. Now is a chance to give them a bit of a warning, Yan Mingwa said. He called out loudly to the guard outside the door, "Let him in." Deputy General Zhao was an outsider after all, and this was a military camp. It was inappropriate for Lin Chu to stay while they discussed military matters. Yan Mingwa said, "Go inside and wait or me." Lin Chu lifted the curtain and stepped into the inner chamber. This chamber was small but very simple. There was a military bed and a small table. On the table were a teapot and a cup of water. Lin Chu poured herself a cup of water and sat on the edge of the bed, drinking slowly. The military bed was much harder than the bed at home. A thin blanket was folded and placed against the wall. Yan Minghua had never been afraid of the cold. Before, during the cold winter, he would sleep with her. Because the blanket was too thick, Yan Minghua often sweated in the middle of the night and simply wouldn't use a blanket. Lin Chu listened to Yan Minghua and Deputy General Zhao's conversation for a while. It was nothing other than Deputy General Zhao wanting to plead for his son-in-law, asking Yan Minghua to rescue him. Yan Minghua was famous in the army for his nickname Cold-Faced Yama, and also had a very sharp tongue. The words he spoke caused Deputy General Zhao to lose all face. Lin Chu detected a deliberate jab. Perhaps Yan Minghua still held a grudge over Deputy General Zhao, having locked her outside the South City Gate last time. Her heart felt warm, but she also didn't want Yan Minghua to handle military affairs unfairly because of her. That batch of iron ore had already become worthless rock. If the barbarians wanted it, Lin Chu felt it was fine to give it to them. It was just a little strange to her, did the barbarians want this batch of ore also to smelt iron and forge weapons? She listened for a while and felt a little sleepy, so she decisively took off her shoes and socks, intending to rest for a while on Yan Mingguo's military bed. As soon as she lay down, she actually drowsily fell asleep. When Yan Minghua called her awake, it was already dinner time. Lin Chu was eating in the military camp for the first time, and she was a little curious. Although she had mentally prepared herself that the food in the military camp wouldn't be too refined, Lin Chu was still surprised when she saw the 2 bowls of watery porridge and 4-course steamed buns that the junior soldier brought. Yan Minghua picked up a steamed bun and bit off a fifth of it. His face showed absolutely no sign of difficulty swallowing it. Lin Chu picked up a steamed bun and took a small bite. The flour was very coarse. Lin Chu chewed for a long time before she could swallow it, and still felt it stuck in her throat. Don't eat the steamed bun anymore. Drink some porridge to line your stomach. We'll have a late supper when we get home. Yan Minghua took the steamed bun from her hand and bit into the spot where she had just bitten. Lin Chu hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "My lord, is there a food shortage in the military camp?" Yan Minghua glanced at her, his voice showing no emotion. "Not a shortage, but not much left either. Eating watery porridge and steamed buns in the morning and evening, and rice at noon, we can hold out a little longer." Lin Chu held the coarse earthenware bowl, drinking the porridge in small sips. Her mind was once again in turmoil. She had been at home for a long time and hadn't gone out normally. Song Tua's people handled the food purchases. At the manor, all 3 meals a day included rice and meat. She usually checked the account books and hadn't seen the cost of food purchases increase, so she hadn't expected Yao City to have fallen into a food crisis. "What are you thinking about?" Yan Minghua interrupted her thoughts. Lin Chu looked at Yan Minghua and slowly said, "In my account books, the silver spent on food purchases was originally you helping me make up the difference, wasn't it?" Yan Minghua glanced at her. "You and I are husband and wife, why say help?" Lin Chu lowered her head and said, "You made up the silver in the account books because you didn't want me to know about the food shortage?" Yan Minghua looked at Lin Chu and sighed. "The food shortage won't last too long. Your knowing would only add to your worries. Expenditures in the manor, just keep them as they were. I already said I won't let you suffer anymore." After Lin Chu heard this, her nose stung. She asked, "So how can we resolve the food shortage? Do you have a way, my lord?" Previously, she still thought that as long as they could forge weapons, they could resolve the food crisis, but she hadn't expected the food crisis to arrive so quickly. To her question, Yan Minghua only remained silent. With things having reached this point, Lin Chu Fin ally understood why Mu Hangfeng had come to the pass at this time. He didn't want Yan Minghua to surrender to the third prince without any bargaining chips. Instead, he was waiting for the moment Yan Minghua no longer had the strength to struggle. The more she thought, the angrier she got, and Lin Chu directly cursed out, "The 6th prince just ignores the Northwest Army like this. Doesn't he fear the Northwest Army will defect to the 3rd prince? Does he even have a brain?" Yan Mingguo's eyes subtly moved, and he finally just took Lin Chu's hand. "No matter what path we take, I will protect your safety." Lin Chu shook off Yan Mingguo's hand and stood up. Just as his expression darkened, he saw Lin Chu lean heavily on the table with both hands, gritting her teeth, with an expression as if she wanted to fight someone to the death. "My lord, we'll go tonight to get saltpeter and sulfur." She didn't believe she couldn't use explosives to create a royal road. Yin Minhua was both amused and helpless in the middle of the night. Can you even tell the difference between saltpeter and sulfur? Go back to the mansion first. Don't worry about the provisions. I've already sent someone disguised as a rice merchant to the Suang region to buy rice. Lam So shivered abruptly upon hearing the words rice merchant, my lord. Who did you send? Yin Minhua looked at Lam So with a rather surprised expression, as if wondering why she suddenly asked this question, but still replied, an old friend. Alarm bell. LS rang in Lam So's heart. Finally, he has appeared. The one who betrayed Yin Minhua in the original novel, almost causing his death in Yao City. Chapter 76. What's wrong? Your complexion looks bad. Are you feeling unwell? Yin Minhua reached out and touched Lam So's forehead. My lord, is this friend of yours trustworthy? Lam So began to speak with a hint of hesitation. Yin Minhua looked at her several times with a strange gaze. He owes me a life. Just by this sentence, one could tell how much Yin Minhua trusted Fang Yisheng. Indeed, in the original novel, the traitor who almost killed this great villain was named Fang Yisheng. When Yin Minhua descended from the mountain, he was only 17 or 18, not yet an adult. He had learned all his martial arts from old man Bai Shi on the mountain. After returning home, the Marquis of Yangon arranged for him to enter an academy, wanting him to learn a bit of Confucian teachings. Fang Yisheng was Yin Minhua's classmate. He came from a poor background. If not for an excellent essay that earned him the respect of the academy's head, he fundamentally couldn't have entered this high-class academy, which was only for children of aristocratic families. Although Fang Yisheng was humble in his dealings with others and diligent in his studies, deep down, he still harbored an inferiority complex about his humble origins. There was no shortage of uneducated scions of powerful families who bullied him at the academy. And Minhua was someone who didn't like to meddle in others' affairs. Initially, he didn't pay attention to whether Fang Yisheng was being bullied or not. It wasn't until Yin Minhua accidentally saw an essay by Fang Yisheng criticizing the current times that he immediately felt Fang Yisheng's political views were very similar to his own. Curiosity led to more interactions. It was through these interactions that the two of them found their conversations increasingly agreeable, even coming to regard each other as confidants. Yin Minhua was still young at that time. Later, when it came time for the imperial examinations, Yin Minhua, due to his aspirations on the battlefield, simply did not take them. Fang Yisheng originally wanted to rely on this examination to top the list and wash away his humiliation, but unexpectedly, no sooner had he received the good news of passing as Zhuangyuan, than he was immediately accused of examination fraud and thrown into prison. Examination fraud was a capital offense. Fang Yisheng knew he had been framed by villains, but having no powerful connections to rely on, naturally, no one came to his aid. At this critical juncture between life and death, Yin Minhua pleaded with the Marquis of Yangon to help him before the emperor. To get Fang Yisheng out of prison, the Marquis of Yangon's residence spent a considerable amount of money. In the end, the old emperor, out of respect for the Marquis of Yangon, pardoned Fang Yisheng from the death penalty, demoting him to a commoner, forbidden from holding office for life. Having endured this injustice, Fang Yisheng lost all interest in the treacherous world of officialdom. He burned all his essays, then started a business. And he made a solemn promise that if Yin Minhua ever needed him, he would certainly brave boiling oil and burning fires without hesitation. Yin Minhua thought of his textile business in the Suang region, which was why he wanted him to pretend to be a rice merchant, buy some provisions and transport them to the pass. But although Fang Yisheng made many good promises verbally, when he led the team of merchants escorting the provisions to Yao City, all the sacks on the provision carts were filled with sand, and the escorts accompanying the merchant team were also men of the second prince. So-called brotherhood and life-saving gratitude were no match for the promise of high office and generous emoluments. There was no longer any hope for Yao City's provisions. The soldiers' morale plummeted severely, and they were dealt a heavy blow by this enemy force disguised as escorts, plunging the entire city into crisis. Enraged, Yin Minhua personally carried a blade and killed Fang Yisheng. But even then, Yao City could not turn the tide. From then on, Yin Minhua became suspicious and devious, no longer trusting anyone. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Yin Minhua asked. Lin Chu thought it over and over, finally deciding to tell Yanmi. Ongo, in a roundabout way, I had a nightmare. I dreamed you were betrayed by a friend. In the dream, all the provisions turned into sand. You're just too tired, that's why you're having these strange dreams. When we get home, I'll tell the kitchen to make you a bowl of soothing soup, you drink it and then have a good night's sleep. Yan Mingwa clearly paid no attention to the dream Lin Chu spoke of. Lin Chu felt anxious, but she currently had no proof. Moreover, Yan Mingwa might accept that she came from another world, but it was not certain he would accept that he himself was just a character written in a book. If it were Lin Chu and someone suddenly told her that the world she lived in was written by someone else, and that she was just a character on a page assigned certain settings, Lin Chu would surely collapse. Therefore, she didn't dare say that she knew the future of everyone in the book. 1. She was afraid of not being accepted. 2. Her existence had already changed too many things from the original story. She didn't know if it would create a butterfly effect. On the way back, Lin Chu also wore a worried expression. Yan Mingwa looked at her for a long time, finally sighing, don't worry about these matters, I will handle everything properly. My lord, why don't you still send someone to reinforce that friend? Firstly, war is happening, and provisions are urgently needed everywhere. If he suddenly buys provisions in large quantities, it will surely attract the court's attention. Secondly, people's hearts are unpredictable. Wasn't Crown Prince Han also a close friend of yours before? I had that dream, I'm truly uneasy. I just feel like it's Bodhisattva warning us of something. Lin Chu lowered her head, twisting her handkerchief tightly with both hands. Yan Mingwa was silent for a few seconds, finally stroking her head and saying, my wife's words are probably reasonable, your husband dares not disobey. Hearing this, Lin Chu finally smiled. After all, prevention is better. It's just that now they couldn't rely on the provisions Fang Yisheng was bringing. My lord, that batch of iron ore, we can't use it anyway. If the barbarians want it, why not just give it to them? Lin Chu considered for a moment, then continued. This batch of pyrite ore had to be thrown away anyway. Since the barbarians liked picking up discarded items so much, let them take it back as a treasure. We still need to buy more time with the barbarians regarding this matter, Yan Mingwa said slowly, stroking Lin Chu's hair. Why? Lin Chu didn't understand. Today, Deputy General Zhao had humbled himself in the camp tent, his attitude already very modest. If they continued to pressure him, he might resent them. What do you think the barbarians want that batch of ore for? Yan Mingwa asked, lowering his head to look at Lin Chu with authority. Lin Chu pondered carefully, connecting it with the barbarians' sudden attack on Yao City earlier. She suddenly realized, opening her eyes wide in astonishment, it's the second prince's idea. To secure his position, the second prince would stop at nothing. He could even think of colluding with the barbarians, truly mad to the point of insanity. The second prince must have heard rumors that they also wanted to forge iron. Even though he knew their blacksmiths hadn't succeeded, to eliminate future trouble, he used this tactic of pulling the firewood from under the cauldron, directly demanding the iron ore from them. This would make forging iron even more impossible. A mere vanguard commander is not worthy enough to be exchanged for that much iron ore. Otherwise, it would instead arouse suspicion from others. Yan Mingwa explained these principles to Lin Chu in a calm, detailed manner. So what are you going to do? Lin Chu was a little curious about Yan Mingwa's approach. Yan Mingwa looked at her as if amused. What else can be done? However much this vanguard commander is worth, that's how many bargaining chips well used to exchange him. Lin Chu knew that what Yan Mingwa said was reasonable, so she didn't continue the topic. Back home, the kitchen had brought a bowl of nourishing soup to warm her stomach. As Lin Chu drank it spoon by spoon, she thought about the current situation of the city. Her heart felt a little uneasy. She instructed Jing He tell Song Tua that from now on in our manor, except for senior sister's food which will remain unchanged, everyone else should try to eat simply. Yao City already has many fami lies with no food to eat, Jing He acknowledged. That evening Yan Mingwa, for some unknown reason, wore her out until midnight. The next morning when Lin Chu woke up, Yan Mingwa had already gone to the military camp. He said the barbarians had tied up the right vanguard and come to the South City gate to challenge them. Lin Chu originally wanted to go get saltpeter and sulfur, but since Yan Mingwa wasn't there, she didn't feel it was appropriate to go out alone. She was afraid that if she were captured by some force, it would cause more trouble. After she finished eating, she reviewed all her account books. She discovered that she was quite wealthy, with usable silver notes alone amounting to 50,000 taels. But if she used these 50,000 taels of silver to buy provisions for the Southwest Grand Army, it would still just be a drop in the ocean. Jing-hee, who do you think we could steal provisions from now with a higher chance of success? Lin Chu lay slumped on the table, utterly dejected. The second prince is currently besieged in the prefectural city south of the Huai River. Huainan has always been a wealthy region of Dezhou, and the second prince lacks neither provisions nor weapons, so he's not easy to provoke. The third prince and the second prince are confronting each other in the Bema Pass region. Their forces are equally matched. Stealing provisions from either of them is feasible, but the distance to Yao City is too great. I'm afraid that by the time the stolen provisions are brought back, the barbarians will have already begun attacking the city. Jing-hee analyzed. So now we can only wait for death or surrender to the third prince. As she said this, Lin Chu herself had more than once felt doubtful. The principle that she could think of, could the sixth prince not think of it? Handing over the Northwest Grand Army to others? Even if the sixth prince were an idiot, surely his strategists wouldn't fail to consider this point. Lin Chu increasingly felt that this might be a conspiracy. She unrolled the map of the pass region, her eyes staring intently at where the barbarians were camped. Suddenly, she slapped the table and shot to her feet. I've got it. What? Jing-hee also looked at the map, his expression bewildered. Lin Chu pointed at the barbarians' encampment. The second prince's military strength is too great for us to fight against. The third prince and the sixth prince's supply depots are too far away. So why don't we directly steal the barbarians' provisions? Jing-hee's face was blank for a long while. Then he said, Madam, you truly are extraordinarily resourceful. Having found a way, Lin Chu's mood brightened considerably. Full of enthusiasm, she wanted to go to the military camp again, but was stopped by Song Tuo. Madam, before master left, he specifically instructed that you, along with the young master and them, must go to Master Chun to study. Song Tuo had an awkward expression. Lin Chu brushed his hand away. Tending to go out. I have something important to tell the general. Song Tuo remained unmoving, and apologetically said, Madam, please don't make things difficult for your subordinate. Jing-hee came out from the room, holding a book box in his hand. Madam, master will be back by evening at the latest. Just go to the master's place to study for half a day. This time will pass very quickly. Lin Chu's face crumpled like a bitter gourd. She took the book box from Jing-hee's hand and plodded silently towards the private school. Jing-hee and Song Tuo exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Jing-hee started walking, following Lin Chu. Oh dear, eating wild grass in the field. Esteemed guests arrive, playing zither and flute. As she stepped into the private school, she heard this delicate chanting of text. Oh dear, eating wild grass in the field. Lin Chu could distinguish these two voices. They belonged to Han Junyi and Qi Bao. Didn't they say the master who was invited was a learned and profound old man? But the voice just now sounded like a young person. Lin Chu was puzzled. The back door of the private academy was open. She tilted her head and looked inside, truly astonished. The teacher wore a blue robe. His delicate features, the gentle demeanor characteristic of a scholar between his eyebrows, and an elegant and noble grace accumulated from extensive reading were all distinctive. The teacher was about to teach the next line when he knocked. Iced Lin Chu peeking in from the doorway. He frowned slightly in displeasure. Who is it outside? Lin Chu had no choice but to carry her book box and enter. All right, sit down and listen to the lecture. Don't be late next time. The teacher interrupted Lin Chu. He gave her a perfunctory glance, then kept shaking his head. Your father's told Teacher Chun to teach you how to read, but Teacher Chun is sick today, so I will be substituting for this lesson. Fathers. Lin Chu was utterly bewildered. Chapter 77. Don't get distracted anymore, take out your books. The teacher spoke, his voice gentle, yet carrying a faint, distant air of nobility as the elder sister. You must set an example for your younger brothers. Lin Chu. This teacher seemed to have misunderstood something. She's auntie, not older sister. Han Junyi with his small, round, serious face pointed at Lin Chu. Auntie is Uncle Yan's wife. The teacher, who had already turned his back, heard Han Junyi say that and turned back to look at Lin Chu. Her current body was only 16 years old. Ever since Yan Mingwa established his forces in Yao City, the food at home had also improved significantly. Although Lin Chu was slender, her face still had a youthful plumpness, her round cheeks even more pronounced. Her eyes were clear, lively, and held a hint of mischief. She found women's hairstyles too bothersome, so she just asked Jing He to tie her hair into a loose ponytail, making her look exactly like a young M. Aiden still in her boudoir. The teacher had never met Yan Mingwa, but he guessed that for Yan Mingwa to hold the position of commandant, he must be of a certain age. As for Lin Chu, with such a charming appearance, she must be the old commandant's concubine. Since when could a concubine also come to school to read? Did she consider this sacred place of learning a place for her to behave presumptuously? Morality truly was declining. The teacher shook his head inwardly, and with a stern face said this text, "You all go home and commit it to memory. Tomorrow I will conduct a random check." Some people should not regard this sacred place of learning as a place for jest. His gaze, full of implied meaning, fell upon Lin Chu. When Lin Chu looked back up, he had already avoided her gaze, saying, "Take out your brush, ink, paper and inkstone." Lin Chu also felt the teacher's attitude towards her was a bit peculiar. She didn't know where she had offended him. She guessed it was probably because she was a few minutes late for class earlier. She reflected on how strict this teacher was, then took out the writing brush and inkstone that Jing He had prepared for her earlier from her book box. The teacher spread the paper on the table in front, held the brush, dipped a rich stroke of ink, his left hand pulling up the sleeve on his right arm, and held his right wrist high to write beautiful characters. Besides diligent practice, one must also master the techniques. Whether a vertical stroke precedes a horizontal, or a horizontal precedes a vertical. Whether a right stroke precedes a left, or a left precedes a right. Having said that, he used the brush with a flick of his wrist, writing a powerful character mock wood on the white paper. To make a vertical stroke precede a horizontal, or a horizontal precede a vertical, this is to learn from the initial strokes like a knife cleaving or an axe chopping, found in Lishu's script, making the character sharper and more decisive. The teacher lifted the paper and lightly shook it, showing them the large character mock on the paper. To make a right stroke precede a left or a left precede a right, is so that when the brush reaches the middle, the strokes on both sides above and below are smooth, and the character would appear elegant, orderly, and neat. He used the tip of his writing brush to point at the two left and right diagonal strokes of the character mock, glanced at the three of them, then said, "Now you all copy this character mock." Lam So finished grinding the ink, dipped her brush in it, then suspended her wrist to write. Her seat was quite far, so she couldn't actually see clearly how the tutor moved his brush. She only relied on her memory of the calligraphy techniques Yan Minhua had taught her, to write the character mock wood. Lam So herself thought her written mock looked quite decent. Sitting in the last row, she could see Han Jun Dai in front, holding his back straight, appearing very diligent. For that bow, he was like a little monkey, fidgeting constantly, scratching his ears and cheeks. He seemed unbearably annoyed, and the paper on his desk was completely stained with ink. The tutor walked up to Lam So and stopped. Perhaps having been intimidated by him before, Lam So truly felt like she was back in high school, not daring to breathe heavily. "What is this you've written?" The tutor sternly reprimanded. "Your strokes are all messy and tangled. Late for class, not paying attention to the lecture. What do you take this school for?" The tutor scolded. "A woman without talent is virtuous. Since you have no talent, why don't you go home and properly learn female virtues?" Lam So was a bit bewildered. How had the discussion escalated to female virtues? Then a fire ignited in her heart. What kind of logic was this? In Admonitions to Ma Shang of Dongyang, there was a line that left a particularly deep impression on Lam So. The ancients, high in virtue and prestige, had disciples filling their homes, yet never lowered their words or expressions. I stood by their sides, raising doubts to ask, bowing my head and leaning my ear to seek instruction, or when they reprimanded, my expression grew more respectful, my etiquette more meticulous, not daring to utter a single word in reply, waiting until they were pleased, then I would seek instruction again. Although she knew that ancient tutors might not be overly reasonable, this person in front of her was clearly looking down on women. "Sir has read the books of sages, yet you claim that having no talent is female virtue. According to you, women shouldn't enter schools, correct? Lam So retorted sharply. The tutor merely took it as her being hit where it hurt, and fearing to anger her, said nothing more. If she spoke ill of him in front of Captain Yen, he feared Captain Yen would blame his own teacher, Tutor-chan. After all, he was only here to substitute for a few days while Tutor-chan was ill. Silence was consent. Lam So's heart was filled with endless frustration. She knew the low status of women in this era, but she hadn't expected some scholars to view women this way. She secretly made a firm resolution she must practice until she had beautiful handwriting to show this tutor. It wasn't that she didn't want to practice calligraphy, she just didn't want to waste her precious time on such things. So much so that later, when the world was peaceful, Lam So had women's schools opened everywhere, allowing all women to study like men, and even take imperial examinations to become officials. This was influenced by the events of today, but that is a story for later. The next class was shrouded in a strange silence. All three buried their heads in practicing calligraphy. Lam So did so because she was suppressing a ball of anger. Han Jundai did so because he couldn't let others discover his abnormality, and could only pretend to be a child. As for that Bao, he was frightened by the tutor. After all, if the tutor dared to be aggressive even with Lam So, that Bao figured he would also be scolded if he didn't practice his calligraphy well, so he was exceptionally well behaved. Upon returning to the residence, Yen Min-kwa's first action was to ask where Lam So was. Knowing she was at the school, he immediately rushed over eagerly to see. He was still quite a distance away, only seeing Lam So sitting in the last row, diligently practicing calligraphy, through the wide-open back door. Her chubby face was puffed up with frustration, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upwards. Taking a few more steps, when he clearly saw that the tutor seated at the front was a young, rather handsome gentleman, Yen Min-kwa's face immediately turned ashen. Tong Thok, didn't I tell you to invite Tutor-chan to the residence to teach? Tong Thok wiped a layer of sweat from his forehead and said, Master, you don't know. Tutor-chan has caught a cold these past few days and couldn't come. Fearing to delay the young master's studies at the residence, he sent his favorite student to substitute for a few days. Yen Min-kwa's expression remained grim. More sweat streamed down Tong Thok's forehead. You are becoming more and more immoderate in your work. Yen Min-kwa only left him with that one sentence. Tong Thok knew that this time, he was probably in big trouble for having done something foolish. Finally, having endured until noon, this morning's lesson was over. Lin Chu returned to the main residence. In an extremely vexed mood, discovering Yen Min-kwa had already returned. She had originally intended to ask him about the hostage exchange with the barbarians, but Yen Min-kwa didn't even deign to look at her the entire time. His face was rigid, as if someone owed him hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Is something wrong in the military? Lin Chu patiently asked. Yen Min-kwa immediately turned his face away, clearly not wanting to pay attention to her. He said irritably, no. Lin Chu had already endured a belly full of resentment from her tutor, so her mood wasn't very good to begin with. Now that Yen Min-kwa didn't want to talk to her, she wouldn't invite more trouble upon herself either. This lunch was arguably the most stifling meal they had ever had. Jing He also noticed the strange atmosphere between Lin Chu and Yen Min-kwa, but as both were in the room, Jing He dared not speak much. After the meal, Lin Chu, with a sense of annoyance, took out her brush and ink to continue practicing calligraphy. Seeing this, the fire in Yen Min-kwa's heart flared up even more. He had clearly shown that he was angry, and she not only didn't coax him, but now she even had the state of mind to practice calligraphy. Normally, when he told her to practice calligraphy, she acted as if she were being forced onto a scaffold. How come after spending half a day with that pale-faced young master today, she suddenly liked practicing calligraphy? The more Yen Min-kwa thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Perhaps the resentment in his gaze was too strong, for Lin Chu, who was engrossed in practicing calligraphy, finally glanced at him. Are you all right? Yen Min-kwa immediately turned his head in the other direction. What could be wrong with me? Lin Chu wore an expression of confusion. She thought perhaps he was troubled by something in the military camp, so she didn't pay attention to it anymore. Yen Min-kwa waited for a long time, his neck stiff with expectation, yet still did not receive any inquiries or consolation from Lin Chu. He secretly glanced at Lin Chu, saw that she was still practicing calligraphy, and his heart immediately grew cold. I have to go to the Ormine now, he said, unwillingly. When are you going? Lin Chu, as expected, immediately stopped her brush and looked at him in surprise. Now, Yan Minhua replied, his expression still very displeased. I'll go with you, Lin Chu said. Don't you still have to practice calligraphy? Yan Minhua's face tightened, but the bitterness in his words could no longer be hidden. It was only then that Lin Chu realized Yan Minhua was unhappy because she hadn't paid attention to him. But he was clearly the one who had sulked first. Recalling the grievances she had to endure from her tutor, she suddenly no longer had the mind to bicker over who had sulked first. After a long rant about what happened today, she angrily declared, he looks down on women, doesn't he? I'll practice until I have beautiful calligraphy to show him. Knowing this reason, Yan Minhua immediately felt relieved from head to toe. Then don't go to school anymore after this. Lin Chu flatly refused. I have to go. If not for gain, then for pride. I must show him that all that talk about a woman's lack of talent is virtue is nothing but utter nonsense. This was the first time she swore in front of Yan Minhua. Yan Minhua shook his head and smiled. The one who truly taught you all is old Master Tran. He probably won't come tomorrow anymore. All right then, since you want to come along to the Ermine, do you want to change into different clothes? Then husband, wait for me a moment. Lam So lifted her skirt, intending to go back to her room. Suddenly she stopped. Oh right, husband, I have an idea. What idea? If the provisions bought from Nam do have a problem, why don't we take a gamble with the barbarians and seize their provisions? Lam So said. As soon as these words were uttered, Yan Minhua looked at her for a long time, then gently smiled and stroked her head, only saying go change your clothes. While changing clothes, Lam So also pondered Yan Minhua's unusual reaction upon hearing those words. She thought for a long time and more or less understood it. A bloody battle with the barbarians was only the best course of action when pushed to the brink. After all, compared to the entire city starving to death, risking their lives against the barbarians still offered a glimmer of hope for survival. This method was so cruel it was bloody. She could think of this point because she knew that with explosives providing cover, the probability of defeating the barbarians was very high. But when she suddenly put forward this idea, what did Yan Minhua think of her at that moment? Did he think she was too cold-hearted, or something else? The people accompanying Yan Minhua were the Lang Kaivi. To minimize their target, the group all traveled light on horseback. If they were unfortunately discovered by the barbarians, escaping would also be easier. In early spring, amidst the jagged rocks and barren land on the Or Mountain, some green weeds and bushes also sprouted. After walking up the mountain for a while, one could see some pale yellow rock formations protruding from the ground. The further up the mountain they went, the more such rock formations there were. Lam So was overjoyed in her heart. Her guess was indeed correct. This place had once experienced volcanic eruptions, which was why it left behind such an abundant amount of sulfur ore. The group stopped here. Lam So picked up a piece of pyrite ore and a piece of sulfur ore from the ground, and said loudly, everyone, look closely at this. This one with a color similar to gold is pyrite ore. It's useless, so don't pick it up. As for this pale yellow rock, this is sulfur ore. Fill the bags on your horses' backs. The Lang Kaivi quickly grabbed their bags and went everywhere to pick up sulfur ore. Yinmin. Hua asked Lam So, this sulfur ore, can it be used to smelt steel? He had just picked up a piece to test its weight, and it didn't feel at all like iron ore. Lam So said, of course, picking these up isn't for smelting iron, but for manufacturing more powerful weapons. She walked around, searching for a long time, and finally discovered a small rock with gray crystals not far away. She joyfully exclaimed, thank goodness, there's saltpeter ore here. In the ancient times of the current world, when the manufacturing of explosives first began, because volcanoes were rare in the Central Plains, saltpeter was basically obtained by alchemists by taking saltpeter-bearing soil, crushing it, putting it into barrels, adding water to soak and stir it thoroughly. After filtering multiple times, the clear filtrate was taken and placed in an evaporating dish to heat until the water evaporated. Then it was removed and allowed to cool, and saltpeter crystals would precipitate. But in the western region of Turpan, because there were many volcanoes, saltpeter ore was also abundant, with natural saltpeter, thus skipping the step of artificial saltpeter manufacturing. This place and her original world had a high degree of overlap, which was why the western region also had many ores. Lam So bent down to search while pulling Yen Minhua closer, muttering, "These small stones, let's collect a lot to take back." When they had collected almost enough sulfur and saltpeter, the group was about to turn back when Yen Minhua's expression suddenly turned serious. "What's wrong?" Lam So's heart also tightened. Yen Minhua glanced at her, continuing to listen to the sound of hooves echoing from below the mountain. "A large army is approaching." Lam So sensed trouble. They had come out with minimal numbers to reduce their visibility, so they hadn't brought many people. Were they really going to have to abandon all the sulfur and saltpeter they had painstakingly collected here? "You find a place to hide. I'll take some men down to see." Yen Minhua left 4 wolf cavalry guards with Lam So, one of whom was Duongqiu. He personally led the others on horseback down the mountain. Lam So feared something unexpected might happen. She told Duongqiu to quickly find a place to hide the saltpeter and sulfur they had bagged. If the barbarians charged up, they could retreat first, and then find an opportunity to come back for these minerals later. Lam So was worried about Yen Minhua. Duongqiu led her further up the mountain to find a place with a wide view to observe the battle below. The barbarians should have retreated in the morning, but a small squad was inexplicably moving repeatedly around the road at the foot of the mountain. Seemed as though they were getting familiar with the terrain. Yen Minhua, leading several dozen wolf cavalry guards, charged directly down the mountain, immediately splitting the barbarians' snake-like formation into 2. The 2 forces clashed. Yen Minhua led fewer men. Their formation was very strong, swiftly shattering the unsuspecting barbarians. "That person in the white prisoner's garb among the barbarian army is the right vanguard, Chu Hulin," Duongqiu explained to her. "This morning, our elder brother just made an arrangement with the barbarians to exchange 10 carts of iron ore for that useless fellow's life. The hostage exchange point is right here at Quanmon Slope." The name of this place was quite fitting. Besides a narrow path, towering mountains rose on both sides, resembling 2 gates. No matter how many troops were outside, restricted by this terrain, they wouldn't gain an advantage. As for an ambush on the mountain, both sides could think of it. If 2 armies each occupied a peak and then pushed down rocks, wouldn't even their own men be crushed to death? Therefore, a mountain ambush wasn't very feasible. This area had always been under the control of Great Zhao. The barbarians capturing the right vanguard and having him lead them around was perhaps to familiarize themselves with the terrain, or to set up traps below beforehand. "That large fellow with the big iron axe is Prince Tatman, quite skilled in combat." Duongqiu pointed at the barbarian fighting Yen Minhua. The moment Lam So saw that large man, she immediately thought of Ho Dain Leet. Last time, Yen Minhua had spent a great deal of effort to kill Ho Dain Leet. Lam So instantly became worried. But Prince Tatman quickly fought ND himself at a disadvantage. He found an opening and led the right vanguard to flee. Lam So had originally thought that Yen Minhua and his men would easily recapture the hostage, but the group made no move. They even rode their horses back up the mountain. When she met Yen Minhua and saw that he didn't have a single scratch from head to toe, Lam So was relieved. She said, "Is there an ambush set by the barbarians ahead?" Yen Minhua adjusted the iron vambrace on his wrist, his voice leisurely. "Perhaps not." Lam So widened her eyes. "Then why didn't you pursue them?" Yen Minhua calmly said, "The barbarians went to such great lengths. I'm just playing a little game with them, to make them think that the hostage in their hands is indeed an important card, increasing their guard over the hostage. Correspondingly, they will reduce their reconnaissance here. Whatever we do next will also be easier." Upon hearing these words, Lam So had something to ponder. It was getting dark. The group tied the sacks onto their horses' backs and galloped back to Yao City. Prince Simon returned to where the army was encamped and immediately went to see Great Khan Simon. Listening to Prince Simon recount how the Daizhao army wanted to kidnap the hostage, Huyan Xiao's eyes darkened. "Have you already engaged in battle with Yen Minhua?" Prince Haman, full of arrogance, said, "Just a martial brute. Not worth mentioning. Don't underestimate the enemy. Have you forgotten that your uncle died by his age?" And Huyan Xiao scolded. Prince Simon sneered, hesitant actions, lacking the demeanor of a great general. "When I led Chu Youlian in a breakthrough, he clearly had the opportunity to reclaim his vanguard, but he didn't dare to pursue, because he feared we had an ambush ahead." Lacking courage, he no longer deserves to be called a warrior. Father, please grant me permission to challenge Yan Mingwa to a duel. I will definitely kill him and avenge uncle. Your strength is far inferior to your uncle's. He even killed your uncle, how could you be his opponent? Duobo, don't underestimate your enemy. He is a wolf who has long reigned as king in the northwest. Huyan Shao said. When did you become so timid? No wonder Dai's internal affairs are in such chaos. Yet we still can't break through the northwest defense line. Prince Simon growled angrily, then ran out of the great tent. Huyan Shao only sighed. Out of the great tent, Prince Simon ordered his guards bring our brave warriors of the prairie. We will raid Yao City tonight. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. The manufacturing of explosives was a large undertaking, inconvenient to do at home, so Lin Chu followed Yan Mingwa directly to the military camp. With the experience from last time, this time the saltpeter and sulfur were purer, and the mixing ratio was more precise. According to Lin Chu's request, Yan Mingwa instructed the soldiers in the military camp to grind the sulfur and saltpeter they had brought back into powder charcoal. Powder was also ground into several large jars. Lin Chu took a portion and mixed it according to the ratio, then told someone to find several ceramic jars of uniform size. She filled them with explosives, placed the fuse inside, and closed the lids tightly. She threaded the fuse out of a small hole already drilled in the lid. Only then did she lift her head, her face covered in soot, and let out a sigh of relief. Are you finished? Yan Mingwa looked at her curiously. He took out a handkerchief from his chest and helped Lin Chu wipe the sweat from the tip of her nose. But because her face was already covered in soot, when he wiped, the soot smeared, spreading from the tip of her nose to her cheek, creating a thick black smudge. Yan Mingwa's hand trembled, not daring to wipe further. It's more or less done. This jar is quite large, containing a lot of explosives, so its destructive power should be considerable. But we still need to test it first to confirm. The destructive power of this crude explosive, of course, could not compare to modern explosives. Only with a certain amount would the explosive force be astonishing enough. The explosive jar from last time was one she found at home. She wasn't sure of its exact capacity. She had to determine the destructive power through testing, and only then could she determine the amount of explosives to pack into the jars. Lin Chu rubbed her aching neck, seeing Yan Mingwa stop wiping her sweat. She asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Yan Mingwa coughed twice. "I see you're also hot. Why don't you go wash your face?" Lin Chu had just been sweating all over. Her whole body was sticky. She also felt the sweat on her face. "I'll wash my face after the test. Otherwise I'll be covered in dust again." Lin Chu took the handkerchief from Yan Mingwa's hand and generously wiped her own face. This time the soot on her face completely smeared, thoroughly transforming her into a not-so-pure lump of coal. The corners of Yan Mingwa's mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare, struggling to hold it in. Lam So looked at him suspiciously, and he immediately put on an icy cold face. "Find an open space. I want to test the power of this explosive," Lam So said. Yan Mingwa coughed twice. "The training grounds are quite spacious." "Training grounds? Isn't that where you train your soldiers? If it's damaged, where will you train them?" Lam So frowned. Yan Mingwa had previously heard Tong Thok describe just how immense the power of this seemingly unremarkable black powder was. But the training grounds could accommodate tens of thousands of people for training at the same time. It was considered the most spacious place in the military camp. "Do you think the training grounds here in Dutan are only as big as our backyard?" Yan Mingwa found it amusing. Seeing Lam So with her small, sooty face and bewildered expression made her look even funnier. "Oh, in that case, the training grounds it is," Lam So said. Yan Mingwa had his men move a large pile of rocks and stack them in the middle of the training grounds. Lam So placed the ceramic jar containing the explosive next to the pile of rocks. She held the fuse but did nothing for a long time. "Is something wrong?" Yan Mingwa saw her serious expression, and his heart sank slightly. Lam So looked at the fuse, which was 2 fingers long. Both timid and awkward. "Let's make the fuse a bit longer." This time Yan Mingwa burst out laughing. His large hand rubbed Lam So's head. Taking the fuse from her hand, "Let me do it. You hide far away." Tong Thok recalled the terrifying scene when they blew up the dike last time. If it hadn't been for his subordinates repeatedly warning him to run as far as possible the moment he lit it, and if he hadn't used Qinggong to run after lighting it, he probably would have been injured. Fearing something untoward might happen to Lam So and Yin Minhua, he voluntarily stepped forward. Master, let your subordinate do it. Yin Minhua also wanted to see the power of this thing for himself, so he waved his hand. Take the madam and hide her far away. Every 3 steps, Lam So turned her head back. Then you must run immediately after lighting it. Yin Minhua smiled and nodded. Only after Lam So had hidden far away did he light the fuse. The fuse hissed and smoked, shortening very quickly. Yin Minhua immediately used Qinggong to retreat. With a boom, the explosion on the training ground shook one's ears. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the large pile of rocks had exploded into a heap of rubble. A large, smoking crater in the middle sent shivers down one's spine. Although he had heard Tong Thak recount it, witnessing it firsthand still gave Yin Minhua an indescribable sense of shock. It's a success! It's a success! Lam So, resembling a lump of coal, ran over from behind, excitedly grasping Yin Minhua's hand. Yin Minhua looked at her face covered in ash, and his heart was filled with even more emotion. So Nhi, thank you for bringing your nation's divine artifact here. I will use it to protect the safety of the people of Daiqiu. Lam So was slightly stunned, then looked back at Yin Minhua, nodded and solemnly said, We're under attack. The enemy is attacking. In the middle of the dark night, shouts of panic suddenly echoed. Lam So and Yin Minhua both changed color. Flames shot skyward from the distant encampments. The Daiqiu army was unprepared. The barbarians, disguised in Daiqiu uniforms, seized the initiative to massacre them before the Daiqiu troops could react. Tong Thak, escort the madam away. Yin Minhua ordered in a deep voice, while he himself rushed towards the chaotic camp. Lam So looked at the burning tents in front of her, and the sky-shattering shouts of killing. Her mind went blank. How did the barbarians infiltrate here? How could the South Gate fall so easily? The South Gate? Could Deputy General Zhao have betrayed them? Lam So's heart was in turmoil. And she mounted her horse. She noticed a squad of soldiers wearing Great Chow uniforms but carrying barbarian weapons advancing towards their gunpowder manufacturing tent. Those were barbarians disguised as Great Chow soldiers. Her heart pounded. If that batch of gunpowder fell into the hands of the barbarians, Lam So truly dared not imagine. She said loudly, Tong Thak, hold that tent. Madam, the master ordered your subordinate to take you away. Tong Thak was unyielding. If that batch of gunpowder falls into the hands of the barbarians, we'll truly be finished. Lam So roared. Tong Thak also understood this point. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, fight our way over there. A sharp whistle sounded, and there was an immediate response from within the camp. The bronze sabers of the wolf cavalry guard had all been replaced with steel sabers, gleaming dazzlingly. Chopping down barbarians was like chopping chives. Sometimes when they clashed with the barbarians' curved sabers, due to the immense force of the blow, some of the barbarian sabers were chipped, and some were directly severed. Lam So finally knew where the overwhelming advantage of the Second Prince's army lay. Seeing that the wolf cavalry guard led by Tong Thak had dealt with the barbarians disguised as Great Chow soldiers, Lam So hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw several fierce barbarians charging towards her. Tong Thak left 4 wolf cavalry guard to protect her. When the barbarians were still more than 10 meters from Lam So, the 4 wolf cavalry guard swiftly swept over to harvest heads, then retreated back to Lam So's side. But even more barbarians directly attacked them. Lam So's eyes darted around, searching everywhere. Finally, she saw the figures of Deputy General Zhao and Prince Satman on a wooden observation platform. She felt something was wrong. She feared she had been sold out by that old Deputy General Zhao. This training ground was rectangular. Her current position was at the northwest corner of the training ground, while Tong Thak and his men were at the northeast corner. The barbarians were rushing in from the south of the training ground. The distance from this northwest corner to the northeast corner was the longest side of the training ground. No matter what, she could not safely reach Tong Thak along this path. And once Tong Thak's men came here, the gunpowder tent would be lost. Because the barbarians were disguised as Great Chow soldiers, many soldiers now couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. They were on the defensive. Fearing harm to their own troops, they dared not use the gunpowder in the tent recklessly. If she were captured alive by the barbarians, What choice would Yan Minhua have to make? The barbarians employed rotation tactics, gradually exhausting the 4 wolf cavalry guards. One of the wolf cavalry guards also recognized this. He said, "Madam, ride towards Commander Song. We will cover you." Lin Si, who gritted her teeth and uttered a yes. At this point there was only one way left to risk everything. When the barbarians charged again, the 4 wolf cavalry guards did not charge out. The barbarians, believing they were exhausted, and who had been observing from the south of the training ground, all growled and charged forward. Lin Chu's entire body bristled with goosebumps. She timed it perfectly when most of the barbarians had almost gathered in the northwest corner. She fiercely whipped her horse and galloped straight out from one side. Human legs, of course, cannot compare to a horse's 4. The 4 wolf cavalry guards also fought the barbarians while protecting Lin Chu as she fled. Therefore, despite the barbarians' strenuous pursuit, Lin Chu quickly outdistanced them. However, the 4 wolf cavalry guards, in an effort to eliminate the barbarians who were relentlessly pursuing Lin Chu, completely disregarded the rain of blows from behind. One by one they fell. Lin Chu had ridden a great distance when she turned her head to look back from her horse. All of the wolf cavalry guards had fallen. One wolf cavalry guard, pierced by several spears and his face covered in blood, lay face down on the ground, still clutching tightly onto a barbarian's leg, refusing to let go. That barbarian angrily stomped on his face. That scene unfolded like a slow-motion film, appearing little by little before Lin Chu's eyes, causing her to cry silently. The horse galloped to the encampment that Song Thak was guarding. Lin Chu didn't wait for the warhorse to stop, but leaped off. The inertia caused her to roll several times on the ground before she could get to her feet. "Madam, are you all right?" Song Thak was terrified out of his wits. Lin Chu's eyes were red-rimmed as she watched the barbarians chasing like a swarm of bees, and she said, "Bring the jar of explosives I finished making here." Very quickly someone brought it. Lin Chu looked at Song Thak after lighting the fuse. "Do your arms have enough strength to throw this to the barbarians?" Song Thak looked at the barbarian's speed of movement and nodded. "Your subordinate can throw it." The excited growls of the barbarians were already right beside their ears. Song Thak used one hand to support the jar of explosives, lit the fuse with his other hand, and then threw it forcefully. After a loud boom, only a pile of corpses remained on the ground. Prince Satman saw this scene from the observation platform, so terrified that he clutched tightly onto the wooden rail, and questioned Deputy General Zhao what was that. To conquer De Zhao, he had learned the Central Plains language and studied Central Plains military strategies. Deputy General Zhao only knew that Yan Minhua and his wife were secretly manufacturing something. Hearing the previous explosion, he had already known this thing was certainly extraordinary. But now, seeing with his own eyes a dozen or so people blown to pieces, he still trembled. And his heart, perhaps it's that thing they hid in the encampment. "Are you certain that woman made this?" Prince Satman asked. Deputy General Zhao nodded. "Of course it's her." At this point, what good would it do me to lie to you? Hearing that, Prince Satman turned and descended the observation platform. Deputy General Zhao shouted loudly, "What you promised me, I've already done. Where is my son-in-law?" Prince Satman didn't even bother to turn his head, saying, "Now we are in the same boat. Your help to us is helping De Zhao's new emperor. Wait until we together capture Yao City, KLL that dog Yan. By then you will not only be able to get your son-in-law back, but also be promoted and advance in rank." Chuang 79. Deputy General Zhao leaned his hands on the wooden railing of the observation deck and sighed. He knew he had boarded the wrong ship, but he couldn't get off anymore. There was only one path left, to go to the very end. He had fought on battlefields for many years, and only in his twilight years had he been blessed with a precious daughter. If his son-in-law died, his daughter would become a widow. A widow in this world could never hold her head up again. For his daughter and son-in-law, he had no choice but to risk his old life. That Yan Minhua had always been arrogant. He couldn't gain any benefits under Yan Mingguo's command. In the future, if the sixth prince emerged victorious, Yan Minhua and Ndingyuan would naturally receive credit for their support. That time, they would return to the capital to be promoted and rise in rank. Border passes had always been garrisoned by trusted generals appointed by successive emperors. He and Yaocheng, would still have to live dependent on the mood of the commanding general. Better to ally with the barbarians and pledge allegiance to the second prince. Once the second prince was firmly established on the throne, when merits were discussed and rewards bestowed, he would be the foremost figure in Yaocheng. The explosion had indeed suppressed the barbarians on the spot. They no longer dared to charge into the encampment, but merely dispersed and lingered around. Lin Chu noticed that the barbarians wearing Dezhao military uniforms all had a 2-finger-wide red cloth strip tied on their left arm. She suddenly realized that was how they identified each other. Lin Chu immediately said to Song to quickly find a way to tell the general those wearing Dezhao military uniforms with red cloth strips on their arms are all barbarians. Song Tua immediately put his fingers to his mouth and blew several sharp whistles. An answering whistle sounded from afar. Song Tua looked at the person approaching step by step from afar, his expression extremely solemn. The appearance of Prince Simon seemed to have given the barbarians a sense of support. Although they still stood scattered, it was clear that their previous panic had largely dissipated. Song Tua said in a low voice, "Archers." A line of wolf cavalry grew. Arts drew their bows and knocked their arrows, sending volleys of arrows flying towards the barbarians. The barbarians scattered. The arrows were not dense enough, so they easily dodged them. Prince Simon even just lightly parried with the large iron axe in his hand, deflecting the sharp arrows flying towards him. "Madam, you go first," Song Tua said. Lin Chu thought for a moment, then ran back into the tent, carrying out 3 jars of explosives. She placed 2 jars at Song Tua's feet. "There are only these few jars of explosives left that we made. Better to use them all than let them fall into their hands." Song Tua looked at the ceramic jar Lin Chu was holding in her arms with some doubt. Weren't there only 2 jars left? He assumed Lin Chu had just run in and grabbed another jar. He didn't ask much, lit the fuse of 1 jar, and threw it towards Prince Simon. Prince Simon had seen the power of this thing from the observation deck. He dared not underestimate it and desperately ran with all his might towards Lin Chu. The jar of explosives blew up right where he had just stood. Several barbarians were blown away. "A beautiful woman like you is suitable to be the most beautiful flower on our steps, not suited for these bloody affairs." Prince Simon dodged the explosion's range, tripping several wolf cavalry guards who were blocking his path. He stared at Lin Chu and said. Lin Chu shivered. According to the customs of the steppes, after an elder brother died, the younger brother who ascended the throne would take his elder brother's wife as his queen. When they conquered a tribe and killed its leader, they would also take the leader's wife. "Madam, quickly go," Song Tua shouted. Lin Chu knew that even if she ran, she couldn't escape Prince Simon. She smiled and lit the fuse of the last jar of explosives in her hand. The fuse sizzled, burning, and sparks flew. "I think your body exploding into countless fragments would be the most beautiful sight," Lam So said with a calm smile. The fuse of the explosive jar in her hand had almost burned to its end. "Madam!" Song Thak was so terrified his voice cracked. Prince Tatman's pupils constricted. He immediately abandoned the idea of capturing Lam So alive, turned, and ran frantically as if his life depended on it. He ran a certain distance, then threw himself forward with all his might, sprawling face down on the ground. The fuse of the explosive jar in Lam So's hand burned out, but there was no explosion. Prince Tatman brushed off the dirt and stood up, looking at Lam So, grinding his teeth. "How dare you toy with this prince? You're courting death." Lam So pretended to be scared, her hands trembling. The ceramic jar fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, revealing nothing inside. Prince Tatman, his face dark, approached. Lam So pointed at the ceramic jar in Song Thak's hand, stammering as if terrified. "You don't come over here, otherwise it will explode and kill you." Prince Tatma scoffed. "Beauty, no one will fall for the same trick a second time." He advanced towards Lam So again. Clearly, the two were still more than 10 meters apart, but Lam So seemed too scared, and fell as she retreated. Prince Tatman, confident of victory, stopped and said, "Although you are not docile at all, rest assured, I will not kill you. You don't look very healthy, but you are very beautiful. I will nourish you until you are truly healthy, then bear children with you. Our Tatman tribe always respects women. Without women, our tribe cannot prosper and multiply." He was truly trying to persuade Lam So. These insulting words made Song Thak frown. He only wanted to lead the wolf cavalry to fight Prince Tatman to the death. But seeing Lam So signal him with her eyes, Song Thak immediately understood. He picked up the explosive jar, felt its weight, and immediately knew that Lam So had deliberately deceived Prince Tatman just now. He lit the fuse of the last explosive jar and threw it. Prince Tatman watched the explosive jar flying towards him, thinking they were trying to scare him again. He curled his lip in disdain, angrily swung his axe intending to smash the ceramic jar. Boom! The very moment the iron axe in Prince Tatman's hand touched the explosive jar, the explosive coincidentally detonated. A colossal cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the area. Waiting for the smoke and dust to dissipate, Lam So then lowered the sleeve she had used to cover her face. The R of the explosion ahead was scorched black, and the air carried the smell of burnt flesh. There were a few fragments on the ground, but from a distance Lam So couldn't see them clearly. The two large iron axes were the most recognizable items. Was Prince Tatman blown to death? Lam So asked, her voice sounding very calm. Yes. Song Thak had never seen such a cold and ruthless side of Lam So. For a moment he even felt that Lam So seemed to bear the shadow of Yen Min Kwa. Go tell the general. Having said this, Lam So walked into the tent. She appeared cold and heartless, but in reality she was utterly terrified inside. The moment she entered the tent, Lam So collapsed onto a chair. Although this wasn't the first time she had seen death, a death reduced to ashes was still a nightmare for her. With Prince Tatman dead, the barbarian army panicked. Their raid tonight only comprised 3,000 men. Previously, they had gained such an advantage simply because they had changed into the uniforms of the Dezhou army, and the Dezhou army, being completely unprepared, was caught by surprise. When the Dezhou army reacted, it was the barbarians' turn to be passively beaten. Some cunning barbarians directly removed the red armbands from their arms and infiltrated the Dezhou army. Because many Dezhou soldiers had also died, it was impossible to distinguish them in the chaos. Yen Min Kwa directly gathered everyone in the training ground and ordered men to place Prince Tatman's two large iron axes on the general's platform. He pointed at the two iron axes and said, "The Tatman army has harassed our great Zhao border for many years. Tonight's raid, the Tatman prince is dead. Tomorrow, we will open the city gates to meet them in battle and slaughter every barbarian. Slaughter every barbarian. Slaughter every barbarian." The great Zhao soldiers cheered enthusiastically. Yen Min Kwa's gaze searched among the generals. He said these words to stir the emotions of the barbarians mixed in with the army. The Tatman prince was dead. Seeing the Tatman prince's weapons was already a blow to their morale. Now, with him boosting morale like this, the infiltrated barbarians would sooner or later expose their weaknesses. Indeed, several people wearing great Zhao uniforms had fierce expressions. Yen Min Kwa ordered the wolf cavalry guard, who were observing below the platform, to directly shoot them dead with arrows. Someone falling after being hit by an arrow would, of course, cause panic. Yen Min Kwa shouted loudly, "Lie down." All great Zhao soldiers lay down. The barbarians didn't understand the great Zhao language, so their actions were naturally a beat slower, and they were quickly shot dead by the wolf cavalry guard. After dealing with those hidden dangers, Yuan San reported that he had captured Deputy General Zhao, who was attempting to flee. Yen Min Kwa was worried about Lin Chu's safety, so he only told Yuan San to escort that person on first. When Yen Min Kwa stepped into the tent, a tear and snot-covered lump of coal launched itself into his arm's husband. Before entering, Yen Min Kwa had asked if anything had happened to Lin Chu. Song Tua had recounted the entire story of how Lin Chu cleverly killed the Tatman prince from beginning to end. Yen Min Kwa was still astonished. At this moment, he lowered his head to look at the person burying her face in his chest, crying miserably, and his first thought was that Lin Chu was injured. He sternly pulled Lin Chu away, examining her from head to toe. Not seeing any injuries but seeing her still sobbing, he awkwardly said, "Chuer, where are you hurt?" Poor Lin Chu shook her head. Her tears still flowed disobediently. "Don't cry anymore. Tell me what happened." Yen Min Kwa, who had always feared neither heaven nor earth, had to admit that he didn't know when he had started to fear Lin Chu's tears. "Song Tu," Yen Min Kwa called out loudly. "Your subordinate is present." Song Tua's voice quickly came from outside the tent. Lin Chu hiccuped in fear, her tears instantly stopping. She tugged at Yan Mingqua's sleeve, her eyes cleansed by tears became moist and full of pleading. With her round face she looked incredibly pitiable, truly like a child. Yan Mingqua glanced at Lin Chu. Tell the kitchen to make a bowl of beef noodles and bring it here. Outside the tent, Song Tua was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied. It's already the middle of the nig. Is the master hungry? After dismissing Song Tua, Yan Mingqua looked at Lin Chu with authority. He appeared stern, but his voice was full of pity. Why are you crying? The other person almost buried her head in his chest, sobbing twice as she said, I already blew up and killed the Tatman prince. When killing on the battlefield, one's mind is actually a blank, not even thinking that much. But when one calms down, there's still a lot of fear in the heart. She used a weapon created by her own hands, turning a living person into ashes. This was actually a shock to her mind, needing emotional release to soothe it. Yan Mingqua sighed, holding her tightly in his arms, and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, it's okay now, I'm here. Hearing this, Lin Chu sobbed twice. She wiped her tears and stood up on her own. Seemingly aware of her embarrassment, she mumbled, I'm not afraid. Lin Chu. Yan Mingqua interrupted her. Huh? Lin Chu rubbed her eyes and looked at him. I'm sorry. Saying this, Yan Mingqua hugged her again, his voice heavy. Lin Chu's nose stung. Yan Mingqua continued. I won't let your hands be stained with any more blood. The war will end very soon. Lin Chu nodded vigorously. After she finished crying, the fears hidden deep in her heart, on the contrary, dissipated. General, there's an important matter to report. A young soldier spoke from outside the tent. Yan Mingqua immediately ordered him in. The young soldier entered the tent and knelt down. General Abi. Barbarian escaped our surveillance during the chaos. Couldn't you catch him? Yan Mingqua frowned. That barbarian rode a horse out of the city. The young soldier, afraid Yan Mingqua would get angry, bowed his head even lower. Punish the gatekeepers with 50 military cane strokes. Yan Mingqua said in a deep voice. The young soldier quickly acknowledged the order and left. Yan Mingqua then called a guard to relay an order, telling the kitchen to slaughter all livestock for a grand feast for the entire army. The Northwest Grand Army numbered 100,000. Given that the terrain of Golden Pass was not as treacherous as Yao City, 60,000 men were left there. Yao City currently had 40,000 troops. And the barbarians were a grand army of 200,000. They would all fight to the death. All the soldiers were cheering. But Lin Chu felt an unprecedented despair and heaviness. And in that despair a ray of hope flickered. Like the first ray of light piercing through the clouds before dawn. Weak but beautiful. According to the records of later generations in the original text, that year Marquis Yan Wu, with only 40,000 cavalry, dealt a heavy blow to the 200,000 barbarian Grand Army, capturing the great Khan Saman Hu Yan Shao alive, becoming a beautiful legend. Lin Chu knew they would win. However, she still dared not be negligent, staying up all night with everyone to manufacture explosives. The formula is not a problem and the power is not a problem. Now it only needs to be mass-produced. Said. When dawn arrived, a large Tatman army poured into Yao City like a tide. The barbarians followed a flat road. On both sides the mountains were far apart with flat terrain in between. Ambushes involving rolling rocks or similar tactics would not be very effective, so the barbarian vanguard felt very secure. However, the De Zhao army, having ambushed early from a distance, used catapults to hurl jars of lit gunpowder into their army. Consecutive explosions rang out. The barbarians, still full of panic, scattered in all directions, unable to even maintain their basic formation, sowing fear, shaking the morale of the army. This was the first step of today's battle. Chapter 80. The Tatman prince was dead, and the Central Plains soldiers possessed such terrifying weapons the Tatman army was bewildered, and a sense of dread had arisen towards this battle that had not yet officially begun. After being attacked by the first wave of bombardment, the Tatman army regrouped on the spot and then set off again. Their dead comrades could not be buried in time. The mutilated bodies and large craters emitting black smoke on the ground stimulated the senses of the barbarian soldiers, and fear continued to spread relentlessly. The barbarian general realized this. He rode his horse to the Tatman Great Khan's war chariot, and said anxiously, Great Khan, today's assault on Yao City, isn't it too reckless? Hu Yanshao sat on the wooden war chariot, and upon hearing this, he coldly said at the general, do you think today's battle is simply me seeking revenge for my son? The general bowed his head, not daring to speak, but that was clearly his implication. Hu Yanshao let out a cold laugh. You've also seen the weapons De Zhao has created. If we don't seize this opportunity to attack, do you want to wait until they've made enough of these weapons to directly strike our steppe royal court? This subordinate would not dare. The general bowed his head even lower. Return to your ranks. Hu Yanshao roared. The general quickly rode away. As soon as the general left, Hu Yanshao looked at the dejected Tatman soldiers and sighed. The strategist beside him fanned himself with a Kongming fan and said, Great Khan, there's no need to worry. Deaths are inevitable in this battle. The De Zhao army came out more than 10 li from the pass to set up an ambush here, surely just to put on a show of strength. The scout who returned yesterday also said that they haven't produced too many of these terrifying weapons yet. The De Zhao army only has 40,000 remaining in Yao City. If we engage them directly, they are certainly no match for our 200,000 strong army. The De Zhao army definitely wants to scare us away. Hu Yanshao nodded. In this battle, even if I have to pile corpses against the walls of Yao City, I must level this gate of Yao City, personally kill Yan Minghua, and avenge my son. Once Yao City is captured, the second prince on the other side will surely credit us with the greatest achievement. The strategist said flatteringly. Greatest achievement? What do I need his greatest achievement for? Hu Yanshao scoffed coldly. The strategist's eyes shifted, and he suddenly understood. The national gate of De Zhao would be open by then, their cavalry would advance south, and wherever their feet touched, that would be the territory of their steppe. Why would they need to bow before the second prince anymore? De Zhao is wealthy, they have to pay tribute to us every year. If we once again seize the De Zhao dynasty, De Zhao's fertile lands will be able to raise how many cattle and goats? Just thinking of that scene, the strategist's eyes widened. I hear you have learned the art of divination from the Central Plains sorcerers. Cast a hexagram for this battle. Hu Yanshao did not show excessive joy. He knew that Yan Minghua was the wolf guarding this gate. If that wolf did not die, his great army would not be able to advance even an inch into this gate. The strategist heard this and hastily took out 3 coins from his sleeve. He held the coins in his hand, chanted an incantation, and finally scattered them onto the wooden board at the bottom of the war chariot. Seeing how the 3 coins fell, the strategist laughed heartily. Great Khan, it is extremely auspicious. This battle extremely auspicious. Ho Dianqiu's previously tense expression relaxed somewhat. He looked at how the coins fell on the ground, and although he didn't understand anything since the strategist had said so, he immediately shouted in a deep voice like a bronze bell, warriors of the steppe. The destiny of Daichu is over. As long as we capture Yaocheng, our cavalry will advance south, and beauties, fine wine, and countless cattle and sheep will all be ours. The poorer they were, the greedier they became. The barbarians' morale, which had been flagging, became considerably uplifted. A cliff with a wide view. A man in a green robe with long flowing hair stood by the edge of the precipice, watching the Sarman army advancing like a giant serpent. A faint sorrow resided in his eyes. This junior martial brother of mine is still too arrogant. My lord, the cloth pouch your subordinate delivered to General Yen has been returned. Cat Hoi with both hands presented the blue cloth pouch. 200,000 barbarian troops, even if they just besiege him, can besiege him to death in Yaocheng. With no provisions, what will he use to fight the barbarians? He doesn't even know that fellow Fong has already pledged allegiance to the second prince, does he? The world is corrupt. How pure can one's heart be? He seemed to be smiling, but the corners of his lips held a touch of bitterness and an unspoken meaning. My lord, you have already seen through heaven's will, yet you still devise ways to help him break that destiny. You have already done your utmost. Cat Hoi looked at Mo Hanfong's increasingly emaciated figure, a faint sorrow in his eyes. His lord's illness had worsened since spring. My entire life scheming and calculating. According to the literati and poets, I should probably die a violent death, my body not intact. Mo Hanfong smiled faintly. That is because your lord's abilities have instilled fear in them. Cat Hoi said. Lately I've often dreamed. In my dreams, Anu and I have a daughter, and she isn't living well at all. The light in Mo Hanfang's eyes dimmed. He couldn't bear to think of those dreams. How could his Anu die? But the pain, as if tearing his heart apart, and the suffocating sensation were too real, making him wonder if he had truly experienced it once. My lord, have you forgotten the vow you made? You and Lady Wei no longer have any ties of affection. Cat Hoi was somewhat angry that his lord wasn't fighting for himself. He was a martial artist, but he also cherished talented individuals. Mo Hanfang was a rare genius, one in 1,000 years. He was willing to follow him to guide the empire, to build a new world, but he did not want to see such a brilliant talent entangled by matters of romance. Why should a true man worry about not having a wife? Mo Hanfang sighed and merely said, Yaoqing is about to fall. Take her to a safe place. As he turned, Mo Hanfang had originally only glanced towards Yaoqing, but suddenly his expression changed. There is no imperial bloodline here. So where does the dragon chi come from? The great battle was imminent and Lam So stayed awake all night, watching each jar of gunpowder being packed and transported onto the city walls. Her heart finally felt a little more at ease. When Yen Minhua came to find her, he had changed into the heavy black iron armor he only wore for battle. Under his arm he carried a black iron helmet of the same color, adorned with a black feather that was both imposing and stately. Are you going to battle soon? Lam So's voice couldn't help but tremble. She hastily searched through the piles of gunpowder jars for 2 gleaming white blades and handed them to Yen Minhua. There's no more iron ore. These 2 steel blades were made under my senior sister's guidance. That blacksmith melted down some broken swords and old blades in the furnace to forge them into steel. Both of these blades have been tempered 100 times. Take them with care. Yen Minhua took the white steel blade, embraced her tightly. He deeply inhaled her scent, then said as per custom, I will send someone to take you to a safe place to hide. When the fighting here ends, I will come find you. No, wherever you are, there I am. Lin Chu's tears immediately welled up. She knew the outcome of this battle in the original work, but she didn't know the outcome in the current world. What if something went wrong? The suffocating and heavy atmosphere on the eve of the great battle jolted her nerves, making her also become extremely tense. Yen Minhua used his rough fingers to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, softly chiding, just be good. General, the barbarians are less than 5 miles from the city gate. A scouting soldier reported from outside the tent. Tell Shirlu that after the barbarians enter the narrow defile, he is to destroy that section of the road, forcing the barbarians to climb the mountain, cutting off the mountain paths, to deplete some of their physical strength first, Yen Minhua ordered. The scouting soldier received the order and departed. Yen Minhua looked at Lin Chu one last time. Go tell senior sister to pack up her belongings and leave Yao City first. Song Tua knows where to take the 2 of you. Lin Chu watched his retreating back, only to feel a sharp pang in her chest. She cried and called out to Yen Minhua, you said that even if you lose the battle, even if you have to become a deserter, you would still come back to take me with you. Those words weren't a lie, were they? Yen Minghua's footsteps halted, but he did not turn his head. As long as I can return alive, that is not a lie. Having said this, he strode out of the tent. Lin Chu's tears would not stop. She shouted loudly, Yen Minhua. When Song Tua entered, traces of tears still lingered on Lin Chu's face. He didn't know how to comfort Lin Chu, only saying, Madam, rest assured, we have so much gunpowder the barbarians will only find death if they come. Lin Chu wiped away her tears haphazardly. That's 200,000 barbarian soldiers. How can I not be scared? Gunpowder was a divine weapon. But it could not be used indiscriminately. The raw materials they brought back were limited, and the amount of gunpowder produced in one night was also limited. Yao City's military strength was insufficient to resist the barbarians naturally. All those who could go to battle had to go to battle. Yen Minhua sent people to lie in ambush, first to wear down the barbarians' 2 vanguard units, and then strike a blow to their morale. That way, when the 2 armies truly faced off, the barbarians would have already lost half their strength. Only then would they have a chance of winning. Staying here will only distract the master. It would be better to go to a safe place first, Song Tua advised. Lin Chu thought for a moment, shook her head and said, Yao City still has so many common people who cannot escape. I won't run either. You take senior sister away first. If I stay, I might still be able to help my husband. No sooner had Lin Chu finished speaking than he lifted the tent flap and stepped in. Madam, Jinghe, why are you here? Where is senior sister? Lin Chu had not brought Jinghe with her when she came out, thinking that since Jinghe knew martial arts, she could stay at the manor and take care of Wei Ru. Jinghe looked at Lin Chu, bewildered. Didn't the master send someone to take Miss Wei away first, and then tell me to come to the military camp to find you? Just now, Yan Minghua had told her to go back and find Wei Ru. How could he have sent Wei Ru away first? Lin Chu quickly realized something was wrong. The person who picked up senior sister was not my husband's man. Jinghe's expression changed. This servant will go chase the carriage back. If they are Mo Hanfeng's people, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Lam So rubbed between her eyebrows, a headache forming, but with elder sister in his hands, she should be safe. Wait until victory, then we'll find a way to bring elder sister back. Now her mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of war. Lam So pondered it over and over, realizing that organizing the citizens of Yaocheng was also a viable method. They wouldn't need to go to the battlefield, but merely help the army transport supplies and deliver water to the soldiers beneath the city walls. At first glance, these seemed like trivial, insignificant tasks, but they could still save a significant amount of manpower and resources. No sooner said than done. Lam So instructed Jinghe and the others to find several bronze gongs, go into the streets, strike them loudly to make them resonate through the sky, and shout, "People of Yaocheng, the barbarians are attacking again." Now, the south is also in constant turmoil. Even if we wanted to flee, there's nowhere to go. If we don't drive out these barbarians, once Yaocheng falls, we will have absolutely no home to return to. On the battlefield, shedding blood and sweat, fighting for their lives, are your husbands, your sons, and your fathers. They charge to the front lines to protect those of us behind them. Let us also contribute a small amount of our strength to assist our loved ones on the battlefield. A torrent of words had moved quite a few people, but the majority still remained confused. We are all old, weak women and children. What can we possibly do? A stout woman asked. That's right, if we go to the battlefield, wouldn't we just cause more trouble? Small murmurs of discussion rose from around them. Lam So stepped forward. My husband is this Yaocheng's commandant. If you trust me, come with me to the city gate. Although we are women, we are not useless. Help transport weapons within the barracks, resupply provisions to the city walls. If there are injured soldiers, we can also assist the military doctors in treating them. Among them, who knows, there might be your own loved ones. Let us unite our efforts, and we will surely drive these barbarians out of the pass. My family runs a pharmacy. I understand medicine. Lady Yan, I will go with you. My family has an ox cart. We can transport goods. I'm very strong. I want to go up the city wall to help my husband. With someone taking the lead, more people stepped forward. Such enthusiasm from the common people had exceeded Lam So's expectations. She grinned broadly, but her eyes were red-rimmed. She bowed deeply to the common people. Thank you all. Lady Yan, what you say makes us feel ashamed. We have all settled down and prospered here. Yaocheng is our home. To be able to contribute a part of our strength, our hearts are also filled with joy. An old woman said. Having convinced the common people, Lam So then instructed Song Tua and the others to simply divide everyone into several teams. Those who were too old and weak were to stay beneath the city walls, helping to pour and deliver water, ensuring that thirsty soldiers passing by could take a drink. At the same time, they would also help look after the children. Lady Qin, knowing of the matter, directly offered her tea house. If Lam So hadn't feared something unexpected might happen to her, and told her to stay home and take good care of her pregnancy, she would likely have carried her large pregnant belly and gone to the tea house herself. The strong women went to help transport military supplies. Women who understood medicine and some adolescent boys helped the military doctors carry the injured soldiers. When she led the formidable army of women and children to the South City Gate, the generals and soldiers on the city walls were a bit surprised, unsure of what they intended to do. Upon seeing their mothers, wives, and children working hard, the soldiers felt as if they had been injected with chicken's blood, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Yin Minghua stood on the city wall, watching Lam So from afar. His lips were pressed into a cold, straight line. Lam So responded to him with a radiant smile. Yin Minghua awkwardly turned his face away. Yuan San looked at the army of women and children led by Lin Chu. and said to Yan Minghua, "Madam, that's a useful approach as well." Yan Minghua turned to look at the battlefield, her voice calm. "The assault on the city has begun." Yuan San immediately became tense as well. The barbarians had reached the foot of the city wall. This was the stage for using trebuchets to hurl explosives. Explosions rang out continuously. The barbarians, their eyes red with bloodlust, charged frantically towards the city wall. The sluice gate of the city moat had opened. The barbarians used siege ladders to bridge across the river, crossing the moat. They were about to use the siege ladders to climb the city wall. Yan Minghua ordered, "Release the wall spikes." Wall spikes were iron plates bristling with long spikes. The plates were several zhang long and several zhang wide. The long spikes on them were as sharp as knives, more than half a meter long. They were secured with thick iron chains and hung from beneath the city wall. When the barbarian siege ladders came into contact with the wall, they would hit these wall spikes. If the barbarians climbed up the siege ladders, they would be unable to proceed once they reached halfway. Conversely, they would also be pelted with rocks from above the city wall. But these had a weakness. This time, the barbarians had brought a large number of ballistas. The bolts launched from them, if they severed the iron chains, would destroy these wall spikes. Yan Minghua looked at those rows of ballista carts, her ex-sprays. "Shaun Grim, blow up those rows of ballista carts." After several connected ballista carts were blown up, the barbarians grew smarter. They no longer placed the ballistas together but spread them out and pushed them forward. The accuracy of the trebuchets was not high, which implicitly increased the difficulty. This seesaw battle was far from easy. This barbarian vanguard suffered heavy losses throughout the morning. The barbarian leader probably wanted to see what other cards Yan Minghua had up her sleeve. That way, when the main force engaged in the afternoon, it would be easier to formulate a battle plan. Wounded soldiers were continuously carried down from the city wall. Lin Chu watched, her heart aching. The barbarians' numerical superiority remained overwhelming. How would they fight in the afternoon? She sat in the tea shop looking up at the sky. Beside her, two children were playing a game of catching ants. One child looked up at the sky and said to the other, "This time last year, Brother Huzi took me kite flying. The kite flew so high." March was indeed a suitable time for flying kites. Lin Chu looked at the gray-blue sky, and a sudden idea flashed through her mind. She called out loudly, "Jinghe." Jinghe had just helped carry 2 buckets of water into the tea shop. Hearing Lin Chu call, she hurried over. "Does Madam have any instructions?" "Find fireworks. As many as possible." As soon as Lin Chu finished speaking, she ran towards the city wall. "I'm going to find my husband." Chapter 81. It was already noon, and the barbarians also needed to eat and drink, so they temporarily halted the siege. Cooking smoke rose from a nearby mountain. The barbarians were chopping wood, preparing to light fires and cook meals. The soldiers standing guard on the city wall stood ramrod straight, looking from afar like an unbreakable black iron wall. After a morning of assaulting the city, the barbarians were exhausted both physically and mentally. At this moment, looking at the awe-inspiring Great Zhao army on the city wall, a sense of fear arose in their hearts. They had, to some extent, lost a little confidence in this battle. The Daizhao soldiers coming off watch, each one utterly exhausted, slumped against the city wall or haphazardly found a spot on the ground to sit, seizing every second, every minute to rest. The mess cooks brought the meal. White rice with 2 pieces of fatty pork, plus 2 black buckwheat buns for each person. The soldiers who had been eating watery porridge and buns for several days straight before the war broke out understood clearly. Last night's lavish feast of meat and fish, today's meal of white rice with meat and buns, it was likely that the provisions in the camp were almost depleted. Each man was silent, only burying their heads in the food before them and devouring it. Only by eating their fill would they have the strength to kill the enemy. Now, besides fighting to the death, they had no other way out. Li Enchu ran up the city wall to find Yan Minghua. The soldiers sitting on the ground, burying their heads in their food and devouring it, did not lift their heads at all to see who was passing by. They merely tucked in their limbs slightly to make way for others. "Sister-in-law, why are you on the city wall?" Wang Hu leaned against the base of the wall, one hand holding his iron helmet, the other stuffing a bun into his mouth. Seeing Lin Chu, he quickly called out to her. "I have something important to discuss with the general," Lin Chu said. She was still wearing the riding attire from her ore mining expedition. If she had worn ordinary dresses, she feared there would be many inconveniences. Sister-in-law, this is a crucial moment. Please rest assured and wait for news. Wang Hu knew Yan Minghua's temperament. With Lin Chu running up to the city wall now, he feared Yan Minghua would get angry. I have a way to give you a better chance of victory in the afternoon battle. Lin Chu's resolute voice calmed Wang Hu. On his first day in Yao City, Wang Hu had also witnessed Lin Chu's mettle. He thought that perhaps Lin Chu truly had something important to say, and so pointed Lin Chu in a direction. Big brother is over there. Lin Chu thanked him and turned to find Yan Minghua. On the city wall were rooms for the soldiers on guard duty to rest. 2 rooms had now been cleared out. 2 door planks were put together to form a table. Yan Minghua and the other generals were discussing something. Meals were laid out beside them, but no one had touched their chopsticks yet. Lin Chu came to the door and glanced in, immediately being noticed by Yan Minghua. As expected, Yan Minghua's expression darkened. He ordered you all eat first and carefully reconsider what I just said. Having said that, he strode out of the room. Quite a few generals turned their heads to look outside. Is that General Yan's wife? She truly is stunningly beautiful, one of the generals said. His remark made quite a few generals chuckle. Yuan San picked up his rice bowl, his calm gaze sweeping over them. Eat. These generals were clearly wary of Yuan San. They immediately stopped joking, burying their heads in their own meals. But their eyes still occasionally darted towards the door. Why did you come here? This is utterly foolish. Yan Minghua pulled Lin Chu to a less frequented corner, then frowned and scolded her. Am not foolish, I've thought of a method. Lin Chu knew Yan Minghua was worried about her safety, so she quickly stated the purpose of her visit. Our gunpowder is limited. Even if every jar of explosives hits the barbarians, it still can't directly kill all 160,000 of them. General, before our 2 armies clash, let's employ a little strategy. What do you mean? I've told Jing He to find a lot of fireworks. We can add lime powder or chili powder to the fireworks. Before the battle, set off all the fireworks. As long as our people don't look at the fireworks and protect their eyes. Then as soon as the barbarians look at the fireworks, the lime powder or chili powder will fly into their eyes. That will be the best opportunity for us to attack, Lin Chu said. Yan Minghua frowned and looked at her for a long time, then vigorously rubbed her head. The method may not be orthodox, but it's worth a try. Lam So gave him a guileless, wide smile. I'll tell Thatch Luke to find Kin Hoa. You go down from the city wall to eat. Yan Minghua finished speaking, then seemed to recall that there might not be food below the city wall. He said, I'll tell Tong Thak to bring food to you. Lam So waved her hand. My lord, please continue with your military discussions. I know how to find food myself. I'll take you there, Yan Minghua said. The fires of war blazed across the sky, and cries of lamentation echoed everywhere. The short path they walked side by side through this smoke and fire seemed to reveal the shape of a life after everything had faded away. Yan Minghua kept watching Lam So until she had descended from the city wall before he finally left. As Lam So descended the stairs, she stopped, turning her head to look back. Under the gray-white sky, the ancient city wall towered majestically. There was no wind. The aged banner bearing the character Qiu Zhao hung limply beneath its pole. She could no longer see her general. Lam So suddenly felt a pang of sadness in her heart, and her eyes felt a little stinging. Cries echoed from afar. She followed the sound with her gaze. He saw an old woman carrying a bamboo basket, holding a young soldier's hand, muttering something, tears streaming down her face. The young soldier kept nodding. Finally, he took the pair of shoes the old woman took from her basket and put them on. He knelt on the ground and bowed to the old woman 3 times, then with red-rimmed eyes, turned and ran up the city wall. My son, those shoes were handmade by your mother. Wear them, and no matter where you go, you'll know your way home. The old woman with her silvery hair sobbed and cried out loudly. There's a folktale that says the battlefield is full of a murderous aura, inhabited by many lonely ghosts and wild spirits. Souls that die there can get trapped and lose their way. If, while alive, a person wore shoes prepared by their family, those shoes would possess a soul and be able to guide that person home. Although absurd, this was also a story people invented to console themselves. Lam So looked around and noticed that quite a few women had tear-filled eyes. She sighed inwardly, only hoping that this war could end soon, to welcome a day of peace and prosperity. When Kin Hoa came to find Lam So was helping to care for the wounded in a temporary cleared space below the city wall. "Madam," Kin Hoa called out loudly. Lam So had just finished helping the military doctor bandage a wounded soldier. Hearing the call, she immediately walked towards Kin Hoa. "Have all the fireworks been found?" Kin Hoa nodded. "All the fireworks in the city have been handed over to Thatch Luke. The master also told me to return to the mansion and bring the eagle. What does he need a Hoa for?" Lam So was puzzled. Lam So had previously given the eagle many names, but no matter what she called it, the eagle never responded. Once she saw that the eagle's feathers were all white, so Lam So called out a Hoa. The eagle looked at her for a long time, and Lam So, overjoyed, immediately named the eagle a Hoa. This servant doesn't know either. Thatch Luke has already taken it to the master," Kin Hoa said, pulling Lam So and telling her to sit down beside her. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? This servant will return to the mansion to cook fish soup and bring it to you." Kin Hoa opened the food container she had brought, took out a bowl, and scooped a portion for Lam So. Lam So was about to say that she could just eat the steamed buns brought by the army kitchen along with the other women. Suddenly, she smelled the fishy odor of the soup. Her stomach churned, and she even felt a little nauseous. Kin Hoa was startled. "Madam, are you ill?" Lam So had a peculiar habit. Every time she caught a cold, she would feel nauseous and vomit. In ancient times, because medical science was still rudimentary, colds and fevers were considered serious illnesses. In their eyes, a little negligence could be fatal. Therefore, Jing He was extremely worried. "Doesn't seem so." Lin Chu used her hand to touch her forehead. It wasn't hot. Jing He, however, was extremely anxious. "You must have been worrying too much these past few days, unable to eat well or sleep soundly, and you're tired. Please sit and rest for a while. Your servant will go call the army physician to examine you." Lin Chu quickly stopped Jing He. "I'm alright, I just need to sit and rest for a while. If the army physician is delayed even a little, it could mean a life is lost." Jing He could not disobey Lin Chu's words and had no choice but to comply. Lin Chu was wondering why she felt nauseous without reason, when she saw two children approach, carrying a bowl of cold water. The older child shyly said, "Madam Yen, are you thirsty? Please have a sip of water." The younger child fumbled inside their clothes, took out a piece of steamed bun wrapped in a handkerchief, and offered it to Lin Chu. "Here, eat this." Did they think I was thirsty and hungry? The children's kindness touched Lin Chu. She stroked their heads and said, "I'm not hungry, nor am I thirsty." Then she turned and instructed Jing He, "Take that bowl of fish soup and share it among the children." Jing He replied with a soft yes. The two children had probably never tasted such fragrant fish soup. Looking at the milky white soup, they drooled with desire, but they still firmly shook their heads. "We've already eaten steamed buns, we're not hungry. Give the fish soup to the soldiers to drink. Once the soldiers drink it, they can defeat the barbarians." A corner of Lin Chu's heart was stirred. She gave the food box to the older child and said, "Then will you take this food box to the soldiers?" The two children looked at the mighty men wearing armor and carrying swords on the city wall, their faces flushed with excitement, and they nodded vigorously. Watching the two children run off with the food box, Lin Chu couldn't help but exclaim, "These children are much more sensible than the children of wealthy families. If they could also go to school and take examinations, Yao City would certainly be a different sight altogether in the future." Jing He didn't quite understand what Lin Chu said, but she knew it must be a very bright future. She nodded. "There will be a day as Madam says." Lin Chu smiled faintly. "I hope so." In the afternoon, the urgent war drums sounded on the city wall. The heavy black iron city gates slowly opened. The vanguard led by Wang, who proudly raised the black yin character flag on a red background and charged out. When the barbarian army in the distance saw that flag, they all felt a little uneasy. It was as if a fear buried deep in their memories had suddenly been awakened. Yin Family Army. It's the Yin Family Army under Marquis Yangon. Hu Yanxiao sat on horseback, looking at the Yin character flag, his eyes profound. 5 years later, I didn't expect to see this flag again. That vanguard did not arrange a formation first, but instead just rode straight towards them. Hu Yanxiao saw that the people on horseback were all carrying something on their axe, his expression drastically changed, and he shouted loudly its explosives. Retreat! The barbarians had been shelled all morning. They understood that fear. They hurriedly retreated, immediately yielding a large stretch of land to the great Zhao army. But they saw those people dismount nearby, place things on the ground and then ride back. Bang! After a loud explosion, multicolored fireworks burst forth in the sky. Yan Mingwa stood on the city wall and shouted loudly, "Old man Hu Yan, we've only just fired a victory firework to celebrate driving you back home. And you're already this scared?" Hu Yanshao's face turned purple with rage. "You're even resorting to such despicable tricks. It seems you've run out of options. Warriors, charge for me!" The barbarian army roared again and charged towards them. Bang! Bang bang bang! Fireworks exploded one after another in the air. Although it was daytime, the colors of the fireworks were not as brilliant and magnificent as at night, but they were still very eye-catching. The barbarians on the prairie had never seen such toys, which were only found in prosperous places. Quite a few people looked up to watch. Some had lime powder or pepper powder blown into their eyes, and painfully clutched their eyes, writhing on the ground and screaming. Hu Yanshao knew he had fallen for this vile trick and roared, "All warriors, heed my command, do not look at that thing in the sky." Boom! A jar of gunpowder was thrown from a trebuchet on the city wall, blowing up a group of barbarians. If they didn't look up, how could they avoid the enemy's shelling? This was clearly a checkmate. Something is flying in the sky. A barbarian screamed in horror. Explosives? Are they throwing explosives down from the sky? The barbarian army's formation became chaotic and disorderly, and they ran away in disarray, clutching their heads. No matter how much Hu Yanshao shouted, it had no effect. The things flying in the sky were several large paper kites. Attached to the kites were large bags of pepper powder or lime powder. The barbarians numbered over 100,000. The amount of pepper powder and lime powder that could be put into fireworks was limited anyway. Yan Mingwa had just thought of this method. A fierce eagle let out a long cry, circling in the air. Suddenly, it snatched a high-flying paper kite. In reality, it was trying to use its sharp talons to tear the bag tied to the paper kite, so that the lime powder and pepper powder would fall down. The divine bird has come to help us. The barbarians on the prairie always regarded eagles as good omens. Seeing the fierce eagle tear a paper kite, they immediately shouted excitedly. At this moment, the majority of the barbarians were looking up at the sky. When the lime powder and pepper powder flew into their eyes, the great Zhao army hadn't even attacked yet, but over half of the barbarian army was already screaming and falling on their own. Seeing this scene, the great Zhao army on the city wall, each and every one of them wore joyful expressions, their morale soared, and they only wanted to charge down and fight a desperate battle with the barbarians. A corner of Yan Mingqua's mouth curved upwards, and he roared, "Beat the drums, advance the troops. The true final battle has arrived." Chapter 82. Chapter 82. The relentless war drums, deep and muffled like rolling thunder. Wind whipped the banners, the blue sky desolate. Following the creaking of tightening iron chains, a large iron plate, more than 3 zhang wide, slowly extended over the city moat. The Dezhao army, which had remained silent, now moved. Kill! The roar reverberated through the heavens. This was Dezhao's first vanguard army. Following 500 light cavalry were 3,000 heavily armored infantry. The cavalry carried twin sabers at their hips, holding long spears. The long spears could be thrown from a distance to kill enemies, while the twin sabers were for self-defense in close combat. Among the infantry, 1/3 held a thick shield in one hand and a long spear in the other. The remaining 2/3 only carried long spears, primarily for charging. When facing strong enemies, the shield-bearing infantry could encircle the shieldless soldiers, minimizing casualties. The barbarian side was in utter disarray. Dezhao cavalry galloped like the wind, severing heads as if cutting chives. The cavalry's task was to break the barbarians' already precarious format. The infantry followed, picking off stragglers and vying for merit. In an instant, the Dezhao army seemed to have completely overwhelmed the barbarians. Yan Mingqua on the city wall clearly observed the battle situation. He said, "Send another 3,000 cavalry to encircle them from both flanks. The barbarians are numerous, we just need to break their formation and prevent them from regrouping." the vanguard army led by Wang, who could be said to be a trap, to draw the barbarians' focus and strength. Meanwhile, light cavalry was dispatched from the rear to encircle and kill them. However perfect the plan, in the face of the barbarian army's absolute numerical superiority, everything became exceedingly difficult. The barbarian army outnumbered the Dezhou army by 5-1. In other words, to win this battle, each Dezhou soldier would, on average, have to cut down 5 barbarians. "Big brother, let me go," Yuan San spoke. Compared to the first vanguard, this second assault force was the one truly going to their deaths. Because besides continuously charging forward, they had no other retreat. Wang He's vanguard, however, also had heavily armored infantry carrying shields. In critical moments they could erect a shield wall for defense to withstand a wave. Yin Minghua looked at Yuan San. He said nothing, only clapped him firmly on the shoulder. "Go." Yuan San clasped his fist in salute. "This subordinate accepts the command." He strode down the city wall. The iron armor on his body clanged. The army led by Wang, who had seized the initiative, slaughtering one wave of barbarians, but the barbarians had also regained their composure, using human walls layer upon layer to encircle them. Once they were completely surrounded by the barbarian army, under the absolute numerical superiority, there would be no chance of survival. Wang Hu understood this clearly, so he roared like a bloodthirsty leopard, "Charge! Keep charging!" He was large and powerful. On horseback, he swung his great saber with one strike, sending a string of barbarians blocking his path flying. However, this slaughter seemed endless. His face was covered in fresh blood. He didn't know if it belonged to the barbarians or himself. Those who followed him fell one by one. The sounds of fighting all around made his eardrums throb, and he even felt a little dizzy. A loud boom rang out, bringing him back to his senses slightly. Another cavalry unit with unstoppable force charged straight in. The one leading them was Yuan San. Wang Hu immediately felt relieved. The barbarians were numerous and powerful. His personal guards fell one by one. In this incessant slaughter, he felt as if he was drifting alone on a vast ocean. "Fifth brother, fall back to the infantry," Yuan San roared at him. Wang Hu said little, swinging his great saber. He cut a 2-meter-long swath ahead of him, riding his horse towards the infantry. The 500 cavalrymen he had led were nearly all dead or wound. Dead. Now they could only fight their way through, breaking out with the defense of the shield wall. Yuan San led 3,000 cavalrymen, charging straight in and breaking the barbarian formation into a messy disarray. Hu Yanshao also realized that by simply killing the leaders of these 2 vanguard units, the vanguard army itself would collapse. He roared, "Release the war chariots." The barbarians' war chariots resembled large pushcarts. But at the front of the pushcart was a wooden shield, and on the shield were sharp wooden stakes. This type of war chariot was primarily used to counter infantry. The war chariots were pulled by 2 war horses. When the war horses ran, they would knock infantry to the ground. Before the infantry could even get up, they would be pierced like a sieve by the war chariot dragged behind. Yen Minghua on the city wall coldly watched the barbarians' war chariots gradually approach the infantry, and he said in a deep voice, "Trebuchets ready." The 10 trebuchets on the city wall were all loaded with explosives, adjusted for direction and ready. Yen Minghua gave the order, "Fire." Boom. Continuous explosions rang out. Most of the barbarians' war chariots were destroyed. Wang Hu, utterly exhausted, returned inside the shield wall formed by the heavy infantry. He gasped for a breath and then roared, "Damn it! How dare you show off in front of your grandpa? Form ranks." The front shield line was tightly packed. Infantry holding shields knelt down. Infantry holding long spears stepped onto their shoulders, reaching over the shield wall, and hurled their long spears towards the approaching barbarians. If the forces on both sides had been equal, the barbarians would very likely have lost the will to resist. Unfortunately, the barbarian army was too numerous. One wave after another surged forward. As if there was no end, the infantry advanced, relying on the shield wall. But they had almost thrown all their long spears. The barbarians still formed a dense dark mass. The initial fervor had passed. The great Zhao army gradually grew tired in the slaughter. The barbarians' counterattack also became increasingly evident. Yen Minghua on the city wall watched as the barbarians' encirclement of the 2 vanguard units grew tighter. His brows furrowed deeply. Tang Jie watched, his heart wrenching. He said to Yan Minghua, "Big brother, let me lead a unit to rescue third brother and fifth brother." Yan Minghua shook his head. "The barbarians are too numerous. If you lead men in, you will meet a similar end. So we just watch them?" Duangqiu's eyes were bloodshot. Yan Minghua slowly said, "Duangqiu, this is a battlefield. Before the barbarians tired, they could not launch a full-force attack. Otherwise, it would mean leading all the soldiers and citizens of Yao City to their deaths. Only when the barbarians were exhausted could the remaining 30,000 Daiqiu troops charge out like hungry wolves, and only then would they have a chance of victory. Before, when we were in Quang City, we had only a dozen or so men under us and still survived. Now we have hundreds, even thousands of men. Third brother and fifth brother will definitely be fine," Duangqiu said, rubbing his eyes. Yan Minghua's expression appeared calm, but the hand he placed on the city wall clenched into a fist. Watching the barbarian encirclement shrink further and further, the Daiqiu troops on the battlefield had become a small black dot. But several banners bearing the character Yan were still held high amidst that small black dot. Yan Minghua finally could not be patient any longer and ordered, "Beat the war drums. The entire army moves out." Duangqiu heard this and rejoiced. "Go fetch the black cloud steed for big brother." The sound of the war drums grew more and more urgent. Each beat struck a nerve in people's hearts. In the blue-gray sky, the sun was merely a white halo, devoid of any warmth. The wind beyond the pass had always been harsh. Yellow sand filled the sky. Opening one's mouth meant filling it with sand. Nevertheless, when more than 30,000 remaining soldiers and horses of Yao City gathered beneath the wall, Yan Minghua raised high the Yan banner in his hand, and a hoarse, deep cry of "Kill!" burst from his throat. The shouts behind him still shook the heavens. Amidst the thunder of hooves, it seemed as if the entire ground was trembling. Yan Minghua rode ahead on his horse. The strong wind whipped the banner in his hand. The black Yan character on the red background stood upright, as if witnessing the return of something. The cavalry behind him, instead of combat armor, wore soft armor with black cloaks. Each man had pulled the hood of his cloak up, covering almost half his face. They held two gleaming white curved sabers, looking like the scythes of death harvesting lives. Some veteran soldiers knew the terror of this cavalry unit. The legendary Yen Van Wolf riders, wherever they passed, dry bones piled up. They were a cavalry unit that had once struck fear into all four directions, and were also the sharpest blade of Daiqiu. However, with the collapse of the Marquis Yangon Manor 5 years ago, this cavalry unit had vanished without a trace. Some said they were framed and killed by the Daiqiu emperor. Others said that after Marquis Yangon died, they disbanded themselves. There were many rumors. Finally today, this legendary Wolf Riders unit was seen again. The barbarians knew the terror of the Wolf Riders, and their legs involuntarily trembled. Seeing the cavalry unit approaching like a pack of wolves, they tended to scatter and flee. Ho Dianqiu dispatched the steppe cavalry to meet them in battle. Each of the barbarians was brawny and looked ferocious, their mouths continuously snarling. When the two cavalry units engaged, Yan Minghua led the charge. The banner in his hand swept horizontally. Barbarians more than a truong away from him screamed and fell to the ground. The spearhead at the top of the flagpole was covered in blood, and the banner also bore bloodstains. Yan Minghua, his face filled with murderous intent, said, "Let the blood of you Satman barbarians consecrate the banner of my Yen family army, and thus console the countless departed souls of my Yen family." Ho Dianqiu's expression was grim. "You wet behind the ears brat. Let's see how long your wildness lasts." The barbarians wanted to use their old method to encircle and kill them, but Yan Minghua's offensive was too strong. The wolf riders behind him were completely fearless of death. Yan Minghua tore a gap in the front, and they followed closely on both sides. Using the white bronze sabers in their hands, they cut the gap Yan Minghua had torn open to several times its original size. The Dezhao infantry then poured in from the outer perimeter through this opening. The barbarians wanted to encircle them, but as the Dezhao forces grew in number, the encirclement gap grew larger and larger, and the Dezhao army was still thinning out the barbarian forces on both sides. Seeing their cavalry almost completely slaughtered by the wolf riders led by Yan Minghua, the barbarian infantry, carrying shield walls, closed in. They mimicked the tactics of the Dezhao infantry. intending to throw long spears at the wolf riders. Yan Minghua's gaze turned cold. He tugged the reins of his warhorse. The black steed beneath him understood its master's intention. It immediately reared on its hind legs, leaped up, and directly cleared the shield wall the barbarians had erected. The barbarians behind the shield wall turned pale with fright. Yan Minghua directly used his flagstaff as a weapon, slashing and sweeping, sending another group of barbarians to the ground. The shield wall cracked open, creating a gap. The wolf guard outside immediately pushed in. Black cloaks flapped, curved sabers flung blood. Seeing that the battle situation on this side was under control, Yan Minghua, still on horseback, looked towards Wang Hu and Yuan San. But the barbarians were too numerous. A dense black mass of people. He could not see the De Zhao forces in the distance. Yan Minghua could only use a whistle to ask where they were. Wang Hu did not understand the distinctive communication method of the Yan family's wolf riders. The one who replied to him was Yuan San. Yuan San said he could handle it and told Yan Minghua to go save Wang Hu. Compared to Wang Hu, Yan Minghua also genuinely trusted Yuan San's abilities more. He then followed the direction Yuan San had indicated to find Wang Hu. Of the vanguard led by Wang Hu, almost all the cavalry were killed. There wasn't much infantry left either. Only a few men remained back to back, holding thick shields to defend themselves. The barbarians seized the opportunity, continuously thrusting long spears into the gaps between the shields. Wang Hu and several of the soldiers were already covered in wounds. Damn it! Wang Hu had killed until his eyes were red, and he directly stepped out from behind the shield's cover. He kicked a barbarian away. His face covered in fresh blood. He looked utterly terrifying. Several barbarians seized the opportunity, simultaneously thrusting long spears into his back. Chapter 83. Ah! Wang Hu suddenly turned his head and roared at the barbarians. 7 or 8 long spears simultaneously thrust towards him. Wang Hu was struck in several places on his chest. Fresh blood soaked through his armor and gushed out. With one hand he clutched the long spears, then let out a long roar and stepped forward, directly snapping those long spears. The barbarians all retreated several steps, their faces filled with terror. Another group of barbarians intended to stab him from behind again. Just as they raised their long spears, a goose-feathered arrow whistled past, severing all the spearheads. The barbarians turned pale with fright. Wang Hu looked up, only to see amidst thousands of troops and horses, a lone man on a horse charging like a bolt of lightning. The banner with the character Yen fluttered behind him, and the large black iron bow in his hand had not yet been lowered. Big brother! Wang Hu grinned. Yan Minghua slung his bow behind his back, drew his white bronze saber, and pressed forcefully against the horse's belly. The moment the warhorse charged madly, he leaned low, balancing his body. His saber-drawing motion initially appeared very slow, each st. right clearly visible, yet wherever that man and horse passed, fresh blood splattered everywhere. By the time he had cut his way to Wang Hu, only Wang Hu himself remained of the vanguard he had led. Mount up, Yan Minghua said. All right. Wang Hu grabbed Yan Minghua's hand, getting ready to climb aboard. Watch out! Yuan San's cry echoed from a distance. Yan Minghua tilted his head to look. He saw 2 warhorses pulling a chariot, charging madly towards them. Short swords were plunged into the horses' hindquarters. The extreme pain had made the 2 warhorses completely lose control. Realizing they were about to be struck, Wang Hu had to give up getting on the horse and instantly dodged. Yan Minghua also immediately pulled the reins taut, making his dark cloud horse rear up on its hind legs, thus avoiding a collision with the 2 warhorses. However, the person on the chariot, seeing they had missed, swung the horsewhip to turn the horses around, causing the 2 warhorses to charge forward once more. What the hell is that? Wang Hu was injured, and when dodging the warhorses, he stumbled and fell to the ground. He grimaced trying to stand. Just as he had halfway scrambled up, he saw the sharpened wooden spike on the chariot hurtling straight towards his face. A mighty thud rang out. It was Yan Minghua who had jumped off his horse, using the strength of one man to stop the chariot from advancing. He braced both hands against the front of the chariot, blue veins popping on the back of his hands. His feet plowed deep furrows in the ground, just barely able to resist the pulling force of the two warhorses. Go now! Yan Minghua roared at Wang Hu was still on the ground. Yan Xing, your father Yan Shichong is dead. Why did you change your name immediately? The barbarian general on the chariot sneered and laughed loudly. Did your father die by the hand of the great Zhao emperor? And now you work for that dog of an emperor? Afraid your father won't rest in peace in the netherworld? A vivid crimson color gradually appeared in the depths of Yan Minghua's eyes. He let out a roar from his throat. The muscles in his arms bulged, almost tearing through his armor. He directly flung away both the chariot and the person on it. Even the two warhorses were staggered by that powerful force. The chariot shattered into fragments of wood. The barbarian general, face covered in dirt, scrambled to his feet, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick. The force of that kick almost tore his entire body into two pieces. The barbarian general couldn't get up for a long time. Yan Minghua walked towards him step by step. Finally, he placed one foot on the barbarian general's face, pressing his face forcefully into the sand. His voice, laced with murderous intent, declared, "Listen clearly, barbarians. My Yan clan, generation after generation, guards the passes not for the great Zhao emperor, but only for the common people of great Zhao." He pressed his foot down harder. The barbarian general's cervical vertebrae emitted a crack, killing him instantly. Wang Hu seized a warhorse from the barbarians and charged out with Yan Minghua. Yan Minghua blew his whistle several times but heard no response from Yuan San. This gave Yan Minghua an ominous feeling. The barbarians before him seemed inexhaustible. Yan Minghua's patience ran out. He directly threw his twin blades. A palm strike imbued with internal energy sent a group of barbarians falling to the ground. Internal energy could help him conserve more physical strength. But if he kept using internal energy like this, his internal energy would deplete quickly, and his physical strength would also deplete quickly. Finally, when Yan Minghua saw Yuan San, he saw Yuan San with both hands bound, hanging high on a wooden stake in front of the barbarian army's command platform, his fate unknown. Yan Minghua felt a rush of blood to his head. He let out a roar, stomping on the heads of the barbarians, charging barehanded towards the command platform. True chi surged around his body. The barbarians he stomped on all exploded and died. Hu Yanshao watched Yan Minghua charge forward alone, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. "You're a good seed. But compared to your father, you're still far inferior." Yan Minghua did not respond. He used his internal energy to form a blade and cut the ropes binding Yuan San. He flew up, intending to catch him. Ho Dianqiu tied Vien Tam up precisely to anger Yan Minqiu. Yue. But he didn't expect Yan Minqua to be more hot-headed and easily angered than he had imagined. A king of the grasslands was naturally very skilled at hunting. Ho Dianqiu was excellent at riding horses and archery. He aimed an arrow at Yan Minqua. Yan Minqua fell onto the command platform. Because he had to dodge, his movements were not as agile as usual. An arrow grazed his shoulder. The barbarians below the command platform raised their long spears, taking advantage of the opening to stab them. Yan Minqua gritted his teeth, protecting Vien Tam within a fourth walk radius around him. Ho Dianqiu's arrow was aimed at Yan Minqua again. "Today's battle, you lose because you are too presumptuous." No sooner had he finished speaking than the arrow left the bowstring. This time Yan Minqua not only didn't dodge, but also let go of Vien Tam and ran straight towards Ho Dianqiu. The instant the arrow was about to strike between his eyebrows, Yan Minqua tilted his head slightly, dodged the arrow, and at the same time reached out to grab the arrow that Ho Dianqiu had shot, once again charging towards him. His speed was almost like a blur. Thwack! Only the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh was heard. Ho Dianqiu fell to the ground. Yan Minqua stood above him looking down. "Today's battle you lose because you are too arrogant." Stuck in Ho Dianqiu's chest was the very arrow he had shot at Yan Minqua. The surrounding barbarians who had been eyeing their long spears at him, seeing that Ho Dianqiu was dead, immediately abandoned their armor and weapons, fleeing in panic. There was a streak of blood on Yan Minqua's palm, from where he had grazed himself when grabbing the arrow earlier. But he paid no attention to it whatsoever. Looking at the barbarians and the Daichu army still fighting relentlessly on the battlefield, he roared in a deep voice, "Great Khan Tatman is dead." His voice, imbued with internal energy, reached the ears of everyone present. The echo seemed to still reverberate in the distant mountains. The Daichu army, already utterly exhausted, was re-energized as if injected with chicken blood. The barbarians, knowing their cause was lost, one by one cast aside their armor and surrendered. This battle was arduous. When victory was achieved, the first thing the generals and soldiers felt was not joy, but that they had finally survived. After a moment of silence, the battlefield erupted in cheers. The Daichu generals and soldiers raised their weapons aloft, nearly in tears from emotion. Yin Minhua also breathed a sigh of relief. 2 seagulls circled in the sky. He stood on the command platform, looking up at the sky, his expression slightly hesitant. Master? The great army returned triumphantly. The city gates stood wide open. Villagers of all ages, the elderly, women and children lined both sides of the road, their eyes brimming with tears. Some children watching from the crowd spotted their fathers in the army and joyfully cried out, "Father!" This most difficult battle had finally been won. Lam So also felt an immense sense of emotion in her heart. She stood in the tea house watching the army return to the city. But she still hadn't seen any familiar faces. Instead, a gaze from an opposite table had been fixed on her for a long time, drawing her attention. The other 2 people looked like a married couple. The man was tall and thin, wearing a hat, and because he had his back to Lam So, his face was not clearly visible. But the hair falling down outside was white as frost and snow, like that of an old man in his twilight years. The woman sat opposite Lam So. Lam So could see her directly. She had a special aura. One could say she looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl, yet she possessed the temperament of a 30-year-old woman. The woman stared at Lam So for a long time. Seeing Lam So turn her head to look, she smiled naturally. Although the other party was a bit impolite, it wasn't offensive. Lam So merely smiled back. But in her heart she grew more suspicious. She wondered if they were acquaintances of the original owner. She pretended to nonchalantly continue drinking tea. But then she heard the woman's voice, deliberately lowered. "Jukin, if our foolish disciple doesn't follow the will of heaven, will an empress truly appear among our grand disciples?" Chapter 84. The voice of the man, sitting with his back to Lam So, was as cold as frost and snow. "It's just an omen." If the 2 words "will of heaven" were so easily seen through, then in the past, Lu Zhu would not have sought the Tao his entire life without attaining it. The conversation between these 2 was very mysterious, and Lam So listened vaguely. Initially she lowered her gaze. The woman opposite her, perhaps having noticed that she had overheard the conversation, suddenly called out to her young lady at the next table. Lam So looked up, revealing a radiant smile. "Are you calling me?" She hadn't deliberately listened. There was no need to look guilty. Seeing Lam So's demeanor, the woman's smile seemed to deepen even more. Her gaze rested on the blood phoenix jade bracelet Lam So was wearing. "I find the young lattice bracelet truly special." Lam So looked at her bracelet and said with a smile, "My husband gave it to me." Although this blood phoenix jade bracelet was extremely precious in broad daylight, with so many soldiers at the city gate, these 2 people could not possibly have designs on her bracelet. Moreover, looking at their aura, they didn't seem like ordinary people. "What a coincidence! I have a jade pendant that would perfectly match your bracelet, young lady." As the woman spoke, she unfastened a blood phoenix jade pendant from her waist and walked over to hand it to Lam So. "The moment I met you, young lady, I felt as if you were an old acquaintance. Take this jade pendant." "Absolutely not. We are mere passers-by. How could I accept such a precious gift?" Lam So was utterly astonished and repeatedly refused. Even if she didn't know the value of the object, she could tell that the blood jade in the woman's hand was worth a fortune. "Just take it. The predestined connection between us is still very deep," she said with a smile. "General Yan has returned to the city." The common folk gathered at the city gate suddenly burst into a cheer. Hearing news of Yen Minhua, Lam So was distracted in an instant. She joyfully turned her head to look towards the city gate. A mighty army, Yen Minhua and several generals rode upon tall horses. Their armor was a bit worn, and there were even traces of blood on their faces, but they were all heroes in the hearts of the people of Yao City. Lam So looked at her own great hero, a smile blooming in the corners of her eyes and on her eyebrows. As if by telepathy, Yen Minhua looked towards her. The smile on his face initially carried some cheerfulness. When he saw what was behind Lam So, the smile on his face vanished. This made Lam So feel strange inwardly. She suddenly remembered that woman who was standing beside her. She turned her head to look behind. The couple who had just been standing beside her had left without her knowing when. Only a phoenix blood jade piece was left on the table in front of Lam So. Outside the tea house, people were as crowded as the sea. How did they leave? Lam So picked up the jade piece. The warm sensation in her hand let her know this was a rare good piece of jade. Her eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. She guessed that perhaps the couple were acquaintances of Yen Minhua. The bustling atmosphere at the city gate continued until the entire army returned to the city. Although there was no longer the splendor on the streets as before, the faces of the people were all smiling. Lam So also felt happy inwardly. In the carriage returning to the manor, she instructed Tong Thak for the next 3 days. The shops under our name will not charge any silver to people who come to buy things. Consider this a celebration of the victory of the Yao Tan battle. Tong Thak, driving the carriage outside, replied. Kin Hoa smiled and said, Madam, you check the ledgers every day, you'll surely be heartbroken. Lam So glanced at Kin Hoa. Your madam is not someone greedy for money. These words made Kin Hoa burst out laughing. Not long after Lam So returned home, Yen Minhua had returned. At that time, Lam So was instructing the servants to clean up the garden. As soon as Yen Minhua returned, Lam So immediately had water brought, telling him to bathe and change clothes first. While waiting for Yen Minhua to change into a normal set of clothes, Lam So was again attending to dinner preparations. Yen Minhua smiled helplessly and called her over for these tasks. Just let the servants do them. These past few days I've been busy with steel refining and haven't been able to get a full night's sleep. Don't get too tired. Lam So rejoiced inwardly. But since Yen Minhua had said so, she immediately sat down on the small chair beside him. I'm fine. It's you, husband, who hasn't gotten any sleep for days. Yen Minhua took one of her soft hands in his and massaged it. Recalling the backs of the 2 people he had seen when entering the city gate, he couldn't help but ask, did you meet anyone at the tea house today? As soon as Yen Minhua mentioned it, Lam So remembered this matter again. She took the phoenix blood jade piece from her bosom and handed it to Yen Minhua. Husband, that woman and I were originally strangers, but she gave me such a valuable item. My heart feels very uneasy. Is she an acquaintance of yours? Yen Minhua meticulously caressed the phoenix blood jade piece lying in his palm. He raised a hand and stroked Lam So's head. You should call her Shenyang. For Shenyang? Lam So's eyes widened in surprise. In terms of appearance, if she and that woman called each other sisters, no one would suspect otherwise. It seems Shenyang likes you very much. Yen Minhua smiled and returned the blood jade piece to Lam So. This is a rare good item. Even the imperial family, racking their brains, might not necessarily acquire it. Hearing Yen Minhua say so, Lam So hurriedly treasured it like a precious item and tucked it into her bosom. This action of hers again made Yen Minhua burst out laughing. Husband, since it's Master and Shenyang who came to visit, why didn't they want to meet you? This questie. Thank you for joining Lovebook. See you in the next emotional chapter. Goodbye for now.